Go. Go. Go.
Need
Go.
Stalwart Esports. I mean, our talking won't make that much of a sense as of now, because if you talk about their previous gameplays, previous momentums, in fact, since the time they went on to the previous South Asia Championship, they have just dominated the competition overall. They were there by another name that was Astro Academy. We saw what they were doing. We saw Action's quickest 1v4 ever in the competition that he did against A1 Esports in the map of Sanhok to get a chicken dinner with a Thompson, with a freaking Thompson. We saw them dominate on the global stages multiple times, and
we want to enjoy them in action. We want to see them perform, and for that, good luck to Stalwart Esports for their PMPL match.
Each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. Persevere through failures. One needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. We're about to begin the third day, the final day of the very first Super Weekend. And, well, before we get the show started, a huge shout out to our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Oppo F21 Pro, which will be out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by Ocean Sharma with me. And Ocean, the Mongolian domination that is going on right now in this Super Weekends, do you think today could be the day that we see that coming to an end?
I mean, we hope so. We hope so because all we can do is just, hope at the end. But then again, we know how ups and downs these other teams have been in front of the Mongolian domination. To be honest, they have been getting what? More than $6,000 for them. So I believe they have 7,000 something like just coming up under their own names. And we would want to see some other teams just, coming up as well. Yesterday's last game, the Pochinki Circle, you saw how Mongolian domination was going so strong. Stalwart on one side, IHC on the other side, just trying to take up the fights. DE was there as well. But then a slight hiccup definitely happened. But then again, it's just down on these two, like these teams as a major. Although there are other names as well, if you talk about, Seal, they are trying to get their own share of chicken dinners as well. But then again, the other teams such as Deadeyes Guys, DRS, Skylightz, and these teams are there. They've had a few chicken dinners, Skylightz and DE, but still, we'll have to see how much more they can get.
Exactly, because as the first week comes to an end, ladies and gentlemen, 1/3 of the journey for the league stages will be done with that for these 16 teams. And as far as the entirety of the tournament is considered, if we talk about the 4 teams that missed out on the Super Weekend, they will get another opportunity to participate in the league play days of the next week, of week number 2. And if they qualify for the Super Weekend, then they get an opportunity to secure points on the overall leaderboard, where things actually matter. And, well, as you know, if at the end of the third week you are in the top 16, you get to play the finals and compete for the prize money that's involved in the finals. But as you were mentioning those names, Ocean, Deadeyes Guys, you talked about DRS, we have been having a lot of conversations about Skylightz Gaming. I think a pleasant surprise that we witnessed from the teams from Nepal, I think, has to be the team of Vibes Esports, who are sitting on the 3rd position in the overall rankings with 118 points to their name. And they themselves have been very consistent. No chicken dinners, but we see a lot of 2nd place, a lot of 3rd, 4th place finishes. So they somehow do manage to secure those top 4 positions one way or the other. And they are making sure that their average at the end of the day looks good to them. And, well, they're doing a pretty phenomenal job so far.
I mean, consistency is good, but even better is if you get those position points for yourself. Plus, if you get those chicken dinners, because every chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you can see gets you $1,000 per match. Total price will coming down to $150,000. First position obviously gets you a $10,000. And a lot of these teams have had their share of the 8th position marker, that is $3,000. I mean, they have 3 chicken dinners, that is $3,000 in the bag for 2 teams, to be honest. League stage just gets you $2,500 a team. That is the attendance fee, we just talked about it. And right now, tournament MVP will be giving you up $1,000. That's for one individual and his hard work. But that just comes down in this competition.
Exactly, and that money, as we like to say, is not to be shared. It's just supposed to be for the MVP. But for the 20 teams as a whole, the league stages, I think the participation money, that's their $2,500. I think that is also quite a substantial amount right there. But if you want to compete for more money, you have to make sure that you're getting those critical points in every single game, because these become very important. You finish first, you get 15 points. You finish second, you get 12. You finish third, you get 10 points, and so on. 13 to 16, you get 0 points. 1 elimination means 1 extra point for your team. And at the end of the day, as we did take the example of Vibes Esports, if you are consistently making sure that you're getting at least 10 points, 8 points for placement in every single match, you can in fact get away with not being that aggressive inside of the game. You can just walk away with like 4 or 5 elimination points, finish in the top 3, finish in the top 4, and it's fine. At the end of the day, your average is going to look good.
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, that average definitely just comes up pretty good. At the end, you have to be in top 16, right, to get to the finals that are important, right? And right now, if you look at these teams, 1952, something is missing. I mean, with this team, I don't know if it's something or a lot of things, but then again, these questions, they'll have to give a proper answer of these questions with the gameplay. Venom Legends, Vibes, Raw, they are trying pretty good as well. I mean, Venom Legends, they have had decent games yesterday. Vibes, well, we know these amazing players that are out there. Raw as well. I mean, Assault from Raw, Kazi from, like, these players are trying to give out a really, really good gameplay from their side as well. And on the other side, we have Savage, Mongolian team that's kind of struggling, not exactly though, but still kind of struggling. DRS, we have never seen DRS, just know this name. In fact, these players, in fact, perform in this way. I mean, we know they are better than this, so they would want to just go for that. Skylightz Gaming, ElementriX. I mean, ElementriX was on a decent roll. Yesterday, they got one good game for themselves, one chicken in the first game. Skylightz Gaming, they are managing to be at a decent position right now, but, well, they'll be needing more of those thousands.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Skylightz Gaming so far only have one winner chicken dinner for themselves, and even that was kind of well, they would manage to secure that chicken dinner in a very desperate moment, but still the performance is kind of lackluster from Skylightz Gaming. They are struggling on the 8th position with just 69 points total right there, and DRS not too far behind, not too shabby, 49 points with 12 position being theirs. I think we expect a lot more from these two teams, but talking about expectations and talking about delivering on those expectations, I think Stalwart Esports is the team to talk about, because again, have managed to hold on to the first position this entire time, and again, 3 chicken dinners on the first day. Yesterday's performance was a bit shaky, but as soon as someone got close to them, they were like, all right, it's time to just do our thing again. Go on to get the second place finish with a lot of eliminations in that game. They had 14 eliminations in the last game yesterday, and I think that is the thing that kept them on the first position. But let's not forget, Ocean, the difference right now, at one point, Stalwart Esports was leading with a 29-point advantage, and now it's 8 points.
Exactly, my friend. There was a time when this team was just dominating alongside the players. What do you call it? You know, they had their own way of finding good games. But right now, yesterday's last game, IHC got that brilliant chicken. Look at this, 3-3 for both of them. And then there comes the other teams, the other regions. In fact, as Vibes out there, Seal definitely from the same region, but then again, they are kind of delivering, but not exactly. Vibes, I'm really happy with this team, because they went to the top 2. Right, but they still don't have a chicken dinner in their name. I want to see them earn that $1,000 as well for themselves. And on the other side, look at this Phantom, a team that has just started playing this PMPL, but they're already getting those PMPL vibes from their side, and that's a really good thing to just understand. This team is definitely winning a lot of hearts right now.
Well, definitely, and I mean, they are winning those hearts, but I think the important thing that needs to be focused on right now is also, along with winning hearts, to continue winning those $1,000 paycheck in every single match. But as we have talked about the other teams, I think ElementriX is another interesting case right here, because we saw them get that winner chicken dinner in one game, and then there was the massive fall-off. So the struggle is there for ElementriX as far as the Super Weekend is considered, because we are seeing them consistently finishing very low in the games. We are seeing them taking those early exits in almost every single match, apart from the one game in which they got a very wonderful chicken dinner with 10 eliminations as well. So it's going to be important for ElementriX to figure out exactly what they did right in that particular match, and then stick to the same tactics, try and secure as many points as possible, because at this point in the last day, if they do not figure out a way of being in the top 10, I think in the coming week, we do not really want to see what is going to happen when the other 4 teams do step into the Super Weekend. Maybe they just pop off very nicely and, well, start toppling teams over.
Maybe not. We'll just talk about this, but let's have a look at IHC's stats, as this team has just been performing pretty decent when we just talk about it at the second position right now. Look at the Super Weekend, day 1 versus day 2. They've had all right, they have been doing pretty decent, as they have 400 plus damage as compared to their first 5 games in the next 5 games. All of the healing numbers have increased as well. Eliminations, if we talk about it, 5.2, 7.6, there has been a slight increase in that as well, and a massive increase in their survival time, and a humongous increase in their average points that they have been accumulating in the first 5 matches. So it's kind of a you can call it, a new car that you buy, right?
Yeah.
For the first few kilometers, it will be giving you a decent mileage, and then you just stick with it, and then it gives you the best mileage afterwards, because you get the hang of it. And now they're getting a hang of this tournament overall.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I had seen the switch that was flicked off. In fact, this time was the fact that they're not being themselves. They're a completely different team now. The level of aggression that we used to expect from them, it is completely gone in the early game stages. I had seen they now like to play edge to edge, not engaging in any fights for the first 15 minutes unless absolutely necessary. And that, I think, is definitely something that you and I also have discussed in the past, that even though they have the gun skills for them and the mechanical skills to back the aggression up, you just can't take it after a certain point. Every team, no matter how good, will always have a ceiling, will always have a cap on how many team fights they can take in one particular game. And I think
Yeah.
IHC, they, because of that sort of limitation that's there in every single individual, it is inherently there. So because of that, we saw IHC struggle in terms of those placement points. But now, since placement points are their first priority, they know in the late game stages they can't lose in those 4v4s. So I think that is something interesting that IHC sort of have switched to, and we do see the results in their matches yesterday.
Yeah, we saw that Sanhok, which was, I would say, one of the most brilliant Sanhoks that they just, played using DBS in the final circles. And you can see, as for how their games actually went, 9th game, 10th game, they had those amazing games for themselves. But then again, when we talk about the way they were playing in the first few days, in fact, we include the league plays as well, it was not that much of a deal for them. They knew they would qualify in top 16. Now was the time when they had to make this game for themselves. And again, when we talk about it, IHC, again, it's a brand new name they got for themselves, but obviously it is a Zeus 2.0 that we have in our hearts. That team is an emotion, and that emotion just showcases whenever, I obviously, if you just, go back and you just watch the live chat as well, every time, this team is going just bonkers, the chat also just, goes like, yeah, that's the old Zeus that we know. Those were the players. Godless, we know him. Alex, the young talent that's just coming up. So we know this team, and well, it's not just this one team when we talk about it.
Exactly, as you said, it's not just one team, because I mean, Vibes, they're not too far behind themselves. Look at, I mean, we saw the improvement from IHC. Vibes, they improved themselves as well. The damage numbers, they go up by quite a significant margin right there. The heals do go up as well, but not as much. So Vibes, they have improved their team fighting sort of tactics, as it were. But still, I think the one thing that's missing from the side of Vibes is that chicken dinner finish that we desperately want to see, because while the survival time is there, while the elimination points are there, the average points 13 per game is a very good average to have, especially in the early stages of the tournament. I think Vibes, again, the final few closing moments are where they seem to struggle. And that is something that needs to be fixed going into the finals, and in fact going into the matches today.
You just saw Godless doing a stoppie on that buggy. I just witnessed that. But yeah, this one is about Vibes, and you see, right, how deadly they are when they like to rush in their own momentum. You saw them. This was a brilliant fight that just happened as they were taking down the players, and they were just trying to go for the finishes as well, day in, day out, game in, game out. This team likes to take these close range fights, and I would say this is their forte. They like to hunt down players, and they hunted down ElementriX in this one fight. And look at this, they have a mixture of these kind of players that just like to take down the opponents. One shotgun dead. This is their way. And now this is the play, the one that we talked about, the close range momentum that they just hold for themselves. It's brilliant. So Jan would have taken down these players of Vibes, but then again, Vibes, they had their own mindset in which they just they did really good.
Yeah, I mean, they did very, very good overall if you talk about their performance, because even though Vibes did not really have a good start to the first day, I mean, finishing 15th, getting eliminated on the 15th spot with just one elimination, I think slowly and steadily they have improved, because the very next game they finished second with 3 eliminations. Next game they were 5th with 3 eliminations. After that was 4th place exit, second place exit. So you see that, right? They have that top 5 pretty much coming to them every single time, apart from a few outliers. Of course, one match yesterday was in particular quite an upsetting one, the Miramar that happened. But still, I think if Vibes can keep this going, there is no way they get, I think, out of the top 5 in the overall rankings as well, because then I think eventually we will see them at least get 1 or 2 chicken dinners by the end of the league stages if this keeps on going, unless we see them be a little bit more proactive in those final few fights. We do have the schedule in front of us, and like always, ladies and gentlemen, today as well, the schedule remains the same. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel, but there's something special happening today, which will be revealed when it happens. We won't
When
be
it
talking
happens,
about
yeah.
it right now. Yeah.
We'll talk about it when actually it happens. There's
Yeah.
always the right time for things, and once the right time comes around, we'll definitely have a conversation about that one. But then again, Johnny, today is the last day of
Yeah.
the first Super Weekend, right? We might just see all these teams in the second Super Weekend. We might not see all these teams in the second Super Weekend. So you might have a chance to accumulate most amount of points today. If maybe something goes south on Tuesday and Wednesday, you still might need to have that safety cushion, to be honest.
Exactly. I mean, who is going to say no to a safety cushion? That is going to be very important for the players to actually feel safe once they are playing their matches for the next week. And talk about safety cushions, I think we need to talk about the teams that don't have any right now. 1952 and JyanMaara. Teams at the bottom of the standings right
Yeah.
now, ladies and gentlemen, with 26 and 24 points respectively. And Ocean, you and I, we have been asking ourselves the same question, like what is going wrong with these teams? 1952, I think yesterday in the Miramar, we saw the communication gaps that were there quite clearly between the lads, relying completely on their individual skills rather than taking fights as a team. JyanMaara, I think it's the same thing happening with the lads, but it is a little bit more surprising with JyanMaara because, again, the set of players that they have, with Sujan
Yeah.
being there as well, I think it's one of the most experienced lineups you could
Yes.
see in this lobby, but still the results are not what we expect.
Sometimes it's just not about experience. It's about the
Yeah.
fact that your opponents are taking a toll on your experience because they have fresher strategies, and those fresher, those younger, those hungrier
Ocean.
strategies.
Something
Yeah.
crazy is about to happen. Do you see the smile on Action's face?
Oh, I know it. I know
Something's
it.
going down, man.
Stalwart might just get it, right? They might just get it because
And
it is.
It's
This
not
this
just
happens.
him. Everyone is
Everyone
laughing.
from Stalwart is just smiling, laughing. Maybe they made a joke about each other, or maybe they just are making a joke about how they're gonna just win it out. We'll see. We'll see. But then again, ladies and boys and girls, this is the first game of the day. And the flight path starts up from the southern side. That means Stalwart gets their area to drop on.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that's why the smile was there, because this time they won't have to struggle, move all the way across the map to get to their safe drop spot. And I think that is just going to result in Stalwart having an amazing time in the early game stages. But let's see what is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of the day has begun, and since we do see a team dropping towards the military base, I believe that is Skylightz Esports that we're seeing in front of our eyes right now.
Yes, these players, they're dropping down. Oh, the most classic parachute is what we see right now. Season 1 Ace Parachute. Let us know, guys, how many of you remember this one. And, well, if you had it or not, because this is the classiest one when we talk about it. That shows how old you are in this game. And, by the way, guys, if you're just out here, happy 4th anniversary for the game that we all love to see. Right now, Baron gets Mini, and looks like he would want to definitely use it. Leo on the other side gets an AK, obviously, and a 4 times as well. Might as well just use it on that DP28. And the flight path we saw just started off from the southern side, will be moving on to the northern side, and we will see the circle as well in front of us in a while. And all the players would definitely be ready. But look at this. A few of them are still just falling down. These are lads from JyanMaara.
Yeah, I mean, JyanMaara, again, the team that we were talking about before the game began, and Savage Esports in the distance. Oh, Hustla is here to pick up Hershey. Will they be able to get away? I mean, that's the big question right now. Get the map away from me. I want to see that fight happen. Or maybe all right, Savage Esports are moving away. I think they just have the great escape right now. And no damage being dished out. I do hear the gunshots, though, so an attempt is being made by the lads of JyanMaara, hopefully. On Savage, but still the distance between the teams now, it seems like it is quite decent. So Savage Esports, not too much to worry about. JyanMaara will look to head towards Lipovka City and start the early game loot phase, basically. But this time the circle, again, quite centralized, sort of a decent area of the military island inside the circle. So Skylightz Esports and Stalwart Esports can take their sweet time just looting up, getting all the utility in, and then thinking about rotating to the main island.
You know, these kind of circles is something that gives Stalwart an idea as for how they
Yeah.
want to move around, because they will move slowly, but they will move steadily. We know sometimes it's always one guy who moves from around the bridge, and then three people follow him. Just it's like what in some time they start following him and all those things. But right now, Savage's players are moving to the backside of Yasna Pulyan. That's an important place as well. But Vibes, look at the split of Vibes. I mean, I love it. It is good, but then again, it can turn deadly. And if it turns deadly even for one of the players, it can turn deadly for the other ones as well, slowly and slowly, because you'll be outnumbered in the other fights. But then again, I hope they don't lose any of their players. Right now, we see Kuni from Roy Sports. All right, that's a good addition. But Nima takes himself down, like quite literally, as he just falls out and gets knocked.
I mean, that is something that you never want to see, but quite an unfortunate moment right there. Hopefully the player does recover. I mean, his teammates are going to be quite close to him to help him back on his feet. And here they arrive. The first aid is here. AJ is going to be the man just helping his teammate back on his feet. And I think Nima is going to be pretty grateful about this as well. So Skylightz Gaming switch up. I think they are also sort of they have also decided, in fact, to try and adapt the same strategy that IHC is sticking with, just trying to play slow in the early game stages, because this time they're starting from the Zarki and the North Georgia Pole City split drop, and that sort of allows them a lot of breathing room in the early game stages. But the challenge then becomes taking control of the position inside the circle during the late game, and I think that is something that the team can in fact struggle with. But it is going to be quite important for them to see how, in fact, are they planning to take an entry towards the circle. Because if they try and take a direct approach through Georgia Pole bridges, then there's a massive cluster towards ruins that you have to deal with. Raw, Vibes, Phantom Esports are going to be there. I expect IHC to close in towards the same edge as well. If they try and move in from the north, which seems like a much safer bet for them to take, the challenge, the risk sort of heightens in the sense that it is quite an open area that you have to traverse through. And even if you are in your vehicles, it can still easily get your information. Like, you can easily give away your information to the teams that are just holding their compounds, either be it towards the city of Yasnaya or towards the mansion area. But so far, I mean, not a lot of action inside the match. But I think now we're going to see the first exit, as Kazi from Raw has just spotted out Akujod in that buggy, and he looks to take control of this house before he starts shooting. No, he's going towards his own teammate, Assault, right in front of him, who has, in fact, a lot of compounds in his control at this point.
Quite a lot, just coming down onto the players as we were talking about it. And right now, look at the 7C Memo. He's getting a few shots onto himself. He is on low HP. I mean, he is not on low HP. It's like his vehicle is in the critical condition right now. Badgrave on the other side as well, just trying to be with his own teammate, Precious. Quite close to him. 7C, it looks like they want to take this area for themselves, and they have a decent area. Although the vehicles, they are quite vulnerable, and I'm pretty sure they would not want to be in those vehicles anymore. So they have just opted to drop out. The first circle closing in as well. We saw the zone, right? It was quite a decent circle, quite a normal central-ish circle, and nothing more than that. And all the players are looking good onto their rotations. This is where Raw thinks the final circle might just form, and I believe that this definitely seems like a decent guess. 6 times on the floor. Rig will pick it up and might as well would want to use it on that M4 of his, the Glacier M4, the good one.
What do you mean the good one? What's the bad one then?
Glacier M4 is the best M4 if you just,
I mean,
if you get it. I want to ask from the audience, how many of you have M4 Glacier? Because trust me, I had to use, I had to spend lots and lots of dollars on this one, and then I got it on a random day when I least expected it.
When you weren't even thinking about it.
I wasn't even thinking about it, and I got it on a random day. And when I was like, thinking like, I want it, I did not get it. I did not get it. That's how bad my what do you call it? That's how bad my fate is. Well, my face as well, and my fate is. So yeah.
I mean, I think that can be a pretty neat trick if that works out every single time. Like, oh, I want this this particular skin.
Expect, right?
All right, do not think about that particular skin and just start opening crates and you get it. Like, oh! Look at this.
Try.
Sky
Where
has
are,
he been
I
spotted
mean,
out?
that's a decent park
That's
of
a,
that Tesla. Did that Tesla go for autopilot and parked itself in that gray area? I don't know. That's my question now.
I mean, if the Tesla start doing that, then I think everyone's going to be fighting for those. But still, let's see. I think DRS and Stalwart Esports, the rivalry as old as time. I think the fight is about to begin as Delta's position has been spotted out by the lads from Stalwart and Rules. He is going to be joining his teammate. They have taken control. In fact, DRS right now have the entirety of Milta in their control, and it's going to be Delta finding the first pick. Top being a little too over eager to go for the peak right there. Will in fact get knocked out, but the distance between the teams right now will provide a lot of safety for Stalwart Esports to go for a revive and not lose out on an important member of their lineup.
Definitely. And right now, action on the other side. This is where Stalwart needs to understand that, one of their players definitely went down, but he will be revived. Stalwart understands the immediate threat that there is in terms of DRS, the real soldiers, as they are trying to just move around their own area. That is the city of Milta as well. Delta is the only player in Milta right now, and the other players are trying to move around Milta, which is good. And the circle as well is moving slightly to the northern side of Milta, in fact, northwestern side of Milta. So players will have to make up their marker, as this potato hill is really, really important right now. Deadeyes Guys onto the backlines of School Apartment, and Phantom on the backside of this potato hill. 7C quite around the potato hill. If you talk about it, ElementriX onto the southern side. IHC is going for their slower rotation that they are known for right now. And Skylightz, well, they are facing the blue.
Well, Skylightz, they're going to be facing the blue, but look at that. Clear rotation, clear pathway, no resistance at all up until Rozok, because even Deadeyes Guys have abandoned their home ground a little bit early in the game. Everyone this time, just like the last game yesterday, Ocean, everyone is heading towards Pochinki. It's like a swarm of bees just going back towards their nest. But Phantom Esports on the other side, will they be able to make it? I think that is the question right now, as they find themselves against the squad of Vibes. Stalwart Esports mid-rotation will get spotted out by JyanMaara, but in their current form, JyanMaara not being able to do much. They do miss out on the opportunity to get a free knock and finish on action. But let's talk about this fight again, as it is Vibes and Vexy with a frag in his hands. We'll try and see if we can get a pick on Jiggle. All right, so the fight has been initiated between Stalwart and JyanMaara, and it is the lads from JyanMaara who are putting up a tough competition right now. I believe the numbers have been evenly traded between the two teams.
No, so it's like, JyanMaara took down one player from Stalwart, but Stalwart finished one player off for JyanMaara. JyanMaara is in the loss right now. On the other side, Vibes will be in the loss, as well as Slipknot. Just, plays a good mind game as he just, takes down one of the players. And now Stalwart, in fact, eliminates the entirety of JyanMaara. Where was that fight happening? And we wanted the live coverage of that one as well. But right now, Phantom on the other side trying to take down the players from Vibes, as we could just, see a few players from Vibes were taken out. In fact, one was taken down and out. And now Vibes is left out with only 3 players. I'm pretty sure we might just see that in replay, though. But right now, IHC's Godless taking down one from Seal. That is Baron. His buggy was actually facing the Wrath, but then again, Godless was taken down by one of the players on the retaliation fire. But Phantom looks like they are in a bit of a trouble, as Deadeyes Guys is coming up on it. And Alex was like, revive, and Godless was like, nope.
I think that was, a very calculated decision to let Godless just be traded out right there, because Seal Esports, they were grouped up, and Godless initiated the fight a little too quick, did not wait at all for his teammates to show up, and that is why Demo was able to find a very easy knock, and I think, in a few moments the finish as well. But Stalwart Esports on the other side wiping out JyanMaara, and JyanMaara again, Ocean, an early exit. In fact, the first team to get taken out of this match.
You can call it the first team, you can call it the early exit, everything that you call it, it is there. I don't know what went wrong, but then again, lots and lots of things. That's one thing that you can just, say. But they took down one player from Stalwart. In fact, they took down 2 players from Stalwart, if I'm not wrong. But still, Stalwart managed to wipe it a 2-on-4 in that situation. That's what we could just get from the finish feed, the elimination feed. But look at the zone going to Rozok Hill.
Well,
Skylightz, imagine, Johnny, if Skylightz needs to. So, Skylightz,
Yeah.
we know it, they don't know it. They need to cross that bridge, and the chicken dinner might just be theirs. They are crossing
They are
that
doing
bridge.
that.
They're getting the Rozhok City. That's a brilliant move coming out from Skylightz, because right now they can get a hold of the entire city, and no one's there yet. Look at this. The population is coming. The wave is arriving, but then Skylightz, it looks like they are there. But then again, Venom Legends, DE, every team's arriving as well. And Shifu sir is trying to shoot down someone.
Well, trying to shoot down someone. Let's see if he does, in fact, succeed. And as you were talking about Skylightz Gaming, I think, yeah, the celebrations would have begun as soon as they realized, all right, the shift is towards Rozhok, and we just have to move a few hundred meters to be in control of the city. But now they are facing a little bit of a tricky situation, because Deadeyes Guys do have taken control of the Rozhok Hill, and the high ground advantage can really work out in their favor. True Love, his crosshair was on point with the reaction from the lads on the other side, from the lads of Skylightz Gaming, was actually pretty impressive. Vibes finding a few openings. 7C Esports looks like the team is in trouble.
Oh, this nade was actually pretty good when we just look at it, as the players were being taken down. Although 7C Precious already, he was taken down now as well. A few nades being done here, and the 7C follows up on being the second team that gets eliminated. Out of the lobby, they have no elimination points for themselves, and that means they get no points, no placement points, and no points overall. Skylightz, I love the split that this team has right now. 2 players on slightly lower side, 2 players on the higher side. Shari trying to look down onto a few players of Venom Legends as well. DE has a good split for themselves as well. Steal shot. He was spotted down, but then again, he still stays in a good area. Rafat as well on that side. Meanwhile, Seal Baron takes down one. And now it is becoming a tricky affair. Coinex Egg just on the top of the Rozhok Hill, but I want to see if Chari can take down that shot, if he can take down that opportunity for himself. That's the most important thing in the situation.
I mean, he has all the information of where the players of Venom Legends are, and I think he's just waiting for them to show themselves. Oh, sees Ale, but Ale goes down right in the nick of time. Rufford just running around the windows like a ghost, but will still be protected as he runs into a corner, and Chari has no way of taking the shot. Just a few pixels revealed for an instant, and then he goes back inside the cover. So as the teams do start to close in towards the Rozhok City, I think things are going to get more heated up. But yeah, Vibes, I think this position from Jiggle is very, very risky.
See, Jiggle's position is the most crucial position. He has the best of the best ground. He can look at the Rozhok Hill, he can look at the backside, he can look at the entirety of the water city. He has the best position. The only thing he has to do is not to shoot right now. He can relay that information to his teammates, and then what happens is, like, if someone's in the open areas, then he can just make up a few shots, take up a few shots here and there, and that might just be good. But right now, Seal's players, alright, they are spotting down a few players here and there as they are taking down fights on ElementriX, as Mr. Yuzu will be taken down and out, and Seal Baron will definitely get a revive.
Well, yeah, and it is going to be an important one for them as well. As CE Esports, look at the dip that they are using for the cover right now. This is going to be a very risky position to be in. The longer they stay, the more the probability of them getting picked off it goes up. So Baron is back on his feet. So Seal Esports, the reset is available, and they have utilized it to deploy those smokes, create a little bit more of a breathing room that they can use to take this fight against the team of Phantoms that's basically gatekeeping them from getting inside the zone.
Kind of here and there, all these players are just, trying to get up onto a decent fight for themselves. But then again, we'll see what happens. This Rozhok Hill, again, an important place. And all these players would just, want to move around. This one, True Love, just sitting down. Shifu as well. DE has that vision for themselves, but then will they be able to just, make the most out of this vision? That is the question, as everyone after the circle, if the circle shifts down, everyone would want to rotate from around this hill, and that is where it might just, be a big problem for these players right now. We would still, want to see how they can just, try and go for the fight. That Coinex Egg, one tire is just gone. Shari, he's spotting down the players right now, but again, he's still not taking up shots, and
Ooh.
True Love already gets a shot on him.
So, by the way, Ocean, I mean, we were talking about how good of a position Skylightz Gaming has. Well, look at where Stalwart Esports are. They have taken control of the school compound, and there is no one there apart from them. They are the only team inside school. Everyone else is just trying to fight for either Rozhok or the open area towards the east of school. And because of that, majority of the teams are struggling. But Skylightz Gaming and Stalwart Esports seem to have found themselves the only two vacant positions that actually give them a heavy advantage. On the other side, though, IHC Zeol going for the tap shots on the mini, does dish out the damage, but no knock, and in fact, he does get a massive dink in return, but Alex is there to cover up, and 1952 again in a world of hurt. Evil Eye, he's very low, has healed up again, and well, that slope, I think, is where 1952, they will be struggling for a while.
Entry is trying to mark up an entry to his own teammates, although he has been taken down to low HP. IHC on the other side is struggling a bit, as well as they lost down one player and they don't have any elimination points right now for themselves. 90 degrees just trying to pressurize that team as well. But the next circle shift is going to be an eye-opener for a lot of teams. We still have 14 teams surviving, and in less than a second now, we'll be seeing that circle shift happening. Look at this shift! Look at the shift, Johnny. It has just, left a few teams thinking as of their positions. They were having a stronger position for themselves, but now they all have to go on a journey again.
Well, let's see. I mean, the journey that they're on already, I think that needs to work out for them first, but entry hiding behind a rock. Oh, sees Icy quite clearly go inside the smokes. In fact, watches him come out the other end as well, and has all the information he needs to engage in this fight. The M4 at this distance is going to be the perfect weapon as well. So all the cards are laid out for the lads of 1952, apart from the fact that they get backstabbed by Vibes. And on the other side, while Entry just waits for his opportunity, his teammates are getting destroyed. Alex is going to get third-partied by Leo from Esports. Now it doesn't matter. Entry has been finished off, but IHC, they're taking a hit from the distance. In fact, too focused on 1952, did not realize Esports was slowly and steadily crawling towards them.
They have a buggy though, but will they be able to take it? That's the question right now. As Zeol just trying to make up the smoke pathings for himself. Obviously just the cover to deny out the vision against the players of Team Seal. And now they have spotted on a few players. Leo on one side, and the zone's coming up as well. Zeol, he will get that beating out of the circle right now. He's trying to move around with that buggy, but I'm pretty sure that is not going to happen. Now IC as well just trying to move forward. He's charging solo against the players of Team Seal. That is a bad idea, my friend, as he will be taken down 100%. And Zeol with low HP will be thrown out of that vehicle as the vehicle moves forward, but the crate is just pinned down on the open area behind school and Rozhok Hill. That was a good one, and IHC follows down. They had a hat-trick chance for that chicken dinner, but then it's denied.
Well, it is denied, but let's see. Stalwart Esports, well, in a quite an interesting situation right now, and Deadeyes Guys, they still have somehow managed to hold control of the Rozhok Hill, but now Stalwart Esports, they know exactly where they need to aim. Skylightz Gaming have actually abandoned Rozhok quite successfully. In fact, just managed to keep almost all of their lads quite stable inside the match. One person has been knocked out, but I think it is going to be an easy revive for them as well. Or no, in fact, they lose out on Nima on top, securing that important finish for his team. As we move towards the top 10 teams, ladies and gentlemen, but only 27 players surviving in this game. So quite a few teams with a lot of players outside waiting in the lobby for the team to show up for the next game. But I think the fates have, in fact, switched favors, Ocean. Now it's Stalwart Esports match.
Yeah, probably. We'll see, still because Seal, I get it. They are away from the zone, but then they have that momentum for themselves. They have the players for themselves. They are trying to get more and more elimination points for themselves. This one nade can do wonders. It can do some job. All right, it did, though, but Leo will be taken down from the other side as the shots were coming up from AJ's side. But look at this True Love as well, taking down one player, and that is Sus. He has been taken out. In fact, ElementriX is down and out as they get eliminated by Wally's brilliant grenade. And now Seal needs to understand that they'll have to, if they have to win this game, they'll have to prioritize the circle. And look at that buggy just going without a driver.
And I think the Stalwart Esports we're seeing right now is the same team that showed up during the weekdays, because look at that, 10 eliminations already secured, all 4 players still inside the match. Wally is going to be knocked out though as he tried to go for a pick on the players of Deadeyes Guys. Baron finds an opening against Skylightz Gaming. AJ is going to be blown to smithereens as well. Chari was knocked out and Demo secures the finish. Falls back, goes for the heal as he was dropped to around 30 HP. True Love, in the meanwhile, having lost an important member, an integral part of their team, I think will try and see if Deadeyes Guys can get a little bit of a breathing room and the other team engage in an early fight instead of them trying to force fights against them to find an entry inside the circle.
Oh, look at Seal now. They are trying to charge, and Seal shot needs to heal. Obviously, does not have anything to heal, but that grenade on True Love definitely was good by Elbu, and now Skylightz, they get eliminated as well on the 8th position. They have 3 eliminations for themselves. That is total 4 points as Atrax gets you 1. Elbu is trying to move forward as well. His helmet is totally damaged. It's totally done for. But now he'll have to just get that fight for himself. He is going to lock down one good grenade. I don't know if it's going to do the job. Yes, it does. It does a brilliant job right now to take down the few players, and Elbu with that grenade just establishes his supremacy, and the Molotov follows up as well. And here's UMP is doing the job as he's getting more and more kills for himself. The team has 3 eliminations. The last one surviving, still inside the circle, inside this area around the borderlines, but he still needs to understand that one player from DE is still surviving and he can take him down. It depends though how they'll take up the fight, but Scry on the other side takes down players from Phantom 1952. This time they survived till the 7th position. That is 2 placement points and 1 elimination point that they have.
Yeah, not really the exit that 1952 wanted in this game, but one they were forced to take. But as we talk about forced exits, I think Stalwart Esports are going to be forced to abandon the school compound. And well, Action runs into the blue, takes a lot of damage, goes back to the safe area, and now will try to heal up before Stalwart Esports are forced to make the push towards this open hill, towards the Rozok Hill, in fact.
You know,
yeah,
I love Phantom's gameplay. Against all the odds, this team always manages to be in top 5, top 6 every time. I mean, even if they get eliminated right now, still they have managed to, secure a pretty good place for themselves in the hearts of all the fans, to be honest. All the other names, Savage, we have seen them before. Stalwart, we've seen them before. Seal, we have seen them before. Deadeyes Guys, we've seen them before. Venom Legends, we've seen them before. But Phantom is a team that is coming up against all the odds, still performing, still doing really good, whilst the big names are still struggling. And well, talking about struggling, Elbu was struggling, but Chief was, just like we said, just like we mentioned, DE might just take him down. They did. Phantom Slipknot follows up as well. We have 4 teams surviving. Savage is there, Stalwart is there, Seal is there. Whatever happens in 11 games, it's 8 chicken dinner coming up for Mongolia. What is it, Mongolian Super Weekend? I don't know, but this is a statement for the global teams to look out for.
I mean, definitely these teams are looking very strong. Look at where Demo is right now. Stalwart Esports down to the final 3 players. Hershey has been taken very low. And as you mentioned, Ocean, no matter what happens, it is going to be one of these Mongolian teams walking away with the winner chicken dinner and $1,000 along with that. Eisenberg, his position has been compromised, but Pika not connecting because Eisenberg was behind cover back then. I think they need to pick off Hershey and Hustler before they even think about getting to Eisenberg. But that is the problem from Stalwart Esports. It's a literal uphill battle that they have to fight. Oh, almost! What? Groza, that's so much damage and Action. An important player, the top fragger from Stalwart Esports is out. It's the final 2 players that remain, Pika and Scry.
I want to see Pika and Stry take it if they can, if they're able to, but then Savage, it's their game, it's their time, it's a 2-on-3 in their favor. They have those airdrop weapons as well. Growths are in the hands of the players of Savage, but will they be able to make it? I mean, the circle is there for Stalwart, but will the game be there? Will it be their 4th? That's the question. They also have to break down records of the most chicken dinners in one Super Weekend. If they can go to that one, that would be a brilliant one as well. It's a record of 5 chicken dinners if they can get it. Right now, they are waiting to get their 4th. Savage on the other side are trying to be one of those Mongolian teams that just gets it for themselves as well. Scry, he has a good place for himself, but now the circle is not in his favor. He has to move forward, but will he be able to? I mean, that's the question, as he will be taken down. It's Pika, he's the last one surviving. Savage, they might just bring it home for themselves. Pika's on low HP. Pika might be taken down not as well in this situation, as he will be taken down. Hershey with that growth flaunts it inside, and Savage, well, they are finally getting a brilliant winner chicken dinner for themselves.
And look at the jump right there from the 13th to the 11th in just one single match. They got 4 eliminations and 3 out of which were in that final fight. So quite an important day for Savage Esports. I mean, we saw them slow down the pace quite a lot. While Stalwart Esports, as we were talking about them having taken control of the school compound quite early on in the game, Savage Esports were not too far away from their position, but their priority was completely different. And their intention was just to play for the survival up until the very end, and they've done a phenomenal job. But I want to see Stalwart Esports, what is their situation going to look like? Because they had a lot of elimination. Seal Esports had a lot of eliminations for themselves as well, and so did Deadeyes Guys. So these 3 teams, what is the point difference going to look like right now in the overall rankings? That is what I will be interested in.
Definitely. But then again, Johnny, out of 11 games, $8,000 are going in a Mongolian bank somewhere. Just think about it, right?
I mean, the more you think about it, the more you realize, all right, these lads are just built different, I guess. But it has been an impressive start to the day. I mean, there was a possibility of Deadeyes Guys winning the chicken dinner, but unfortunately for them, the circle, which once favored them and Skylightz Gaming, completely abandoned them and, well, basically flipped the script. But it was a very, very intense finish right there between the 3 teams with the way action was taken out as well. But we will break down this game into further detail after this very short break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean, and well, we are underway with the last day of the very first Super Weekend for this week, ladies and gentlemen. But with the first match being done and dusted, it is time to head towards map number 2. That will be Miramar. And yesterday's Miramar was quite intense, Ocean. We did see quite a wonderful finish from IHC right there. But again, apart from that, I think all the other top teams sort of missed the memo that you have to be consistent if you want to stay on top, because we saw massive blunder from Seal Esports in Miramar. We saw big mistakes from Deadeyes Guys as well. So it was quite tricky for them to make it work. But before we talk about the next map, let's have a look at the MVP of the previous game and see which individual from the sides of, in fact, any team in the top 4 will be walking away with the MVP points from this game, and it's going to be Shifu sir from Deadeyes Guys.
Well, this definitely looks good. You know, the way that Deadeyes Guys played, deserving. And obviously, I believe they have, 14 eliminations for themselves, even though they were eliminated not in the top 3 still. 7 eliminations with this one lad. We know Shifu sir, he is been there in this entirety of the scene since like a long time. 1-1-1-0 damage. 334 survival time, 5 knocks as well, and 2 assists coming down. So all in all, definitely played like a champion.
Yeah, I mean, these guys played like champs, and I think that is what we expect them to be at the end of this, right? Because Deadeyes Guys, again, a veteran set of players. We know Shifu sir. We have seen on top in very intense action as well. True Love has time and time again proven why he is one of the lads representing Nepal right now in this PMPL South Asia. But while we talk about Deadeyes Guys, Esports, again, even they had a pretty fun game. 4 eliminations on Baron, 4 eliminations on Demo, and I believe the team in total had somewhere around 11 or 12 eliminations. So quite an intense match for a lot of the teams, and the reason being, again, the farm towards school area, school's western side is completely open. It's just an empty field that's there with a few dips and ridges to provide some cover, but taking fights in those positions can be really tricky, and that is why we saw a lot of teams struggle in those final fight as well.
Yeah, that's true, and that's how it was just happening. But then again, Demo, Jiggle, they also tried to have decent fights for themselves. In fact, Team Seal definitely just not tried. But then again, this is the comparison of the first and second team. And you see, obviously, the second team has more total points because of the elimination numbers that they got for themselves. The damage received is higher as well. The damage dealt is higher as well because they were part of most of the fights. And Savage this time, it was for a confidence boost, I would say. This win gives them a good confidence boost. In fact, the way they have played, and average survival as well was good with Stalwart. They had more players surviving for themselves, although they did lose down a few players a while back. We saw Top getting out, and then we saw Action going out as well. But then again, they managed to have a decent composure for themselves. But still, Stalwart, they in the points game, in the overall points game, they'll definitely have that lead.
I don't think they care about the points at this point, Ocean. They're doing pretty well on their own on that. I think Stalwart Esports are going to be mad about missing out on $1,000 from the previous match because, I mean, money matters, right? But still, looking at the match summary, Shifus are getting the highest elimination, highest individual damage dished out, highest assist, and longest distance elimination goes to Baron with a 252-meter distance being there as the longest distance finish. And then we see Shifu Sir again with the highest knocks. So Shifu Sir was basically had gone Master Shifu mode inside the match and was just schooling everyone inside the lobby.
I mean, legit, no cap, the way he played, it was just brilliant coming down. But now in all these situations, right, we'll have to see what happens in the next game because here's a weird start for you. And the starters, first day, Stalwart had a chicken in the first Miramar. Second day's first Miramar, another Mongolian team got the chicken dinner, that is IHC. So today, do you feel another Mongolian team will get a chicken dinner in this Miramar? I mean, will the history repeat itself in a Mongolian three-peat for the first Miramar? Will that be a repeat?
Well, I think there is a possibility that might happen. I mean, there is a possibility that might happen, but it is going to be quite slim. It's going to be very slim. But look at this. So this is an interesting sort of situation right now because, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the match rankings and no confusion right here. Savage Esports, in fact, did get the chicken dinner. You see those 15 placement points. That means they were the team with the chicken dinner. But Esports are the team with the most points in the lobby right now. 10 placement points, 13 elimination points, a grand total of 23. And I think, Ocean, this has to be a chicken dinner finish with the lowest eliminations as far as yet, right?
Yeah.
Up until right now.
As now in this one, yes, we can definitely just say that. But then again, this game is done and dusted. Obviously, our zone analysis and then overall rankings and damage, they'll have a different storylines as well for their own self. We'll talk about those once they arrive. But then again, today's day will remind you, ladies and boys and girls, once again, there are 16 teams that are playing, but then starting in the upcoming Tuesday, we'll see 20 teams back in action, and maybe these 16 will come back, maybe some of these teams might not. So if you have to accumulate those points, if you have to accumulate something today, this is your chance. You have to do whatever it takes to be in that safety cushion board for yourself, and that is the most important thing right now.
I think I completely agree with you on that. You have to do whatever it takes to secure the points in the matches that are left today, 4 to be a little bit more precise. And with Miramar coming up next, I think the extra advantage that teams usually get on the on that map is the fact that you have a lot of area to work with. I mean, the biggest map in the game, you have a lot of space to move around on. You have a lot of more space to loot stuff from. And I think that is something that makes Miramar interesting, because just because something has a positive, there is going to be a negative attached to it as well, and that comes with the fact that rotations on Miramar are one of the most difficult things to crack. And The reason being, again, the sort of vastness of the map does allow people to spot enemies at a much greater distance than you would usually be able to do on a map like Sanhok or on a map like Erangel, because of how the terrain is. Miramar is a completely different story, though.
Miramar, it's a weirder approach if you want to just
Yeah.
go for the rush gameplays in Miramar. First things first, you can knock someone down, but you have to be sure that that open area that is there in between point A to point B, from where you knock someone down to where you want to rush, right? There is a gap. So how will you cover that gap? How will you move forward? What's your strategy? If something goes bad, what's your point? What's your plan
Yeah.
B? Because we've seen vehicles just getting stuck as well here and
Yeah.
there. We have seen players going down by the play zones in a humongous amount of numbers. But then again, we'll see that if something happens today or not. But then again, I want to see if a Mongolian team actually gets another chicken dinner or not, because out of 11 games played, 8 have gone down for the Mongolians. That's a bigger number if you think about it. That's
Exactly, and the only teams to deny the chicken dinner to the Mongolian squads have been ElementriX and Skylightz Gaming, and also Deadeyes Guys. So
Deadeyes
these
Guys.
3 teams were able to secure 3 chicken dinners for themselves, but the rest have
Mongolians,
gone to the
out
3
of-
Mongolian Titans. Yeah.
out of all these games that have been played right now, 11 games, Mongolians have a 72% win rate for themselves.
Wow.
That's just
That's
amazing.
massive, yeah.
Yeah, that is massive. That is massive when you think about it. So I don't know. I mean, obviously, if they win one more, the percentage is gonna increase slowly and steadily. But then again, we'll see what happens by the end of the day. How many do they get? But they have made up a good start, though. So that start is important. They have just I mean, think about it, right? Top 3 teams were Mongolians.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the top final 3 teams in the previous match were, in fact, the Titans of Mongolia. But for now, let's move forward, have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments of the previous game and relive the action once again. And as we were talking about, I mean, Skylightz Gaming could have been an unfortunate start for them, but they did, in fact, manage to get to Rozhok quite nicely. They struggled quite a lot taking control of the Rozhok Hill, but that's fine, especially, I mean, considering there were 2 teams waiting for them on the other side. This is going to be an interesting situation to see what will Skylightz Gaming be up to in the next match.
And these were the fights, that happened. I mean, Stalwart started off the momentum in the situation. Look at this. I mean, JyanMaara had a really good place for themselves. They had the players spin down. They had taken down 2 of the strongest players from Stalwart, and they still lost that fight. Oh, this was a good one by Eisenberg. You just saw that, chamber reload as well happening. But then Stalwart, after that fight, they managed to get a really good place for themselves. I don't know how JyanMaara lost that fight. I mean, yesterday, there have been so many fights that have just went down for players of 1952. JyanMaara, today, 1952 has started off on a decent note. I hope it works good for them. But then again, we'll see.
Well, definitely. We will see what the end result will be at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. So far, only 1 game has happened. We are just moments away from jumping into map number 2. That will be Miramar, and another opportunity for these teams to compete. Go ahead and see which one will be walking away with the $1,000. But all right, so I love this damage histogram because, first of all, a lot of the teams did in fact manage to cross the 1,000 marker, and this is all over the place. Either you took fights and you dished out a lot of damage, or you were just wiped out.
Yeah, in this tournament, it's the first time you're seeing a team having 0 damage and 0 elimination. 0 damage for 7C in this game.
Yeah.
No damage given at all.
No attempt was made, basically.
No attempt was made.
I mean,
and DRS, something's wrong with this DRS now. Something's brutally wrong with this DRS.
I mean, the problem that occurred for DRS was the fact that, again, I mean, after engaging with Stalwart Esports early in a fight that was not going to work out for either of the teams, I think DRS just deciding to move in a little bit quicker, I think that's the decision that backfired upon them, because then the oppositions know exactly where you're headed and they are going to go for a chase. But look at this overall rankings, and once again, the top 3 teams, the Mongolian Titans, and it's 165 for Stalwart Esports, Seal Esports with 137, and then we have IHC on the 3rd with 132 points.
They increase that gap again. They like to do it. Like they like to play it in that. sense for themselves. Savage with this chicken dinner definitely have a jump, and their jump means 7C DRS ElementriX. Oh, will they go down? ElementriX, they have had a chicken dinner for themselves. They have had that share of $1,000, but then again, it's not like, the story doesn't end there. They need to get more and more. In fact, if not chicken dinner, more and more points, because that's important. Look at this. It's still manageable. 46 points for ElementriX. Even if they have a good game, they might just surpass Savage. It's not that big of a gap.
Well, as you said, the gap is not that big. It can easily be flipped with just one wonderful finish in one map. And maybe, who knows, it could be the next one. The very next one, ladies and gentlemen, as you see on the schedule, is the map of Miramar. And after that, we will have Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. But Miramar, this time, Ocean, has been quite the opposite of what used to happen in PMPL South Asia in the previous seasons. I mean, we saw those few teams just being hyper-aggressive, going for those early drop clashes and early fights. This time, everyone is being extremely careful. No one wants to risk it.
It's not even about the risk. It's about, if you do something bad, you know you'll be responsible for that. And all these teams coming down from what it's like, 2 seasons, 3 seasons, they have played these competitions, right? So they would not want to make any sort of a mistake that can be called a rookie mistake for them, right? They would not want to make any sort of mistake for them. That's the most important thing. If you do make that sort of a mistake here in this lobby right now, even after playing 2-3 seasons, doesn't make sense for you to play in this one as well. I mean, and talking about JyanMaara, I know I should not be this harsh, but the previous fight that they lost against Stalwart, big mistakes, to be honest. I get it, we are being too harsh on the team, but again, that was a mistake. They had 2 players down.
Exactly. I think I completely agree with you on that JyanMaara did in fact make a massive blunder right there. They could have easily finished off Stalwart Esports, and I think had they done that, I think we would have seen JyanMaara and be in a very interesting position towards the closing moments of the game. But unfortunately for them, that wasn't the case. It was in fact Stalwart Esports who finished off an entire team and then moved forward like they always do. But ladies and gentlemen, just a few moments away from Miramar, and that is going to mean that we are about to see the players once again. I want to see who will be the one with the cheeky evil smile. Let's try and find out, Ocean.
Well, this time Stalwart's players are not that happy, but maybe it's like they are serious than they were before. And everyone in this lobby, they're just trying to get down to the best of the best games for themselves.
Well, let's see.
I hope they do. I seriously hope they do. But this time, ladies and boys and girls, this is the second game.
You're the same guy, Ocean, who used to say that hope is a dangerous word.
It always will be, my friend. Hope is always a dangerous word. But then, hope is all we have. Ladies and boys and girls, kids out there, take some notes. Never have hope, but then hope is all we have. Talking about this one, right? The flight path again starts from the southern side, moves on to the ruins area. El Pozo, Pecaro, Lost, Masera, Ladrilla, Montenuevo, Crater Fields, Laco, Praria, Minas del Valle, Valdemar, Minas del Sur, Prison, Los Higos are going to be good areas if you want to drop down. Labinda as well, if you can glide to that area, but then again, if you want to go to El Azhar, Impala, you might need to flap some wings.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you said, if you want to glide far away from the trajectory, you will have to flap your wings, go for a fly, not in the plane though this time. You will have to be the fly if you want to make it. But on the other side, I think Los Leones being a very important part of the matches that have happened in the Super Weekends, I think can be quite tricky to survive early aggression if faced by the teams onto the city, or in fact any other urban position as well. Can be said the same about even El Pozo. I think can be quite tricky to survive in the early game stages, but so far I think especially on Miramar we haven't seen those intense drop clashes like we saw in the very first game on Erangel.
Yeah, that's true, and right now all the players, they are dropping down. Definitely the zone, this freaking zone comes down around the flight path. And look at how comfortable Phantom's gonna be. I love their place, their drop down right now to Valdemar, and they're gonna be really in a comfort zone for themselves. IHC on the other side, Johnny, they have a good place for themselves as well. Do you spot Pikai, Mr. Hiozu? If you do, you can take him down, but it looks like he has some other choices right now. T2K with that vehicle just moving around. 1952's players, DRS as well, trying to move around. Oh.
Well, let's see, DRS. They have to make up for what happened to them in the previous match. Quite a big loss of points for the team, but let's see. JyanMaara is quite close to them, and I think DRS this time not realizing that, all right, this is a fight that we can for sure win. Just decide to go for a much safer play, backing off, regrouping in the early stages. Again, has always been the priority in this particular map. And Reaperbot, even though he's quite a distance away from his teammates, I think it won't be causing a lot of trouble for the lads of DRS. All they have to focus on is rotating towards their preferred drop and looting location.
Well, let's see what these players are going to be just, doing in all these situations. Looks like Incuss is concussed. Not moving at all. Lost Leonis is where we see a few teams here and there. Skylightz on the other side onto quite a northern area. JyanMaara just a bit south of them. And ElementriX on the edge of this circle. Impala Porto Pracio has Venom Legends for itself. 1952 around the areas of La Benedita, north of Los Leones. Minas Generales Graveyard has T2K for themselves. Stalwart just around outside the circle. They would want to get in pretty soon as the circle starts. Deadeyes Guys also has a pretty good space for themselves, but it's like, I don't know, I feel like they might just get sandwiched in their rotations or something. I don't know, I just have that feeling. But then again, we'll see. Savage on the other side, Chumasera, pretty good place for themselves as well. They'll like to just sit there, watch out for the teams. And Savage is high on morale because of that brilliant chicken dinner that they had for themselves.
Yeah. And I think, again, Savage Esports, they desperately needed that win as well to sort of get a little bit of a confidence booster going for the team and the players. And I think now that they have gotten the momentum that they needed, they can, as you said, try and capitalize even on this game. But again, the margin for error for Savage Esports is not that great, because the consistency has been missing in the early days of the tournament, and I think that can backfire upon the team, so they need to be extremely careful. But let's see what the situation is going to be like. So far, we do see Shifu in the driver's seat right now, and just trying to see if he can get to the factory and to the compounds for some extra loot. Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, it's always quite dull and quiet in the early stages.
It's not exactly, yeah, I mean, you can call it like, the slot zones that we like to call it, right? That it has its own slow pace.
There's no action, Ocean. I want to see some fights.
Yeah, and we said Weekendy was dull and quiet in the early stages, right?
I miss
But well, still, I mean, love-hate relationship with that map for a few people, and that map definitely had most ridiculous circles, to be honest, with its algorithm. And some of us loved it, some of us hated it, but then we all just have those zones, those games in our minds, to be honest, when we talk about it right now. Rules with this truck trying to move. Reaper has a van quite close to him. 300 meters.
Well, let's see. I mean, the distance is quite a lot, but I mean, still, it's the early stages, so the first blue zone's damage can be sustained with without committing on a lot of healing utility on them. I mean, even with just the boosters, you can get quite far away. But let's see. DRS, they've started to move towards the circle, and they will be able to make it, I think, quite safely as well, because there are not a lot of teams going for the gatekeeping approach on Miramar right now. The circle, by the way, has been quite stagnant towards the southwestern side of the map, and I think Phantom Esports are in an amazing position. They have taken control of the hills towards Valle del Mar, and every single other team on the map is basically right in front of them. So I think they will have a pretty easy mid-game stage as well, up until the 12-13 minute marker, and that is when Phantom Esports will have to decide, all right, how do we make it towards the urban areas? How do we get to the hills and start to protect ourselves, or in fact try and take the fight?
This right now, as Seal is trying to move, it looks like Baron was giving a few call-outs to his driver that he might have seen someone here and there. 7Cs players, they are inside the circle as well, but then again, they need to find a better comfort spot for themselves. They see a vehicle just coming pretty close to them. They're trying to move around that one. Maybe just going for the parking space. I don't know. They're just moving here and there. Again, it's a slow start for this game, ladies and boys and girls. We know that's how Miramar always is. And Badrave was the driver of that car as he's coming quite close to his own teammates. Would want to get this high ground for themselves. And if they spot someone in the rotations, they will take them down.
Well, let's see. Their approach will be to their thought process will be to take them down, but I think there will be resistance from the other end as well, and it can at any time backfire upon any team. But ladies and gentlemen, 7 minutes in, still no action. But I think the first shots are going to be fired finally, as Savage Esports are in fact quite close to the lads of Seal on the Chumasera Hills, and Hershey does in fact have a Mini 14 in his hands. Did switch to the rifle, the Scar L, but at this distance, I think the Mini would be a little bit more viable if he can manage to hit those headshots on the players of Seal. And they need 2 knocks to go for a push. They need, with 1 knock, I think with the distance between the teams, going for a push is just going to be a bad move on either of the team's part. So minimum 2 knocks are going to be required if you want to go for a squad wipe from there.
Mr. Hyozu as well, just trying to spot down someone. All these players, in fact, look at this Liquid as well. Maybe they're just giving callouts of the immediate houses that they feel are going to be a good open, and that they can just move around those places if they want to and all those things. Deadeyes Guys, I guess they have spotted this team. So this is what we were talking about, Johnny, in the pre-game. Look at this. ElementriX is on one hill, Deadeyes is on the other hill. If one player knocks out the other player, they still won't rush. That's how weird Miramar is, because there's quite an open ground, quite an open area in between. Even if you rush, you might just be taken down. It might just be a bit late. You want to rush and it takes 15 seconds, and maybe in 9 seconds the player's just healed himself, revived, etc. So there are so many factors, but and that's what keeps Miramar special, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite a special map, because this, again, Ocean, remember, a few days ago, you and I were having this conversation how the game instills paranoia into the players that are playing it. I think this is the map that takes it to a whole another level, because that you are surrounded by these other 60 players that are highly skilled individuals, can shoot you down from even 300 meters quite nicely, and you're going to be paranoid even just even inside cover. You're going to be worried, all right, I am exposed through this window, hopefully no one takes me down. So that sort of a situation. And I think just because of how quiet things can get in the early stages, things do, I think, tend to take a toll. You tend to overthink the simplest of decisions on this map, and I think that is why sort of the mind games, you don't even need your opposition to play mind games with you. Sometimes you end up psyching yourself. So I think it is quite important to stay calm in the early game stages of this particular map, because once the shot starts firing, once you are in the middle of chaos, I think with these set of players in particular, they are the calmest when there is a lot of fights happening. If you put them in a quiet room, they're just going to start to panic.
Yeah, they will just start to get that panicky situation for themselves. Meanwhile, right now, Galzen is in a lot of trouble as his buggy's one tire's burst down. If the next one goes down as well, his buggy might not move, and then in a few seconds he might not move as well. One more shot on Galzen and he will be taken down. And there it is, Alex with the... Alright, it was Alex, not Ziol. No, but Alex from the other side. Alright, takes him down and will be taking him out as well.
Yeah.
Skylightz, the game's just begun and they're on the verge of getting that first blood, the first extinction.
Yeah, on the 11th minute. It's still not been secured, by the way. He's still bleeding out on the other side of the buggy. And I think just a few short moments, because there's no way Skylightz Gaming can actually get to their teammate in time and give him a revive. Galzen is guaranteed to go out. The question now becomes, can they trade him out? Can they get one elimination from the side of IHC in return? So when they eventually collide against IHC in the future, it's not a 4v3 situation with Skylightz Gaming as a disadvantage, but in fact turns into a 3v3. And did we just see a lad from IHC go into the blue zone just to pull Mafia Ninja towards the edge of the cliff, so they can have, in fact, it's just an isolated 1v1? Is that what's happening right there? All right, I don't think so. But still no first blood, Ocean, and is Galzen back on
airdrop
speed
taken.
now?
Yeah, it's just the airdrop taken. I don't know if that happened. Then
Yeah,
it's like
he's getting a revive. What is this game?
God.
Why is he not out?
Oh
IHC.
my God. Oh my
Yeah.
god. Skylightz, they have all the players surviving out of nowhere. What is this? Wow. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. This is how you just give a revive to your teammates. This is how you say that we are all friends. Don't worry about it. Even if you go down, we are here to just take it. Now Icy is in a lot of troubling situation, I believe.
Yeah.
Icy, if he gets spotted down in the open area, I believe Skylightz might as well just take him out. And alright, feels like Yalzin has spotted down someone. Now he has seen the car moving. They are moving forward to take that vehicle down. But Icy, look at how brilliant his mind works. He had that minute ridge for himself. He took that ridge.
Well, he has the ridge under control, and I think the intentions are pretty clear. He needs to get to his team so that he won't be caught off guard. But again, what a game. Almost 13 minutes in, still no casualties, still no first bloods, ladies and gentlemen, in this match. We do have a gun that can assist in you getting the first blood. All right, that's it.
That's it.
Phantom Esports, getting blown to smithereens by the lads of Raw, and they secure 2 finishes, not 1.
It was like, double dhamaka or something. I don't know. Well, they got it for themselves. In the feat of 1, they got 2. And now Phantom needs to understand that, all of a sudden, the happiness of the rotation has been turned into a sad disaster. Assault on the other side is trying to spot on a few players as well. I mean, Draw is definitely going to enjoy those 2 eliminations, but we'll have to see what else they can do as they have a higher ground, but it's an open higher ground. So if they get spotted down from somewhere, it might just be a troubling situation for them as well. Phantom, look at this. It's down with only these 2 players. And now they have to do something on the other side. Shari goes down. Deadeyes Guys in a lot of trouble. And now Stalwart. What is Joker doing? Joker just jumped out of his own vehicle.
Yeah. And again, Stalwart Esports, I mean, it's one of those teams that you do not want to make those mistakes in front of. But on the other side, Ryu is going to be in trouble, as I think he has been taken down. A third party coming in from a different direction, and Stalwart Esports might be able to capitalize on the situation. They know exactly where the lads from Vibes are and how they have positioned themselves. It's a 2-2 split that Vibes have gone for, in fact. And look at this, the replay of what happened to the 2 players from Phantom Esports. The vehicle getting blown up. What an impressive spray from Rig, and his teammates just gunning them down out in the open. But Scry is going to be taken out. Action goes for a trade. I know! Vibes! What just happened? That's the first squad wipe, ladies and gentlemen. And Vibes just getting sandwiched between JyanMaara and Stalwart Esports.
Wow.
Action managing to secure 1 point for his team. But now Stalwart Esports, they need to reset and re-engage, because JyanMaara are here and they are hungry for blood.
My last dialogue before you started, was why did Joker stop and why did he jump out of his own car? And now I just, have no answer to anything on this situation. But now it looks like JyanMaara wants to take up a fight against Stalwart. Well. Last time you saw JyanMaara getting wiped out by Stalwart. I want to see if JyanMaara can wipe out Stalwart. That's the question now. Look at Stalwart. Brilliant strategy coming up by the players, though. They are disengaging as well time to time. They were in this house. Few players went back. And what is this? Superhero jump coming up from action, and he takes down one and actually lets the other one go, but on low HP. He's changing his position, he's changing his view as well, switches on to FPP and takes another guy down. Action is on full fire, but now it looks like he'll be taken down. On the other side, No Fear would want to finish him out. He will finish him out, but on the other side, he'll be taken down as well. Stalwart, they lose on 1, but they get 5 in return. And JyanMaara, well, they came and they're gone.
Well, yeah, they came and they left.
It's 2-0 today. JyanMaara, they took 2 fights. They lost both against Stalwart.
And here's the thing, No Fear, when he was gunning action down, from his perspective, you could clearly see he saw the lads enter through the door. He could have just turned around and started shooting at them, because they were busy finishing off his teammate, and that, I think, could have brought down the fight to a 1v1 situation, which would have been a little bit more manageable. But I think, all right, Ocean, we might just see another team getting wiped out. ElementriX looks like they're going to be in a world of trouble, as Train to Kill have found critical openings, and ElementriX have been sandwiched on top of this hill.
ElementriX, what can you do in this situation now? DRS is coming up quite close to them, and T2K as well. This kind of looks like a sandwich third-party situation, although it looks like T2K is moving away, but ElementriX, they have Incus' last man surviving. He's getting shot at. He will fall down. ElementriX follows up on 13th position as well. They get eliminated. What a game this is turning out to be, Johnny. We saw no fights happening, no first bloods happening a while back, and now we see everyone just going down. Sandesh on low HP, but so is Hershey. Look at this chain coming up for a backup. Hershey, what can you do on the other side? It's CRS. What is it? Fight inception happening on one fight. There is someone else who's having his eye and he's taking the players down. T2K, they are surviving on low HP. Meanwhile, DRS, well, they have 3 eliminations for themselves.
Well, the eliminations have been secured, but can you move forward in the game and secure the chicken dinner as well? I think that is the question that the team needs a positive, affirmative answer to, but so far, DRS, they have been spotted out by the lads of Savage, Sancher, and Hustler, all that remain from the Savage squad. And even though they have the information, they need to be extremely careful. There's another squad towards their left, and they can easily be charged upon. So, need to keep an eye on the rest of the competition as well. IHC being gate-kept by the players from Raw as they have concrete covers available. And there's another team, Stalwart Esports. So the Mongolian teams show up in tandem, and Top is completely isolated. He's not going to be able to survive quite a lot. Look at that, Mama God finding the opening, and I think IHC might go for the elimination secure on that. No, it's Raw Esports who just secure Cordless's pick as well. A massive blunder from IHC and Stalwart at the same time, in fact.
They're taking all the bullets on that Lambo right now. They need to understand no one's in that Lambo though. IHC, they have found out the small rich for themselves. That's where they're trying to be. IC just taking this vehicle down and out so that he gets a backside cover for himself. I would say it would have been great if he just takes that vehicle to slightly left hand side and could just create that cover with that rich right next to him. Although that's not happening. Mafia Ninja takes down 1 from Stalwart. Pika is down and out. We see Skylightz getting 2 eliminations for themselves. They have a good high ground for themselves, but the next circle, the 4th to 5th shift, which is always important, actually shifts in a different direction. T2K, meanwhile, they go out as well. 10 teams, 28 players, and now look at this. Both these teams, Skylightz and IHC, they're going to take up the fight outside the zone. They're going to take it. They're going to play it outside the circle. Let's see what happens.
Well, let's see what is about to happen. Skylightz Gaming, they have the high ground advantage. Gyalzen using the TPP to see if he can spot out the lads from IHC. Zeol and IC, who have been pinned down just on the roadside, have the vehicles for cover, but they are not going to be enough. Gyalzen getting shot in the back. Will be forced to prone down just to avoid taking any further damage. But his teammate AJ has spotted out Seal Baron. And, well, Seals are not supposed to be in the desert, but Baron, I think Age is going to send you where you need to be. The shots do, in fact, connect. A lot of damage dished out, but no knocks. And even while getting shot, Baron's accuracy with his throwables is impressive. Finds a grenade knock and the elimination as well.
IHC, things are not looking good for them as of now. They have players, but then again, they don't have the composure. And now they're going to be just going on their feet. Look at this one shot. Alex was one shot. Well, he is down by assault from Raw. Hustler on the other side taking down 1 from DRS. Mama God goes down as Venom Legends comes into this picture overall. 9 teams still surviving. Marfinja is trying to take down a few players here and there as well, but the circle might have some other things in plan for these players. And another one bites the dust as Raw goes out in the deserty lands of Miramar on 9th position. Follows up as one more team, and that is the Real Soldiers. They get eliminated.
Well, another team bites the dust as we are down to the top 7, 19 players surviving. Skylightz Gaming have, well, finally decided to come down from the mountain that they were ruling all this time. 1952, 90 degree is, well, he's stuck outside in the open using the vehicle as a cover, and they have in fact gone for a push on the lads of Savage Esports. Hustler, he has cooked up that nade quite perfectly, but the toss is not going to happen. Finally shoots towards Evil Eye, missing the marker. Sanchi, last player surviving in a 1v3 with the Groza, takes a lot of damage. Entry is going to be knocked out, but can he get the second as well? The answer is no, as well, 1952 with a brilliant push inside the compound will manage to finish off Savage Esports. So Ocean, we're down to 6 teams, 16 players surviving. And did you see how many eliminations 1952 had in this game? They have 7 eliminations secured. This is turning out to be a very beautiful game for them.
Definitely is. Definitely, it's just turning out to be a pretty different game when you talk about it. Leo on the other side. Oh, so many shots just coming down on him. Gyalzen is just here. They have spotted down Leo. Leo's just taking cover of that car now. He's just, turning all those obstacles into opportunities. But look at this. He's been spotted down. One more shot and Leo goes down. Gyaltsen, what an accuracy. What a brilliant accuracy coming down.
Well, let's see. I mean, Gyaltsen has been pretty impressive, and I feel like this game is Skylightz Gaming's match to win. I mean, they have left one lad still on the high ground just to collect all the information, while the other two players are on the low ground, on the ground floor, basically, just trying to fight it out amongst themselves. And it is going to be quite interesting to see what the end result is going to be. And well, Esports, Wally, Demo, and Baron have created some cover for themselves out in the open. So there are just basically two teams on the edges of the circle. One is Skylightz Gaming, who have 3 players remaining, and the other one is Esports, who, can you guess it, also have 3 players remaining.
1952. Just to answer all the questions. Where were they? What were they doing? Why were they so bad? It looks like they are giving up an answer right now as they have numbers for themselves. They are going on an elimination streak. They are taking down players. Is this 1952's game? That's the question. Zeol on the other side takes down Skylightz's players. 90° from the other side as well is taking a few players down. But Zeol comes in and takes all the elimination for himself. 1952's kills are stolen. They were stolen by IHC Zeol. Skylightz on the other side. AJ, he has to go for a jump in this vehicle. Can he go for a jump in this vehicle? I mean, that's the most daring thing he can do as the zone is not on him. But if he jumps, that's going to be a bad thing as well. Zeol, one more shot and Zeol is out. 1952, they have 2 players surviving right now. Seal on the other side still surviving. Seal for Mongolia. Will it be 9 out of 12? What's gonna happen?
Yeah.
Evil Eyes on low HP as well. Seal, they're going for the revive for themselves.
Oh no!
AJ! He has
Let
that
them
vision.
go.
The eagle eye from AJ, but Baron takes one more down. AJ, what can he do? Seal on the other side, 90°, the last one surviving. Baron has spotted him. He knows the exact tree, but it was AJ. Was it? Yes, it was. It's down to a 1-on-3, and look at AJ's vision. He has the most brilliant vision right now. Seal might not even remember what hit them. Seal is just out there. Will they be able to understand as the players on the higher ground? If they get a good area for themselves, Seal might win it. But AJ, where will the circle go? Next 7 seconds are the most important seconds of AJ's life right now. Seal as well. Will it be 9 out of 12? That's the question that AJ will find an answer to.
Yeah, I mean, he is in a very tricky position there. The slope of the cliff is at a very extreme angle, and it's going to be very difficult for him. And I believe he doesn't have any utility left as well, because while the game plan was decided, I think Skylightz Gaming would have handed over all the utility to the teammates that went on the ground floor, basically went on the main were not on the mountain, and it's a 1v3 that AJ has to secure, switches over to the M4. There's no way he can drop as well.
His zone, yeah, exactly. Yeah. His zone distance is a lot, Johnny. It is a lot. Even you're 1 meter far away or 100 meter far away, the circle's damage is something that you're going to face. 100% you're going to face that. AJ, he understands that. But what can he do? That's the question. If he somehow manages to clutch it out, that's going to be a brilliant one. Look at this. He's seeing the players. He knows one player just moved around. He knows there are 2 players on that side. Does he have a throwable? I guess not. But then again, the circle's coming. 15 meters and the 7th circle for 15 points. That's the first pointer. That's what he has to do. He spots down Demo. He wants to take him out. He wants to take him down. He has been spotted. He's trying to go for the shots. He misses one last shot. Demo still surviving. Oh, he has the throwable. He has the nade. Go for that 3-pointer, my friend. He is going for it. It is a legend 3-pointer. Will it do the damage? Yes, it does the damage, but it's not doing the job. That's the question now. AJ with another nade. But this time he misses the mark, and it's all the clearance. And 5, 4, 3. 3 meters is his distance. This is the least he could go for. He can jump down. He can jump this distance. Yes, he's inside the circle. Yes, he's inside the circle. He's inside the circle. AJ is there. AJ is surviving. But then again, Johnny, it's 1 against 3.
It's 1 against many, and I mean, they have him surrounded, but here's the trade, right? Here's the tricky part. He can't shoot them. Clearly, they can't shoot him either. Esports demo might have vision of AJ, but there is no line of fire available, and they will just have to wait for either him to drop down. And Wally, what is this? Are they trying to bait him?
No, AJ is low on HP, spotted. Wally can take him out. Wally can take him out. He is in a bit of a prickle situation right now. He cannot go back. If he goes back, the zone's damage is going to eat him out alive.
Yeah.
He has all three players in his vision now. He has seen all three players. He has taken down lots and lots of shots, but he has missed lots and lots of them as well. And now, Johnny, if he has to finish this game, he has to finish in less than 25 seconds. Other than that, he cannot. 23 seconds or 23 meters. He decides his fate. He has dropped all the scopes, but will he drop his morale? That's the question. Skylightz, well, they are up above this area, but will they drop down? He's trying to bait him out. He's going for the smokes. He's going for everything that he has in his backpack. If there was an option, he would throw that backpack as well. Demo, he's getting shot at. But then again, Seal wants to play it with utmost slow pace of the game. Another one's coming for Mongolians. 9 out of 12. He's like, in your face, I'm not giving you the elimination point. I'll go for a moonwalk. But Seal, they get it. Another one for Mongolians. 9 out of 12.
I mean, still a valiant effort from AJ in the end. I believe the only thing that stopped him was the fact that he ran out of ammo and did not enough have. He had nothing, absolutely nothing available to go for the finishes. But still, I think an impressive achievement by Seal Esports. Although I would have screamed my head off at 1952 gotten this chicken dinner, because they actually had a very, very good game in this one. I mean, not to take anything away from Seal Esports, this is their time to shine, coming on to the second position in the overall ranking. But still, 1952, now this is the team that I was waiting for. This is the 1952 that I was waiting to witness. An amazing finish with a lot of eliminations. Towards the end, AJ kind of ruined their plans, but still a good game overall.
75% win rate.
Yeah, for the Mongolian teams.
$9,000.
For the Mongolian teams. What's the tally on the total number of eliminations the three teams have in combined? Can you do that quickly, Ocean? Are you that quick with numbers?
I need to understand what obviously their actual kills were in each and every game. Then I would have just done it. But then obviously there were a few games that I did not do. So yeah. I'm a bit shady with those numbers. But then again, oh my god,
and what Mongolia. A game! What a game! I think Ocean needs to catch his breath a little bit after that one. See, his hands are shaking. So we're gonna take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Swaran Superzoni John, joined by Ocean Sharma. And this event, ladies and gentlemen, is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, which will be out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinners with the Oppo F21 Pro. And what an amazing match it was on Miramar, which is quite surprising because the game started very slow for the 13 minutes. For the first
Yeah.
13 minutes, not a single shot was fired. We saw a man getting knocked out at the almost 11-minute marker, and instead of getting the finish secured, instead of us getting the first blood, we saw the first revive being successful, and from there the game was carried forward. But let's now move forward and have a look at the MVP of this game and see which individual's performance outstood everyone else's as far as the numbers inside the game as games are concerned.
Definitely. We talk about the MVP right now. Let's have a look on this one as we'll see who is that player. It is AJ. Ran out of ammo but did not run out of style.
Yeah.
4 eliminations, 1098 damage, 25 plus minutes of survival time. AJ definitely, tried his best. Nice try, but then Mongolians, well, they always have just a great fate for themselves. I mean, hats off to their dedication, their play styles as well. 4 knockouts coming in for this individual and 3 assists.
Well, I mean, quite a lot done by AJ in the towards the very end as well. I mean, shutting down 1952 first, and then just constantly tapping away on the lads of Seal Esports. So quite an impressive performance, and have to give props to the lads from Skylightz Gaming, especially their IGL, because it was an important call out. AJ was left on the high ground to do exactly what he did. He was supposed to be the insurance policy just in case things went wrong with the players that were on the low ground, and in fact they did. So AJ being left behind turned out to be a very, very good decision from the players. But once we have a look at the top players, we do see the players from Seal Esports, Baron and Wally, with 3 eliminations on Baron, 2 on Wally, and then there is 1952. We have 90 Degree with 3 eliminations, 673 damage, and Entry with 3 eliminations for himself and 680 damage. But overall, again, 1952. What an amazing game. I want to see consistency now from this team. I mean, we did see the pop-up performance. Well, it's almost a pop-up performance. Now it's time to be consistent. And if they aren't consistent, then we're going to see them drop down again in the standings.
Yeah, we will. We definitely will. But then again, this has just, come out to this one. I mean, 1952. I seriously hope that they keep on this momentum.
Yeah.
This performance of 1953 was actually an answer to all those people that were asking the question where this team is, what is this team doing. Now let's talk about Seal and Skylightz. I mean, look at this. Seal wanted that 12th elimination for themselves, and Skylight's age, he was like, nope, not today. Although 25 plus minutes of survival time, and Skylightz, they had lost their players earlier, so it was 21-46. Yeah. Total points coming down 26 and 18 for both teams. Damage received was less on the side of Seal. Obviously, once you have the players, you're taking all the good fights, and that's how this went on pretty good with it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty good performance from both these teams as well. But again, I would like to see the overall rankings and see exactly how the teams are going to be moved around on that table, and how I think the teams will be looking forward to the upcoming matches as well. Although, again, as you said, Seal Esports, I mean, were a little bit more consistent from the early game to the late game stages, because we saw them participate in the mid-game action as well. Match summary this time is going to have a lot of diversity. We have Delta from DRS with the highest eliminations, AJ from Skylightz Gaming with the highest damage, Wally from Seal Esports with the highest assist, longest distance elimination. Quite rightly, I might add, as the man who goes by Snipe Whitey, sniping someone with 337 meters distance between them. And again, I don't know if that was a bolt action or a DMR or an assault rifle, but I mean, Sniper.
It is the longest elimination.
Yeah, it is. It is the longest distance elimination right there. And then the highest assist again going to AJ. But talking about the match rankings, 26 points secured by Seal Esports and 1952. Look at them with the 19 points from this game. Wow.
Wow. Oh, 19 points coming up for 1952. Skylightz 18, IHC 13, SDE 11. So that's good. But then again, ElementriX. Yesterday they got a chicken dinner. After that, even before that, they were and they are nowhere to be seen when we talk about it. Deadeyes guys, they got a chicken yesterday as well, and now they are nowhere to be seen. Vibes, they've had decent games for themselves. I don't know what is happening with all these teams here and there, but then again, obviously, we would want to see the overall standings. Obviously, we'll see that in a while after all the other analysis moments as well. But I want to see what just happened in this game. And Seal, now they're at the second position, obviously, and where the other teams are going. But before that, obviously, we'll be moving on to the zone analysis, and we'll see all the shifts all those ridges, all those mountains that were inside the circle. It was more than you could digest.
I think again, I mean, the zone analysis, I don't know if it's going to begin from the beginning of the game because there was hardly
is,
anything
yeah.
happening at the start. I mean, the first circle, as we did talk about it, centered towards Chumasera, then the next shift and the next shift after that, all moving towards the sort of the, what do you call those mountains at the corner of the map, at the very extreme west of the map? Do we have a name for that?
Oh, they're like the boundary.
Yeah, the boundary.
That's just the boundary because obviously no one, you
We call
cannot
it
go
the wall now.
the Great Wall of Miramar.
Yeah. TGM
Uh,
for short.
TGM.
TWM, sorry. Not TGM.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, the
TWM,
wall,
yeah.
the TGWM. I don't know. We're just lost
It's
for words. But
we'll figure it
let's
out.
talk about, yeah. Look at Scry. Look at Scry's position. He was so outside the circle in all these situations. He was trying to get more and more points for himself. And look at this. This is where the circle was, and the players were not there. Then Seal. The best part
Yeah.
of Team Seal was that every individual they moved in. They moved around the zone individually. They were not coming in together. It was like one player going in just to understand where the threat is. Then the other players are coming. That's one thing I like about Mongolians, right?
Yeah.
Even if they are. Even if they have more number of players for themselves, they still try and move solo so that if it's a 1-on-3 situation, one player can get the understanding where the other players are, and they can just straight up the two players surviving. They're like, now we can go for the fights.
Exactly. I think you explained it quite brilliantly, as you said. I mean, the players were moving solo because they wanted to pull AJ towards the cliff. Because once he was visible, I think they could have easily taken him out. It was a 1v3 in their advantage. But let's move forward, have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments of this match. And look at this. So this is what we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That's the first knock at 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Alex, I'm very disappointed. Should have secured that finish, but they let him go. They let Gyalzin survive. And I think just the fact that Skylightz Gaming, you should never let them survive. This is why I think you should never take Skylightz Gaming lightly. You let them leave once and they will go on to just wreak havoc for the rest of the game.
Yeah, they definitely just went on wreaking the havoc. I mean, this is where action was taken down, although No Fear wanted to just finish. It looks like this is going personal now. This is going places and it is going personal for these two teams. Although DRS, they managed to get up a really good fight against ElementriX. And look at this. This is a situation where Creeperbot just went in, took down a few players. DRS, they still survived on the other side. They tried to take up a good fight, but then they were also eliminated quite early. 1952, even though they were losing players here and there, they still managed to maintain their composure for themselves, and they got on to a very good fight till the last circle. Not exactly last circle, but till the 6 to 7 circle shift. They had the players for themselves, and Seal was just trying to get up a good fight for themselves. And at the end, well, Seal got it.
I mean, this game was kind of tricky to for a lot of teams to make it work, because first of all, as we talked about, I mean, the circle heading towards the wall on the western edge made it sort of very difficult for the teams to position themselves. Again, as you can clearly see, I mean, there's just vast open space, flat lands across for, I think, the first 150 meters, and I think that can even more than that, in fact, that can make quite tricky for the teams to find important cover positions, especially with where they exactly were. And that is why Skylightz Gaming also, after a certain point, decided, all right, we need to jump down from this hill, find a way to the slope just in case the circle moves away. And look at the damage histogram, and look at 1952 Skylightz and Deadeyes Esports. What a match.
Yeah, really good, just coming down out around here. But then again, the other teams, that were just trying. T2K, in fact, 7C. 7C, you remember, previous game, they had 0 damage, 0 eliminations. This time they have 90 damage, but 0 eliminations. It's bad because you're losing games here and there, and these are the games where you could have just gotten the points. And look at this, top 10, no changes at all.
Yeah.
No green, no red, everything just in its own place as it should be. No chaos happening, no butterfly effect coming up, but Stalwart still there, Seal there. Now it's time for Seal to maybe get the third one for themselves.
Maybe. I mean, if that happens, if Skylightz Esports get the third chicken dinner today, I think it's just going to be I think it's going to be quite difficult for the other teams to challenge the Mongolian domination, the Mongolian Titans. After that, 1952, they have a wonderful game, and from a position where they were basically left outside the competition, they drag themselves back in, take over ElementriX, and find themselves on the 14th position. It's not a big jump, but still, I think they hadn't even crossed the 30-point marker before this match. So 1952 being a part of the competition right now, just 8 points behind DRS Gaming, I think is a good starting point for them. It's a good reset point for them, because from here it's not like they have to cover up the distance. Now they are in the middle of the pack, and now they can start competing against the rest of the team. So heading into the third game on Erangel, I think this is the perfect opportunity for 1952 to see if they can at least topple over DRS and 7C as well, and climb up to either the 12th or the 11th position if they have a similar run in Erangel as well.
Yeah, if they just get that similar run going on for themselves on this map, because Erangel is going to be an important map again and again. We've talked about it. This is going to be the second last Erangel for the day, for the Super Weekend, in fact, and you have to make the most out of it. Of all these games, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel again, we'll be playing the third Sanhok for this entire Super Weekend, and we haven't played any more Sanhoks before this. So players still are trying to figure out the strategies and all those things, but Erangel is where you can showcase your best strat if you have it, and I'm pretty sure players would want to just go for it.
Exactly, because I think this is, again, as we have been talking about this for ages, I mean, the default map of the game, and I think every single team is used to the strategies. Everything is laid out. You don't have to deal with as many surprises on Erangel as you have to with Sanhoks and the Miramars. Even the game by default, I think, is set on standard mode on this particular map, so you don't have those wide crazy shifts, unless I think unless the gods of PUBG Mobile are going through, I think, of just being a little bit more emotional, just wanting to see some chaos in front of them, wanting to enjoy the action. So until that happens, I think we're going to have, again, one of the Mongolian teams going for the win, because, again, Savage Esports first, now Seal Esports, who will be the third. But the trend so far in the first 2 days has been that it will be a team from Nepal walking away with a win on this game. What do you say?
Let's see again, because
let's find out.
As much as I would love to see that happen, I know that right now Mongolian domination has started off pretty good, and this has been the scene, right? You saw that out of these games played, out of all these 12 games played, 9 went down. All right, someone was eating Pringles. I would want some for myself as well, but then again, out of 12 games played, 9 came into Mongolian feet. And now the most important thing that I want to see is if they can get the 10th one for themselves as well. Double digit for Mongolian, that means $10,000. That is the actual price for the first position. I want to see if that happens or not, and that's the question. But ladies and boys and girls, this is the game 3 for the day, the match 13 overall, and you see the flight path coming around. Novo Repnoi is where Stalwart likes to drop. And, well, they can drop onto that area. Milta is where we'll see a team as well. And we'll see the 9-2 split happening around the farm side. I'm pretty sure ElementriX might as well would like to drop around the areas of Periphery, but I would want to see if they have some second drop location for themselves. And there are teams that like to go to military base as well, and they will for sure drop down to those areas. Rozok, Yasnaya are pretty good areas as well. School is going to be a good area as well to take up a decent fight. And casting alongside me is Necro. Necro, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing absolutely phenomenal, man. And I can tell you're doing pretty good, too. Come on,
I'm loving it.
You love me having me by your side. You got to be honest.
Here. I'm just loving the games. That's what I was saying, but yeah.
Okay, buddy. All right. That's kind of rude. All right. Listen, man, sometimes you got to be nice, dude.
Did you see the first 2 games? Mongolian domination again out of 12 games played. They have 9 chicken dinners, man.
Look, this is quite funny, though. Like, me and Johnny, at the end of the day yesterday, we had a talk, right? So first day, Stalwart was like, all right, we're going to take the deal, right?
3.
Stalwart, they get 3. Second day, IHC like, all right, Stalwart, you guys are done. Now it's our time to shine. IHC takes second day. And now third day is going to be equally divided between Seal and Stalwart. Just watch. This game's going to be Stalwart.
Well, we'll see. Stalwart has a good area for themselves, but the circles on the other side, they can go for their standard rotation. That is the first bridge that they take. 1 player just goes forward, and then 3 players, they like to move behind. 7C right now, the circle is definitely favoring them. As of now, the circle might as well just move around to the southern side of Pochinki, Gatka, those areas, and, well, Slipknot. Battery was quite close to him. Slipknot moves on to the other side, takes his own teammate. Oh, this week, it's just amazing. Although now, they're just moving on to the back lines of Pochinki, moving away from Pochinki, gathering all their players together so that they could just go to their own drop location and can start off their loot. Last game of Miramar, Necro, we obviously see a difference in the players' play style of Miramar and Erangel, right? Miramar, we did not see a single fight happening till the first 13 minutes. How long do you think it's going to happen in Erangel? Do you predict an early fight, maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes? Because I think we might just see slight kerfuffle happening here and there.
Yeah, I honestly feel like there's quite a lot of teams close to each other, right? If you can take a look at ElementriX, they're quite close to the players in 1952, and this is what I was exactly saying. So we're probably going to be seeing a fight happening just now because Liquid, it's donezo. You know, at this point, it's you would rather just give up because he had no guns in the hand. All he had was a little rock for the cover.
1952.
Oh, dude, this team.
I mean, last game they have started popping up. I'm loving what they are doing, right? I'm loving this 1952 right now since the last game. But look at what they're doing. They're trying to hunt down the players of ElementriX. Oh boy, one more goes down, and if you don't stop shooting, you might as well take one more down. Orange will be turned down to red as he gets taken down. 1952. What happened? Who hurt you?
I feel like the overall rankings are enough to answer that question, Ocean. Everyone's hurting them, and now it's their time to take the revenge. As 90 Degree is trying to find the knockdown, man. But yeah, it's just trying to swim. It's actually quite funny. There's like new mechanics that's being added in the game, right? When you get knocked out, you can also just keep on swimming forward, and you can also get rezzed in the water too. So it's quite an interesting one. It's also creating so much trouble for 1952 to actually realize where Orange is, and he's able to sneak past through. But again, he's taking a lot of damage, and that's the problem, right? I don't feel like at this point, Orange, it's going to be next to impossible for this man to get out of harm's way. He should be taken down a little bit soon, but we do see one of the players from ElementriX closing his distance. Maybe he's going to be able to get the res in. Let's just see what's going to happen.
Incus wants to go for the res. Orange, look at him, still struggling around this area. And now what can you do? He's going to go for the res, definitely. But then again, after this, you need to understand you have to move away. All right, it looks like 1952's 90 degrees coming up onto this area. Is he going to go for the finishes as well? Is he going to go for it? Incus can definitely just go around these water lines. He has a lot of HP to waste if that happens. But then again, 90 degree, it looks like he is still on a hunt on that top right corner. You can just see, ladies and boys and girls. But now he has moved away, and ElementriX, they managed to save one of their players, which is good for now. But then we'll see where the picture lands for them.
I mean, they're able to save him, yeah, but still, look at the amount of damage, right? And look at the amount of loot these players have to play with. They literally have nothing to play with so far. As you can take a look at Orange, he has no meds, nothing, and so much time's already being wasted in the first few phases of the game. So that's something that ElementriX will need to take in count. Already a lot of casualties, not just in manpower, but also on that loot. So ElementriX, even if they do survive this one, things are going to be quite hard for them. Incus and Orange, they're just going to straight up swim on the other side. I don't exactly know what the game plan is going to be for them at this point in time, but if you take a look at the map, now I went with Stalwart Esports, and honestly, okay, I'm going to stop talking about Stalwart Esports and let's talk about Savage now. One of the teams that was doing so, I mean, not that great in the overall rankings. We're pretty much in the bottom 4. And now, just after that chicken dinner, they've boosted themselves up all the way to 11th spot. If Savage, even if they're able to get consistent points, just like Vibes, right? Vibes, they're able to get themselves the consistent elimination points. If Savage, they're able to do so, I feel like the consistency factor can just keep on boosting them up pretty easily.
I mean, there's this thing for Savage, right? They like to play in their own pace. They're slightly different from the other Mongolian teams. The other Mongolian teams are slow on rotations. Savage, they like to experiment a lot here and there. They might just be slow on rotations. Sometimes they are fast on rotations. On the other times, look at this right now. They are rotating from the northern side. Obviously, they like to drop onto the backlines of Yasnaya, and now they're rotating from the backside of the circle. That means they have 2-3 bridges to get in onto the main circle, and they would want to go for it. But then again, after this, what would be their game plan? If they have all the players surviving, if they see someone in the open, they will take those players down. Otherwise, they might not. It's kind of a different story for Savage. But then again, we'll see. Skylightz, they have a different strategy for themselves as well. Look at this. One player goes to Zarki. He comes back as well. So that's their own style of playing as well. Phantom, meanwhile, I've said this with Johnny as well. Phantom is a team that has impressed me a lot personally. As this team, it's kind of like, we have seen these players, Harame and all. We've seen these players play before. But then they're coming under a new name and they are playing really, really good. They're at 6th position right now with 100 points plus coming in their own favor. So yeah, it's really good. And Phantom, they are if they keep on playing in this pace, they are the new fan favorites right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, being on the 6th spot, doing so great for themselves. But have you expected Skylightz Gaming to be on 7th spot in the Super Weekend 1? Because I personally didn't. I thought maybe Skylightz Gaming after week 1, we might just see them in the top 3. But I don't know what's going wrong.
Yeah, I mean, even me as well. Like this team, this has been a team that has gone there, that has qualified there with the GC points last time, right? They went there to represent their team, their region in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So I had high expectations from this team as well. But then again, it's still good to see that other teams are learning and adapting as compared to the gameplay, and they need to get those plan Bs working up for themselves as soon as they can. And I'm hoping in the next Super Weekend, that should be Skylightz Super Weekend. I hope that so. But then again, this Super Weekend as well, they got one chicken dinner. That was the first day's match of Sanhok, if I'm not wrong. And after that, they have had their own pace. I mean, remember, last game, they were at the 2nd position. So, yeah, AJ, he ran out of bullets. Otherwise, it could have been his.
Indeed, could have been
Maybe,
yeah. I mean, look, there can be a lot of ifs and buts, but I'm going to hold on. Venom Legends and Deadeyes Guys, really close to each other. Rafa, though, this man's still going to keep on driving in the buggy. Also caught a couple of bullets and also revealed a lot of enemy intentions. So that's something that Venom Legend will definitely need. Right now, what they're trying to do is just hold their ground, make sure they're not really overextending themselves, neither over peaking out. Because Deadeyes Guys, so far, the air has been in their favor, and if you're going to keep on giving them that breeze, they're just going to straight up capitalize on top of it. So you might as well want to take a little bit of backseat.
Let's see what happens in the situation, right? But then again, all these players are trying to move forward. Deadeyes Guys, their rotation was quite tricky, quite weird, in fact, as you saw a few players just quite close to Venom Legends right now, and now they are moving from around these areas of Pochinki. Wow. Venom Legends is falling behind them as well. They have spotted on a few players. Shots were taken by Rafford, but just as he took those shots, that ridge just came in handy for the Deadeyes Guys, and now they are moving forward. I'm pretty sure wherever they'll stop, they'll be spotting on a few players from Raw as well. Look at this, how close they are from the players of Raw. That is Greg. He's just around the corner. Oh, no. This could happen. A catastrophic moment though, but then Ale, it looks like he still manages to survive. Wow.
I mean, look, you cannot be good at every single mechanics of the game, right? Sometimes, I mean, most of the times I've seen some of the best players who are really good at taking down players, and they're actually pretty bad drivers. I mean, I'm just saying, I've seen that happen, and makes sense, you know. But yeah, I'm just joking around. Venom Legends, though, at least for now, they found themselves a safe compound to play with. Nothing really much to worry about. Deadeyes Guys, of course, they're going to have a lot of confidence, so they're going to try and get the high ground in their hands. Stalwart Esports is right in the front, though. You want to make sure, because yesterday, if you remember that Pochinki finish, Stalwart Esports was absolutely dominating. They were just jumping around on the rooftops, and they were just able to get those slants. They were just able to get those shots down, but this time it's going to be on top, inflicting a lot of pain and damage on the players of Stalwart Esports.
Definitely coming up on a top right now, as he was just trying to go for a few damage numbers to be inflicted. Oh, one shot definitely connected. We saw what Stalwart was capable of doing in this area of Pochinki in yesterday's last game, although not every day is the same, and now it looks like someone has cracked the code as one of the players from Stalwart was taken down. I guess revival might just come in handy pretty soon, as the players are still quite far away from each other. One Legends as well, just trying to take up these warehouses. They're spotted on a few players from Phantom. Harame has been spotted, but still no shots being taken onto them. Rage just in this warehouse, and the other players of Venom Legends in the squad house, which is really important as well. Let us see what happens if the players will actually just if the players tend to rush or not. Right now, 11 plus minutes on the clock, and we have still all the teams surviving. A few casualties happened, in which ElementriX, they had the most casualties.
Yeah, still a slower pace for the game. All the teams, they're just trying to find that sweet little compound. Just trying to take things as slow as possible. Do not really want to rush things. As you can see, Scry as well with the Mini 14. Somewhere on the other hand is challenging those fights. Deadeyes Guys, they've got their eyes locked on the players of Stalwart Esports. Again, Scry, you cannot just peek out, because at this point, Deadeyes Guys, they're doing a successful job just burning through your meds. So maybe you just want to take a little bit of back foot at that time. Deadeyes Guys as well. Somewhere down line, there's going to be a little bit of paranoia setting up on them as well, because you can see Venom Legends in the back. They're also having their sights locked. Raw, a bold rotation, but this time I'm going to hold on to my words. A Seal, one of the players being caught off guard out in the open, and it's going to be Savage Esports, Hershey, who's going to take him out.
Hershey is trying to move forward as well. Sanchit on the other side, he's spotting down other players as well. He thinks he's seen someone probably, but then again, wherever he's looking at, that's not where the players are. What are they doing? Are they all right? Maybe going for the loot. Yeah, I was like, why are you throwing a smoke right now in front? And now I understand, you know, the game plan will go for the loot in its righteous way. 60 players alive, airdrop taken by Vibes Joker, and it's important right now because we'll have to see if they just, you know, make the most out of it or not. Leo on the other side trying to take down a few players from 1952 entry. It's just there, and now Leo, I thought he is trying to go for the vehicles tires as well. Yes, he is.
Just trying to spoil their rotation if things do go south for them. 1952, that's quite a wide split from their side. One of the players still out in the open, catching a couple of bullets on himself. The pace of the game so far has been pretty slow. At this point in time, as you like to call it, this is kind of like the slot zones, right? Where teams, they're just trying to burn through enemy meds, make sure they're inflicting as much as damage as possible.
Whatever they find, they'll just, you know, actually accumulate it here and there. Nothing else. That's the slot circle that just happens here. It works, right? It works. It's kind of a slot, slow pace, nothing at all happening. And looks like, that peak. That was a daring peak by Venom Legends players. But then True Love, it's like, you know, he just wants someone. He is just looking in that area. Look at this. This happened a few moments back. Skylightz players being caught off guard by IHC. And on the other side, it was Stalwart. Again, we are just seeing Mongolian domination happening here and there.
I mean, can't really say much at this point. Savage as well stepping up to the occasion. Then you have Deadeyes just nailing those shots with the Mini 14. Gotta say, though, you talk about improvements. Deadeyes Guys has to be one of those teams. I feel like they were pretty good last time as well, but now, even inside this season, this time, I feel like they have improved quite a lot.
T2K legend. Yesterday he almost had a pretty brilliant, you know, almost a 1v4-ish clutch in Miramar. I reckon that was just an incredible way for this player to just, you know, showcase his skills. And Legend, he was just a bit alone. Look at this. Where Legend is, look at where the other players of T2K are. Legend is quite inside the circle right now, which is going for a new formation. Obviously, just like we said, you know, Gatka Pochinki, that's where the circle is definitely going. And all the players will have to move to those sides as well. As now Jiggle gets down. Not Malik might just be the next one to follow down the situation. Ryu quite close. He's been spotted down as well. They're getting that beat down by Circle as well from one side. And Jane, oh, so many shots on Jane. But now it is just like this as a nade gets followed up on Jane. I don't know if he's going to survive that or not. Oh, he survives that nade. And he sits back behind that buggy again.
Yeah, I was on the other side of the buggy, so Jane, nothing really much to worry about, but this Molotovs might just spread, and he might just get incinerated, but no, still not just yet. The nades are just not finding their mark. The utilities are being rained down on Jane, though. It's just single-handedly holding behind that little buggy. A little bit of more wrap-up damage onto him, but there's another player quite close, but this nade this time is going to connect. Jane gets taken down, but Sanhok so close from the side of TDK. I don't think Survives, they have any clue that Sanhok's right here. What's going on with him? There's a little bit of technical issues with the man. Oh, that's such an unfortunate way to go down, TDK. If I'm not wrong, there's just some technical issues with the team, but yeah, TDK now taken out in the first spot in 16th place.
I just don't know. Well, Jane was trying to get good fights on the other side, but Suyoga just, you know, it ended like that. Vibes on the other side. You saw that happening as Vibes follows up. Just follows up. Vibes straight up becomes the next team to be eliminated afterwards. JyanMaara looks like they have a good momentum for themselves, but right now, Kannar, oh, he was moving on to the wrong direction. Now he's on the right direction, if you just talk about it. And Hershey Spots down a few players from DRS, and Stalwart's coming up as well. Pekka, he might just be down and out before he just reaches to this place. Oh, look at him. He will be taken down.
Oh my god.
What is happening? Players are rushing in on DRS Reaperbot, but as soon as they rushed, they were taken down. Stalwart. This is the weakest rush that I would say I've seen in a long time. What just happened to this team, Stalwart? You see them on the right-hand side of the elimination feed. Wow.
Oh, I think so. I just cast a curse him. Yeah, but
Yes,
Action and Pika are still alive, so I think there is a little bit of more hope in this team. But Savage Esports, look at the way they're playing. The spread they have is really good. Action is trying to close the distance on the fallen teammate, hoping that maybe he's going to be able to get the rest in, but it's going to be really tough at this point in time. DRS, they just have the little shack to play with. So many smokes on the board deployed from the side of Savage just to make sure they're going to be able to cross over. DRS2, they're just going to keep on utilizing those smoke grenades. Killer YT as well, just trying to create himself a little pathway. And Savage Esports, they're just going to keep on moving in. Delta, he's just hiding. He's just hoping, please do not check this. And
What is happening? Deadeyes Guys, they follow up as well. Oh my god, but DRS's Delta, he is one of the hopes. Killer, looks like his kill is gonna be in the hands of Seal Baron. Yes, he gets his second one right now. Delta takes one from Savage as Sanchit goes down. Pika, he gets eliminated as well. Now, Action is the last one surviving, and where Action is, that's not where the circle is. Circle just moves to the northern side. Raw has a good place inside the zone. I believe this one is finally coming in the hands of some other team, but Mongolians. I don't know though. IHC still surviving, so I cannot be so sure. Seal is still surviving. I just don't know.
I mean, IHC is literally just spoiling their own counterparts game over here. Savage Esports, they're getting sandwiched from the back. But then now we have 7C, who are trying to inflict a lot of pain on the players of Venom Esports, as Harame has already went down, and there's going to be a send-it moment from the side of 7C. Still trying to get some sight lines or some visuals on the player in the front. Badrip catching a couple of bullets, so we'll need to try and fall back to safety. Memo, oh, he spots out the res. He also gets a lot of info to play with now. He knows there's a couple of players behind that tree, so 7C, somewhere down line, they have a lot of info to report, but I want to see how they're going to be converting that info into knocks.
Badrip with a good nade. He's cooking it. He's cooking it. He's
God,
overcooking it. I'm pretty sure he's overcooking it. I don't know. Yeah, he overcooked it. But then again, you know, we'll have to see what happens is right now. Mad Max is on low HP. Needs to heal on time as well. He's going for the heal. That is a good thing. Slipknot on the other side. He knows that there are players of 7C right next to them. Savage on the other side follows up down on the 12th position as they are eliminated off the lobby. 11 and 34 is the team and player number surviving respectively. Xiol with that elimination of the grenade gets a grenadier tag onto himself. 7C Zaku is moving forward. Slipknot has he spotted Slipknot out? No, he does not. Now he does. No, he understands, but it's a bit too late as he's on low HP. But I guess he is getting quite inadequate cover on from the other side. As now Slipknot needs to move forward as well. He is moving forward. Akujot needs to heal. And then look at that. Other players of 7C are in a troubling situation. Slipknot, he is going for the nade. He throws that nade. His HP is low, but then he connects that nade. Slipknot had a plan. The man with a plan goes for it, and he takes Akujot out of the equation right now. But Akujot, he's not finished.
Exactly. Slipknot still barely surviving the crucial nade right there. $1 million one for sure. But now Slipknot, he needs to find himself out of harm's way because Seal from the back as well is taking a lot of shots. This point in time, this place that Venom Esports have found themselves in, it's so tough to get out of. In the front, it's the entire squad of 7C, and in the back, it's Seal just inflicting hurt on you. How are you going to get out of this spot? But he's still able to somehow get those knocks, which is buying him enough amount of time for survival. And he's just going to keep on confirming those frags, and that's going to be great news for Venom Esports. As long as they're able to get these points in their hands, that's going to be a huge win-win situation for them. But the nade slips right next to him. Going to be taking some heavy amount of damage. 7C still barely hanging on the edge. They're still alive.
They still are. They definitely are alive in all these situations right now. 21 and 7. 21 players alive, 7 teams surviving in all of these situations. Precious just, you know, trying to move around all these areas. Raffert with a few nades of his own, just hitting none right now. Is trying to move around 1952, who has a who have a 9% win prediction for themselves. Let's see if that just works up. But then Rage's nade just takes down CY. In fact, 1952 is falling a bit short in all of these fights that are happening. Rage is on low HP, has 1 first aid, will be using it definitely. 7C, they're losing now on their players as well. Entry is the last one surviving, and he's trying to be one with the nature. But I believe the nature is quite cruel right next to him, because it looks like he's in a forest and he's getting hunted down by lions all around. Seal Shot has spotted a few players from Team Seal, but then again, one player of Seal goes down by his own teammate. Snake Leo takes down Baron. He was in an open ground, had all the open area to throw a nade somewhere, and he manages to throw it on his own teammate. Wow.
Well, that's a rookie mistake right there, and they will have to pay the price for that. As Seal, they get taken out just because their own deeds, and now JyanMaara, they're trying to get this compound control in their hand. I mean, so far things are not really going their way, but Raw, they're looking pretty phenomenal. Again, he messes that up, takes a little bit of damage onto himself. Gunner, he needs to find that sweet spot with this nade right here. This time almost crawls right next to him, but still not catching any amount of damage so far. And now Cooney's going to be on top of Flames, and still Raw, they're barely surviving. Or not barely, they still have 3 players up. So JyanMaara, there's going to be a lot of trouble to try and take care of. On 5th place, it gets 1952, getting eliminated out the game. Venom Legends are still surviving. Okay, so I'm impressed.
Oh, Gunner goes down by Cooney's Molotov right now. No Fear is going with his own throwables in all these situations, as he needs to revive his own teammates as well. He will go for a good nade. Oh, come on. What is it? A catch game? Everyone's just going off with the nades here and there. But then again, No Fear's grenade definitely just connects. And No Fear, he needs to, and he's the last one surviving. He needs to go for it. Looks like he'll go for one more nade of his own. DRS follows up as they get eliminated. But No Fear needs to understand he needs to get up a weapon for himself. He's going for a few shots here and there. Will go for the revive right now. But if he disconnects, if he actually cancels the revive, his teammate is going out. He needs to go for this revive. Come what may. JyanMaara, this might just be their chance to get a chicken dinner for themselves. They waited so long for it. Day 3 is always a day of comebacks, and looks like the comeback is happening. No Fear with that nade takes down one. Another nade follows up. No Fear is going in the same direction, but look at this. Cooney still surviving somehow, and Mamagar on the outskirts of this area. What is happening? Oh, these Molotovs. JyanMaara, they are angry, but Cooney, he wants to go for blood. He was hunting for blood, but JyanMaara is always having an answer.
They all are always indeed having an answer. The Molotov right there just flushed him out of his spot. But still, somehow they're able to survive that one. JyanMaara inflicting so much hurt on the players of Raw. Cooney's also getting ticked off now. There was a huge split between Mama God and the rest of the players. Raw are they're still surviving in the game. JyanMaara, they find themselves this compound, but the circle takes a shift on the players of Venom Legends. You said this is their chance to take the chicken dinner, but I feel like now they need to move out in the open, and this is where things will pretty much be compromised and equalized for all the teams. And JyanMaara, they're going to be catching a lot of bullets. As I said, that's what exactly happened. Steel Shot peeks out, takes a couple of shots in the front, inflicting a lot of damage with that signature M416. Now they realize they need this vehicle as a hard cover. They're just going to blow it up. Venom Legends, for now, they have a really great spot.
You know, Mamagar is still surviving, and his only goal is to get to the second position, if not the win, right? His goal is to not show his face, not show his body, not show his legs, not show his backpack, not show his gun, not just be invisible in these open areas, in these open grounds. That's what his goal is right now. Steel Shot takes on one from JyanMaara. His gunner is down right now. He will go for the finish. He's trying to connect all the shots, but the shots were just moving from the left-hand side of Gunner right now. Again, he goes for the shots, but that's not happening. Again. He's just going for it. And airdrop gets taken by JyanMaara's No Fear itself. Look at this guy. 5 meters outside of the zone. You see this entire area. It's just not looking good for Mamagar though, but I believe he will get inside the circle, and that's where another airdrop is. No Fear's moving forward as well. Venom's players, they are trying to go for good fights as well, but the next circle is closing up.
Next circle is going to be closing up in a couple of seconds now. Every single player will need to make sure they're inside the zone, but the problem is one of the players from JyanMaara, he was knocked out. Now they're left with only a 2-man squad to try and work with. The circle kind of shifts in Mamagar's court. So that's going to be great news for that. Mama God, he doesn't really need to travel that much to try and get inside the zone. So maybe he can try and take things a little bit more cautiously and a little bit more safe. Venom Legends in the front. Yeah, he can go slow. He can take his own sweet time because he still has 20 seconds. And he can think this out because, again, he's the solo player. And we know solo player have the capability to decide who they want to win this game.
Imagine if he gets a chicken dinner. Imagine if he gets a chicken dinner from here. Imagine if someone takes another player down, if they take, like, if there are retaliation fires happening, imagine if he gets a chicken dinner. All right, no fear starts off, and there it is. The retakes happening out here, and now Mama God is moving forward as well with his own nades. Shield shot. He knows he has spotted on a few players. Takes down no fear in the situation. It's a 1 versus 1 situation. Rage is moving forward, but then Sujan has spotted down. The circle's damaging Sujan.
Oh, no.
He needs to move. Mama God might just have it. What is it? Did I jinx it? I don't know, but Sujan is trying to move forward. He's on half HP. In order to heal, he has only 1 bandage and 2 energy drinks. But will they do it? It looks like he has sensed down where Mama God is, but Mama God has a hard cover with this airdrop. He is trying to spot down the player. 1 movement, 1 pixel is all he needs. He's throwing those nades, but all in the wrong direction. Raw, they need it. I guess he spotted it. Come on, he's right in front of you. Go, take the shot. Go for it. Suzanne's just out there. He's still not spotted him, Mama God, and the circle's coming in. 9th zone, the last circle that there is, the death circle, the blue circle of death is arriving, and Suzanne, he needs to understand these 40 bullets, make them count for $1,000. JyanMaara, they need it at all the costs. Half HP. Gorilla's angry, but is Suzanne angry as well? Oh, Mama God's down on half HP as well. He has spotted his counterpart. He knows where he is. And JyanMaara finally gets it for themselves. $1,000. Mama God, you had it. And you threw it.
Oh my God. Mama God, he should have just proned behind that cover and then maybe proned out. But unfortunately, he exposed his body for a split second there. That also gave his live tracker away and easily just taking that chicken dinner in their court. JyanMaara, that's a needed one as well. Desperately needed because so far they were doing horrendous. But now after that chicken dinner, they're also going to be boosting themselves up quite high in the overall rankings.
Oh, they get $1,000 as well. That's important as well, right? When we talk about it. But then again, just like you said, yes, they got a brilliant game coming up for themselves. They just, won it out of all against all the odds for themselves. Raw, in fact, remember first day's Erangel. There was an Erangel on the first day, and Raw almost had the chance of winning it. Seal won that Erangel as well. So Raw, they always come so close. They always come at 2nd position, and something happens, and they just lose it somehow. I don't know how it just happens, but first day, I guess it was the middle Erangel only. Seal won it. A 2v4 situation. Seal won that one. But then, ladies and boys and girls, we'll talk about all those things right after a really, really short break. Don't go anywhere. We have amazing games coming up right in front of us.
It's a bang, you know my name.
Well, ladies and boys and girls, welcome back after a really short break. And well, we just had an incredible game that just, ended in front of our eyes. And well, it went down to a 1 versus 1 necro. What do you take of this one? And well, it kind of just stopped that Mongolian domination for a while. I would say for a while.
For a while, yeah, for sure. Because it's going to be really hard to stop the flow that Mongolians have so far in the entire PMPL. Because now JyanMaara getting that chicken dinner for themselves, I feel like that should also boost their eco, and also a little bit of more confidence should be added in their court. And that's going to be such a helpful factor for JyanMaara in the end. Now, teams, they were fighting a lot against each other, and that's where Raw, he realized, okay, maybe we should just stay back, let these teams fight it out, right? Because he knows he's the solo player here. He can either try and spoil some games, or he can try and go for the win. But let's take a look at the MVP, and let's find out who's going to be that player, who is going to be the man of the hour, and who's going to find himself with the most elimination points.
Well, let's have a look at the MVP for ourselves when we talk about that individual who just played really good, because we have lots of names on our mind, but then again, there's going to be one player who just had an impact that was just out of this world when it comes on. It was Steel Shot from Venom Legends. He had 0 assists though, but the other stats are definitely shining up high, as he has 5 eliminations, 4 knocks, 781 damage, 27 plus minutes of survival time for himself. And definitely he did really good when it comes down to these numbers, just going in really strong. And I am pretty much sure the contribution that he has done for the team is going to enjoy it. They're going to cherish it.
Oh, indeed, they're definitely going to be cherishing it. Venom Legends is one of those teams that has been doing okay-ish, I would say. They aren't really, like, outstanding, but okay, I would say. All right, it's okay. Venom Legends, they're doing quite good. But yeah, Steel Shot, of course, just outshining his entire squad, and also outshining a couple of players in the lobby, and also getting that MVP spot for himself. But I honestly feel like the MVP of the entire game has to be that player from Raw, which is Mama God. The way he showed his patience, he was just crawling in slowly and steadily. He was letting these players fight it out, because somewhere down the line, he knew, as I said, he had a lot of choices to make right there. You can either try and go for those elim points and try and spoil someone's games, or you can try and go for that win. And he made the right choice at the right nick of time. Let's take a look at the top players, and let's find out who's going to be on the second spot. It's going to be No Fear from the side of JyanMaara, of course, a well-deserved spot for that man. Then it's going to be Leah from the side of Seal. Zial, of course. IHC, it's like there has to be one of the players from IHC in the top players.
Always. There has to be. Sujan on the other side. 3 eliminations, 462 damage, 27 plus minutes of survival time for this individual, as well as JyanMaara. Definitely just went till the end of this game. And Sujan, No Fear, I mean, these players definitely did really good for themselves. And we have seen a chicken dinner not going for Mongolians just coming down on this game. Well, I want to ask you a quick question of Mass. Do you know what 9 divided by 13 is?
No. Look, I can give a quick answer, but it might just be wrong.
Yeah. So it is 69%, and that's the total percentage that right now Mongolians have in terms of the win percentage. That was 75% till the previous game, and it dropped down because obviously, JyanMaara got a brilliant win for themselves. 26 points overall coming down for JyanMaara in this game. Meanwhile, Raw, they get 15 because they had only 3 eliminations. And, well, look at the damage received though. JyanMaara, that shows that JyanMaara played this game statistically. They have a higher damage dealt as compared to the damage received. And JyanMaara versus Raw, it happened in that building as well. It happened in the open area. I mean, it's pretty good that the fight just went out on the open grounds of these battlegrounds.
Yeah, the conversion from the side of JyanMaara, though, if you can take a look at the knocks and the elims, right? 11 elims and then 10 knocks from inside of JyanMaara. So that shows the conversion rate from the side of JyanMaara was absolutely phenomenal. They also stole a couple of kills, which was 1 kill they stole. But yeah, the total points, 26 points racked up. And then Raw, with on the second place, they've gotten 15 points for themselves, which is something not really that bad, because Raw so far in the overall rankings, they've been doing pretty okay. If you take a look at all the match summary as well, Steel Shot's, of course, going to be there with the highest elim and the highest damage. And then you have highest assist Cooney from the side of Raw. Alibu as well is going to be showing himself up in the longest distance elimination. And then you have high knocks, of course, No Fear.
Oh, No Fear coming up with the highest knocks, just like you said. And everyone, in fact, they have 4 knocks for themselves. So it's like everyone has the equal number of knocks for themselves. Till the 4th position. Longest distance in this game, obviously, just not going up to the 300 marker. But then, obviously, we will take it. And assists coming down to Cooney, just like we talked. And obviously, this match summary shows how these players had their composure for themselves in the game. But at the end, it's all a different story for what we have seen for these players just coming down and around, as JyanMaara just got it for themselves. Look at this, 26 points for them. Venom Legends on to second, although they were down on a third position, but still they are at second because of the total points that they have in terms of eliminations. DRS is on fourth, 1952. Finally, they are trying to get that composure going on for themselves, as they are on the fifth position in this game as well. I hope it boosts their morale, but then again, they'll have to come back in the next Super Weekend as well if they have to get more and more points for themselves again. For the finals, you have to be in top 16 in the overall Super Weekend ranking, and that's important.
Exactly, that's really important. Today's day has been an interesting day, though. It has been an astonishing day without a doubt, because first game Savage and now third game JyanMaara. It's like the bottom, it's like the latter half of the board. They're just trying their best to keep the spot going, keep the momentum flow going in their account. But again, it's going to be really tough to keep it going, because now I'm pretty sure the Mongolians, they're going to be quite jealous, because after JyanMaara taking that, they're going to go all out in the next game.
Oh yeah, they definitely gotta be just going all out when it comes down to the next game, because they just don't like it if someone just tries to steal that limelight from them. Let's talk about the zones though. Let's see who stole the zone from whom when it comes down to this game that's just ended right in front of us, because the final circle was out in the open. It came down to the backsides of Pochinki, obviously the lower grounds that happens around from the hillside, and we saw so many movements happening on that side. We saw a Gatka Pochinki split as well for a while, in which teams were trying to get their markers around that. And look at how open IHC was playing, but as soon as the circle shifted away from them, well, they had to take up their own chances.
Indeed. And as you can take a look at this circle shift right here, this circle shift decided quite a lot of teams' fate, right? As you can see, it shifted right on top of the players of Venom Esports. But again, that hilltop was highly contested. That was the problem. Now, all the teams, of course, they want to make sure they have the prime positioning in the zone. And of course, it makes a lot of sense that a lot of teams had their eyes dead center locked on that hill, because they knew that high ground, if there's a team controlling that, they're probably going to be raining down a lot of shots. And that's where, as you can see, just look at Venom Esports. They're getting charged on by so many teams, right? Venom Legends, then you have another team, 1952 moving in, 7C as well is right close to them. But I like this split right here from the outer raw, right? They have a couple of players in the compound, and then they have Mama got really separated out, like a 3-1 split they had going. And this is where JyanMaara, they found themselves in the advantage. It was a 4-on-3 fight, but already off the bat, Raw found themselves in an advantage as soon as they took out the player.
Yeah, that's just how it went down. Perfectly explained when it just comes down to this explanation. But then again, ladies and boys and girls, this zone analysis just showed us quite a picture of how, in fact, Nepali teams, in fact, they just like to play those open area circles. In fact, the South Asian teams overall, how they like to play these kind of circles, the ones that are favoring them, because we saw lots and lots of teams just going down around the area of Pochinki, and from there they had an open way, one open road that just goes down to the road down. Obviously, we'll see those fights happening in the Oppo F21 Pro movements as well. The fights that happened around Pochinki, onto the backsides of Pochinki, the open areas around Gatka, on the open sides of Gatka as well. We'll see all those things happening in this one as well. But we'll start off, I'm pretty sure, from the moment in which 1952 went down on ElementriX. Imagine hunting ElementriX, a team hunting it. That's just different.
I mean, it's more kind of like 1952 knew that ElementriX has nothing to defend themselves with. And ElementriX, like, such an unfortunate drop right there. 1952 capitalizes on top of it pretty quickly. And I feel like I personally love how proactive 1952 was in that situation. I'd see here completely just spoiling the hopes and dreams for Skylightz Gaming, already kind of on the struggling phase in the overall rankings. I mean, if you say they're not really that struggling, but they are struggling if you know who Skylightz Gaming are, right? If you know who's playing in that roster, because that's not what you expect. You don't expect them to be on the 7th place in the overall rankings. I still need to take a look at the overall rankings, and maybe they could have been just boosted down a little bit low. But yeah, Venom Legends right here, of course, Steel Shower was able to rack up so many kills in this right hilltop that he had. And this was the exact hilltop that I was talking about, right? The most contested one. All the teams had their eyes locked on this one. The Raw, of course, was in the front, in the houses, trying to play this one. And this was quite an awkward engagement. Let's not lie. This was one of the most awkward engagements with those utilities.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. Look at this. One player takes the other one down. JyanMaara and Venom Legends, they had the area for themselves. Then JyanMaara's last blitz was on as he was surviving, right? He was on low HP. Imagine had the circle taken him out. That would have been a different story. But then obviously that did not happen. Let's take a look at the damage graph as well. As JyanMaara definitely just, they rejoice it up with their amazing performance. 1780, but Venom Legends 1914. Is the damage start for themselves. Lots and lots of team, they have a higher damage number for themselves, like more than 1,000.
Yeah, look at Savage too, right? I mean, they went off so early in the game too, and they still have 700 plus damage.
Yeah, sorry for this one, but yeah, so today in first Erangel, we saw 7C going down with 0 eliminations and 0 damage. Now we have ElementriX. Obviously, I get it, they could not take up a fight, but then again, in one day, we saw 2 teams with no damage numbers on their name.
Yeah, honestly, it feels kind of weird to see that 0-0, right? It's like a rare sight for me as well. So it's kind of like weird to see.
Yeah, it's like they gave all the points. I mean, I get it. They were in the wrong situation right from the beginning. But then again, they were part of the fights, but they were part of the fights in which they were giving points, not taking points. And that definitely just does not look good. Talking about Stalwart as well, you see them with 0 eliminations, no one would believe it, right? The way they have been performing. But then again, this happens. Still, Stalwart's in the first position, top 7. The numbers are still there, but Seal is quite close to Stalwart now. That means Stalwart would want to just, increase the numbers for them. They like to do it.
Exactly. It's like the point difference is honestly not a lot. And if you take a look at Vibes, though, I feel really bad for Vibes. I mean, they have no chicken dinner, dude. Come on. Personally, for me, money matters. I mean, even though you're doing really good in the overall rankings, get that money, dude. I mean, you guys have the capability. I don't know why you guys are holding yourself back. But so far, 0 chicken dinners, no money in their hands. While on the other hand, you take a look at Stalwart Esports with like 3, that's like $3,000. Then you have Seal with like 2,000. IC as well with 3,000. That's like so much money combined for that individual region. And now I'm pretty sure let's take a look at the latter half of the board and let's find out how things are looking over there. DRS on 11th spot, Savage Esports, of course, boosting themselves up with that chicken dinner. JyanMaara now getting that. They haven't really boosted themselves up that well, but yeah, one place ahead, I guess.
DRS 11, Savage 12, 7C 13, 1952, 14, JyanMaara. Yeah, I mean, it has happened, but ElementriX, they have had a bad day today. To be honest, they have had a very bad day today if you just talk about it, because yesterday they started off with the chicken dinner. That was a momentum starter for them, but then they just could not end that day on a chicken dinner and then or on a good note, right? And today, well, ElementriX did not get much of a point numbers for themselves. Savage, JyanMaara, and ElementriX are 3 teams that have had a chicken dinner for themselves. 2 teams out of these got their chicken dinners today, but still they are in a struggling phase, and obviously their fans would not want to see that.
Oh, indeed. Fans there definitely do not want to see that. ElementriX is one of the most oldest teams, and we've been talking about this team since ages now. But let's take a look at the schedule and let's find out where we are currently. Of course, previous game was taken by JyanMaara. Now we're going to be moving on forward on the map of Sanhok, where the pace is going to be amped up even more. Personally, I'm a man of aggression. I don't know about you, Ocean.
Oh, well, this game is done and dusted, and obviously we have to move forward to the match of Sanhok. But before we do that, I'm pretty sure something good is going to be coming right in front of us, ladies and boys and girls, that we will discuss in more detail when it just, arrives out here. Obviously, we're not going to be giving out any details of that beforehand. But what do you think about the entire Super Weekend as of now? We are done with 13 games, Necro. So if you want to make something out of it, obviously we will say Mongolian domination. But what do you think about the other things as well?
I mean, there's really nothing much to say. It's just Mongolian domination. It's like, it's really hard to just like ignore the entire thing that Mongolians are putting up on the table. But I still feel like, again, they probably somewhere down the line, they're trying their best to claw their way up. I mean, in the past, we've seen them just breaking that Mongolian domination over and over again. But this season, I don't know what's going on with them. They're just not able to stop that. And now this just shows the amount of preparation that has went through, right? These teams, they were probably sitting with each other and they're like, all right, guys, we need to figure this out, right? Because last time, a lot of struggle was being seen. IHC, which was, of course, called Zeus back in the day. Somewhere down the line, struggle was seen from their side as well. But now, inside this season, I feel like they've changed quite a lot of things. They've changed the way they play. They've changed the way they think. And it seems like we have a little announcement, Ocean.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are going to be moving forward for a slight TDM match when it just comes down, and looks like we have Skylightz Gaming going against IHC in this first TDM. All right, I see 3 players of Skylightz only against 4 players of IHC. I don't know how this is gonna. All right, now we have 4 players of Skylightz against 4 players of IHC. This is sort of you can call it a warm-up, you can call it something, but then again, this is for these players to just have in a slight good thing. But then again, we'll see what happens in all of these situations as these players are moving forward. But no eliminations happening as of now. Zeol gets down, but instant retaliation fire coming up.
Well, that's a great trade from his side for sure. Godless, though. Does he have any clue? The Mafia Ninja's right on the right side. Just trying to pre-fire a couple of bullets right there. Mafia Ninja as well. He's just being really keen behind that rock. Icy peeks out. A little bit of engagement, but it's an awkward engagement as well. They're not really able to get anything much done out of that. AJ taken down so low.
Skylightz is getting more numbers right now in the stadium. That just comes up really good. That shows how good their close quarters are. Their close battles that they just don't want to go for. That definitely looks really good. On the other side, oh, AJ just goes down. Just as we said, it's down to 5-6. Now IHC is picking up the pace. They are trying to take down players. Look at these crowd shots that IC is doing as he's taking down a few players here and there. And well, this definitely is a brilliant one. Again, ladies and boys and girls, this is to give time to our fellow few players as well, as they have to get out there, out there for their own time. And well, they have to go for their Ramadan prayers as well. Ramadan Mubarak to all the fans and the audience members and everyone who's just watching out here. I hope this one comes up really good for you and your family. But then again, till the time, we are going to be enjoying this match. As Zeol takes down one more, and oh, they're using stun grenades. Brutal finishes. I see.
Oh my god, they're also using the AWM now. They're getting their hands dirty. As I'd see, Godless is going to put the final there, right there on Nima. Nima gets taken out. Now I'd see somewhere down the line, you talk about the momentum. I'd see they're unstoppable. They're just racking up points. They're stacking Skylightz Gaming on top of each other. 15 points in their court on either hand. If you take a look at Skylightz Gaming, only 8. They aren't really able to progress that much because we saw at the start, Skylightz Gaming had 6 points to kick things off, and now they're not really able to rack up a lot of points because the way I'd see is playing, it seems like Skylightz Gaming, they're just being proved unparalleled.
Again, situations are not looking good right now. It's Zeol who has an M249, definitely just, picked that up. And now they are ready for it. Alex on the other side has a good area for himself as well. 7 minutes remaining, 7.5 minutes remaining right now. And it looks like IHC already has that number for themselves. Alex, oh, he's taking down players by players as one more goes down. And he's spotting another one. Can take one more down. Moves on to the back lines again. He does not get any shot on himself. Oh, he's jumping up, taking this player down. What is this player doing? Has 9 kills already out of the 22 that the team has. Alex, he finally gets taken out of his misery. But then again, the numbers that Alex is making up. This lad, it's 22 matches. It's 22 points that IHC has. And Alex already has double digit for himself. Almost double. Like, what is this? Is he even serious?
Dude, Alex is just like one of the best rookies out there in the world. The way he's playing right now, Skylightz Gaming, they're just being proved unparalleled so far. But okay, they're also getting a little bit of points in their court as well. So that's a great news for them. I see, though, I'm seeing a lot of utilities being tossed over on the other side. Like, I'd see they're using a lot of nades for sure. Look at these nades. Look at the amount of damage that's being inflicted. Alex as well is going to find a couple of bullets on himself. But yeah, as you said, Alex single-handedly, he's able to keep Skylightz Gaming on their knees. And that's something that every single player or every single viewer in the chat should try and note down. This shows the individual capability of a player. This shows the fragging prowess.
Oh, no, you saw that. We all saw that. We all saw what happened. Oh, my God. 1929, make it 2030. As numbers are moving forward, Alex is just on a roll right now. Muffins has spotted on the player on his left. He definitely understands it, but one bullet onto him and he will be taken down. It's 2031 as IHC is moving close to a good win for themselves. Zeol with that AWM taking down players. Are you serious? No scope AWMs are going on. What is happening, Zeol?
That's what I mentioned. It's like the players are now getting their hands dirty.
Necro, the weird part is, Godless uses AWM, Zeol never uses AWM.
It's like they're just trolling at this point. Skylightz Gaming wouldn't really want to say they're getting disrespected, but I'd see the way they're playing this. Look at this. What's going on? Like, they're finding their markers, not just with their aim. They're also doing so great in their utility compartment. They're able to get those connections. Okay, is he actually going to... Oh my god. Oh my god, he could have almost gotten that down. No, he didn't. His teammate stole it. Come on, man.
I want to see a ban. Come on, now it's IHC's turn. Go for a ban. Go for a ban. Show me a ban. Oh no, Alex is going for a ban. Just like I said, just when I said Alex is going for a ban, he has a ban in his hands. I want to see if it just goes down. Oh no. Alex is on low HP, but he's still going for it. He wants ban. He wants ban, but that did not happen. It's still 28-38. Now it looks like IHC wants to make it for themselves. I want to see a ban happening. If it does, Nima, he is going with a UMP. Oh, that jump. Oh, that takedown.
Oh, that I just want to see a pan finish. As you said, all we want to see is a pan finish. Come on, IHC. One more point is needed, and then just end things off on a pan. Zoe might just get it. Oh, AJ whiffed a lot of shots there, but okay, still lucky to be alive. Now it seems like IHC, they're just not fighting back. They have their pans out. The call's being made. You either punch him out or you either pan him out the game. And IHC, they're not going to use any sorts of guns anymore.
Oh.
Oh
My god, they just ended it. Oh.
Okay, got a little too close. Okay.
Definitely. I mean, they made it a bit close. You saw IHC using pans and all those things, right? They made it a bit close. Otherwise, it was... Alex went on an 8 streak. 8 kill streak. Alex went on an 8 kill streak in front of the pros. A team that went to PMGC. A new player comes in and goes on an 8 kill streak. I know it's not that big of a deal. I know players might not be serious and all, but still it makes some noise. It calls for some noise.
I mean, we've seen in the past too, right? The fragging prowess, the capability that this players has. It's insane. Alex, I mean, he's able to pull off those 1v2s, 1v3s, 1v4s as well sometimes. I mean, I'm not really surprised. As I said, even yesterday, I was calling it over and over again. Alex has to be one of the best rookies out there that IHC could have ever signed in their roster. And Alex, he hasn't even took that much time to like adjust himself in the roster.
Wow, they just, went really, really good. Alex went sick, and he just took down players. And once again, ladies and boys and girls, this EDM is happening whilst there is the, Ramadan break that is going on for the players that just, want to go for the iftar. And Ramadan Mubarak to all our fans, friends, family members. Their family members as well, the ones that are just, watching the stream right now. I hope this one comes up really good for you and your family. And till that is happening, we are definitely enjoying this TDM that just happened. And we loved every part of it. The way they just, first it was Skylightz. They took out the pants for themselves. I want to see, if you guys are listening, I hope you do. But if you guys are listening, I mean, audience, come on. This would be a great match if it's just with the pans. No weapons used, only pans. I would love it. In the middle warehouse, everyone just stands and goes for the pans. And I would love to see a match like that. But then again, we'll see if that happens or not. But what a good... Actually, it was actually a good break, to be honest. We loved it.
I enjoyed that. And all pan, I would say it's highly unlikely. But we might just see the final frag, though, be taken with the pan. Because you saw there, in the end, I'd see they were just not pulling out guns until they realized, okay, Skylightz Gaming is getting a little too close for comfort here. And then they just whipped out the gun and they just closed things off, right? But I'd see overall... I would say they have proved Skylightz Gaming unparalleled. I don't care if Skylightz Gaming wasn't taken that serious, but still, I mean, the way IHC was playing, which is really good. It's hard to ignore that, right?
Yeah, it is really hard to ignore all those things for when it comes down to these players, right? I mean,
oh man, I mean,
it happened. Come on, it happened. But then again, I don't know. I'm not sure if we're gonna be seeing another things, just if we see another TDM happening, or if we'll just go to the game. We'll definitely get that confirmation in a while. But then again, this was just a fun match if we just talk about it. And obviously we would wish to see more and more of these games if we just talk about it. And Oh my God, yeah, I loved it. I loved it. I loved it, to be honest.
I mean, today's day has been full of, it's like has been a roller coaster of emotion, right? I mean, kick things off with Savage Esports getting a chicken dinner, something we didn't even expect. Then we saw JyanMaara as well stepping themselves up, which a couple of days ago, or which a while ago, JyanMaara was one of the most biggest struggling teams out there, and ElementriX now having the worst day of their lives, and then we have these TDMs to pretty much calm us down, to calm the pace down as well of the games, and just to get things going in their court. But yeah, it seems like we have another TDM lined up for you guys, so let's check out who's going to be this time.
Oh, ElementriX. We see them against Stalwart. ElementriX versus Stalwart is what the next game is.
I don't even think so. This is fair. Just saying.
Come on. Shut up, man. Shut up. Come on. Shut up.
Okay.
This is fair. We love it. Come on. Push.
Okay. Let's go.
Yeah.
ElementriX,
Let's
come
go
on.
with this one. Come on. This is the game. Come on. Sus. Oh, hey. The shots coming up. And one person goes down. SPK just moves forward. Sky is just on the other side as well. And Sky goes down. It is 2-1 in the favor of ElementriX right now.
Oh, okay. They're trying to prove me wrong here. ElementriX, they're just stealing that ball from Stalwart Esports court. And oh, that shot was quite close. But this nade right here, that's going to be so close. Actually, he's just pre-firing that corner, but he's a little too low. What's going on there? It seemed like he was just stuck in that same animation for a long time. But ElementriX, the way they're playing this so far, they have the edge. They have the lead in this entire competition. Something that I personally didn't really expect.
So many fights happening still. ElementriX has that for themselves. But now Stalwart comes in on that middle ground where they go for a tie, a 6-6. I guess from here they can definitely move forward. Liquid has been spotted. Oh, that was a good nade action. Ooh. What a brilliant flipping nade.
Yeah, indeed, an incredible nade. And then you have Scry right here in the center. He's going to fight back and somehow takes him down. He wins that initial engagement right there. Stalwart Esports, okay, they're able to get the comeback happen, and this is something that I wanted to see. Stalwart Esports now, it seems like ElementriX momentum has been stopped for a while, but no, again, they get 2 frags to get it rolling back again in their favor. Stalwart Esports, they will need to try and find a full stop to this one. What's going on? Scry just whips out a nade out of nowhere, takes a couple of shots. Liquid right on the right. Scry, too many players to deal with, too many angles at the same time, but they're still going to come out on top.
Yeah, 10-9 is where it is.
How does he win that?
Low HP has a stun grenade right now. His West is totally done for. Pika is just on one side. ElementriX's players on the other right now, trying to take down Fubus. Oh, ElementriX, they lost the lead. They lost the lead. They lost the lead. Stalwart's gaining the lead for themselves. One more goes down. 12-14 is the number.
Oh, now the Stalwart Esports, they're just going to keep on dominating. There's no way Stalwart Esports don't dominate now. ElementriX, they lost the lead. They also lost the mental edge over the players of Stalwart Esports. Cry, oh, he's taken down quite low, but it's okay. ElementriX as well. Sus is being quite low, so that's going to be buying enough amount of time for Stalwart Esports to try and rethink this. Orange pushes a little bit too ahead of himself. He does not really wait for his team to capitalize with him. Scry's quite close. Liquid has no clue. There's man in the close, gets a little distracted at top, just capitalizing on top of it, as you have Cuss as well from the side of ElementriX, trying to inflict some pain and also get these kills. And oh, that's a nice jump shot.
14-18 is the scoreline. Let's see who reaches 21st. I mean, as of now, it looks like Stalwart might just reach there, but no, ElementriX's Liquid is fighting. This one is still close. Oh, action. Oh, he gets that level 3 for himself. He knows where Cuss is. This one is getting closer now. I'm loving this one, though, as compared to the other one, but looks like now action is in the middle of a pickle situation. He has 6 finishes for himself, but look at this Liquid on the other side. He's going for the drop shot. Oh, my God, action! Are you kidding me? He drops down, goes for a 180, and takes 2 players in one spray.
Ocean, you actually screamed like a girl there. I don't think so. I've ever heard you scream like that.
Action just took out my orgasm voice. What more do you want? I mean, with that shot, if we just talk about it, 17-25 is the scoreline coming up.
Oh my god, yeah, indeed. Stalwart Esports now they're dominating. Look at the scoreline! 25! It's like now they just got the rocket boost for themselves. And now Stalwart Esports right here. They're just able to get those damage numbers in the front. Pika too. He's quite low, but it's okay. He's going to be regenerating his health pretty quickly, so that's nothing really to worry about. ElementriX as well. Incuss is just going to be pre-firing that angle. Action's going to peek out again. What's going on? It's like the players of Stalwart Esports, they're not even scared. They're not even flinched.
They don't worry about it. It's 2030 again. Just like the last game, it's 2031. That happened in the last game as well. Now we are seeing Stalwart just picking up that pace for themselves. Incuss just around the corner. Liquid takes down one as well. Action, his weapons are just, lying down around that area. Sussy has a grenade for himself. Orange is there as well. I mean, this is going good. Oh, top goes down. But then again, 22, 36, 37 just coming down around. And it looks like these players are enjoying it. You know what I want to see? I want to see Stalwart versus IHC. I want to see that TDM if that happens. I want to see that one coming up if that comes up. Imagine.
Pan for an end. Pan for an end. Come on, Stalwart. I know you guys got this, but ElementriX, okay, they might just actually bounce back. We might just see a possible comeback as ElementriX, all the players in the front. Liquid's quite low. This nade might just be able to seal the deal on Liquid. Oh, he's so low. 38 frags still on the board for Stalwart Esports. As Orange is quite close. And yeah, just make it 39 and 40. Yep. They haven't really panned anyone, though. I wanted to see a pan. Come on, man.
Action has 14 eliminations on for himself. But what a game. What a game it was. I enjoyed everything. In fact, Actions, that 180 that he just did, it was just really, really good. And, well, at the end, I want to see IHC versus Stalwart. If we could just see that, I would love to see that game. I mean, imagine in that if there are pans, if there are the things go like this. I mean, I would love to see. And if it goes one way, imagine which team would take that game one way. I mean, that's the question that we would just love to see. Love to get the answer to.
If it does happen, though, if it does happen, who are you going to be opting out for?
If that happens, then we'll answer that.
Come on, man. Come on. I feel like if that happens, I'm going to Stalwart Esports, all right? I'm going to go with Stalwart Esports. Okay, we just have the production crew talking in our ears, and it seems like there's going to be another TDM lined up for you guys, so the fun's going to be unlimited.
But that one is JyanMaara versus Deadeyes Guys, if I'm not wrong.
Unfair.
I wanted to see IHC versus Stalwart. I mean, come on. But still, again, we'll see what happens in this one TDM if it just comes down to it, because this one's also a good one. It is JyanMaara versus Deadeyes Guys. This might just be the last TDM if we just talk about. And obviously, we'll see in this one what happens. Obviously, it will be on a slow, decent-ish start, I guess. We'll see about that. But then again, then it will pick up its own pace, and then we'll see. Well, ladies and boys and girls, answer us. JyanMaara versus Deadeyes Guys. Which team do you think is going to win?
JyanMaara versus Deadeyes Guys. Honestly, you know what? Just to like catch you off guard there, Ocean. I'm gonna go with JyanMaara. So
they have that win momentum for themselves, right?
They do, but not just that. I just want to do something new. I don't want to just follow the bandwagon. I want to do something unique. So I'm gonna go with JyanMaara. Imagine if they win. I'm gonna brag about it all day.
I can go with that. I can definitely go with that. We'll see how this just works out. But then again, the first one, I would say I enjoyed that one the most. First thing, it was the old Zeus as we know them. Obviously, it was kind of Zeus versus the old DRS as we know them. And then there were everything was going on. Stun grenades, frag grenades, M4s, UMPs, in fact, AWMs. Pan, everything was going on, so I loved it. But, well, let's move on to this one, as the match will start in less than 3 seconds.
Exactly. We're straight up going to be heading inside this one. And let's find out who's going to get the first blow. Who's going to get the first blood of this one? JyanMaara versus Deadeyes Guys. Okay, I'm just overhyping it for no reason. But yeah, two teams in the front. JyanMaara, I mean, even though they have the chicken dinner for themselves, still unfair.
Let's see what happens as the gunner is just around the corner. Frag Boy already takes down one grenade. He throws it out and throws another stun as well. Takes down one player. And it's a good start for Deadeyes Guys right now, but history has it that no team that has had the first kill has been able to win this right now. As of now, Deadeyes Guys has that lead for themselves, but there has always been the case the other team snatches that lead. So let's see if that happens or not.
JyanMaara, okay, they're fighting back. I like this. They're showing their fighting prowess, and this is what I like to see. Oh, that nade right there. A nice calculated nade from Gunner. Going to be catching Frat Boy off guard right there. Shifu as well realizes the players have pushed in quite deep. So maybe he would try and make sure that he just wants to shook him off that spot. Deadeyes Guys at this point, they're just hoping that any of the bullets connect. One of the players caught out in the open, and still somehow he's alive. Gunner, he just slipped out of his own death right there. But JyanMaara still, the way they're fighting against Deadeyes Guys, this is something that's impressive.
As of now, Snipe has a nade in his hands and he wants to go for it. And Gunner, alright, he's moving forward as well. Has 2 kills out of 7 that the team has. And on the other side, Snipe, they have good numbers for themselves. 10-11, they're increasing it for themselves. JyanMaara definitely just picking the pace. But Deadeyes Guys as well with 1 grenade. Shari takes down 2.
Ooh. That's what you call 2 birds with 1 stone. But yeah, Susan right here gets taken down. Oh, now JyanMaara, they're getting rolled. And this is something they do not really want. Talk about the momentum. It might just be broken here. Even if it's just a TDM, still kind of affects you, your mentality a little bit. But yeah, Susan now going to whip out the nade, hoping that maybe this one connects. Is going to put all the thing in that. But yeah, it doesn't really connect. Snap YT here is going to find himself a free frag. Turulov was distracted out of his mind. No fear as well is now going to charge in. Realizes the players are quite hurt. Easy frag for him as well. As JyanMaara, now they're getting their grip back up in the game. A nice drop shot, but that's not going to work out this time, bud.
Suzanne is moving forward as well. 15-18 is the score line. JyanMaara has numbers up for themselves, but they only have a lead of 3. Although it's 16-18, that is the lead of 2. Oh, that's a good TPP angle that Snipe had for himself. Really good relying on the information. And Shari, he could not see the threats arriving. Quite close to him. Shari wants to move forward right now. Will he be able to? That's the question. True Love as well has a good place for himself. All right, the throwables just coming in on the equation. And right now, this definitely looks pretty good in terms of the way Deadeyes Guys is also trying to play. But then again, 20+ marker has been hit by JyanMaara. I'm pretty sure, Necro, JyanMaara can take this home. They don't have to make any mistakes. It's like, what, 6.5 minutes time? They can play really good. Look at those trades coming in.
Yeah, indeed. The trades are definitely on the point. But if you take a look at the man number, though, the way JyanMaara is playing, they're also taking a little bit of damage, but they're at least able to get the hurt back on the enemy. But as I say that, now Deadeyes Guys, they get the momentum in their favor, and they're able to keep on rolling it. They're able to steamroll it through against JyanMaara now. The scoreline is going to be equalizing soon because JyanMaara, they had a huge lead over Deadeyes Guys, but the capitalization coming through from their side as well is helping them quite a lot here. JyanMaara, 25 for them, 25 points to play with. They also have a little edge, but now as I talk about edge, it's being equalized.
It almost just looked like as if he was being taken down. True Love, oh, he barely survives. Susanna as well is low on HP. Gunner on the other side trying to take down a few players. Oh, definitely just only trying.
Oh, this one's getting really close though, Ocean. This is something that I did not expect. I mean, I expected Deadeyes Guys to steamroll it, but no, JyanMaara, they're actually, the capabilities of this team, they are quite far than we expect. But yeah, Deadeyes Guys so far, the struggle's been seen from their side. JyanMaara as well, now the lead's been compromised.
That was a good info.
On the other hand, and yeah, look at Stalwart Esports. He's just able to rack up these kills.
Again and again and again and again. This is where JyanMaara was looking really good, but then Deadeyes Guys has kind of closed out that lead for themselves. So, yeah. Gunner as well trying on this nade. Oh, that was a stun.
That's a stun. That's a stun. That's a flashbang. All right. Interesting.
I thought something bad is happening, but then it's like, nope, only stun.
it's like you just.
I'll stun you. With my skills, with my throwing skills. I don't know.
Okay. All right.
But Deadeyes Guys has this lead now. What is happening?
Yeah, dude, it's equalized now. It's like none of them have their lead anymore. It's equalized, and JyanMaara realizes, okay, now maybe it's time to take things a little bit more serious. This nade, if it does find the opening, no, it's going to be the answer. Deadeyes Guys all the way in the right. JyanMaara right here too. Oh, let's find out who's going to find the knock. Is he going to be able to? Yes, he does. 35-36. Again, Deadeyes Guys, somehow they get the momentum flow back in their hands. They also get the advantage in their hand. And Snaplight, he knows there's someone right underneath it. You know, he's just trying to find that little cheeky angle. Finally, he's going to lose the patience. He's going to move in. Now he equalizes the scoreliner. Oh, he does it. Gunner's barely surviving on a sliver of health. Not even a sliver. His HP bar is invisible.
Oh, this is not looking good. On the other side, no fear. He has to fear now as he will be taken down. We have a lot of fear jokes, to be honest, with this lad. No fear, right? Whenever we see him, if he does something, either his opponents are fearing him, or if he is fearing like something or the other. But then again, it's 38-38. It's still close. It is still so close. 38-38 on these number lines. Whosoever makes some mistake, they will be taken down. Who will win? That is the question. A good nade, as Gunner might just be falling short as the C4, right? He gets taken down. It is JyanMaara 38-40. Wow.
Huh?
So close, but so close. Deadeyes Guys gave a really, really, really good fight. Really good fight.
I mean, Deadeyes Guys should have won this in the first place, man.
They gave a really good fight, to be honest. Like,
They did. But again,
mad respect to both the teams. Mad respect to both the teams.
I feel like after that TDM right there, I'm gonna respect JyanMaara even more.
But you know, it definitely just Necro, it definitely just showcases me one thing. You saw the playstyle difference in Mongolian teams as TDM versus the other regions as TDM. In fact, like you saw how quick they were in their executions. I want to see that happening. I want to see that happening in other regions as well. Like Mongolians, they came in, they were like, yeah, they were going for a speed run. They were going for a speed run, in fact. That was not just TDM. That was just a speed run that they were going for. Whilst the other regions, they are trying to play it with like their own composure, own speed, own calmness. But then these Mongolians are like, nope.
We don't care. It's just a TDM. We're here to have fun, and we're just going to keep on steamrolling it through. And Skylightz Gaming as well. I feel like Skylightz Gaming were actually holding themselves back. They were trying to hold, but then the team that was right in the front, which is IHC, they just didn't care, right? They were just straight up shredding them apart. They were just straight up ripping them apart, and they won the first TDM of the day. But hey, I feel like after that TDM, that has to be the final one, right? Because after this, we have to move on forward and take a look at the Sanhok map, which I am personally really excited. The second last game of the day, and also it's the final day of week 1 of Super Weekend. This is going to be a crucial one.
We'll see, you know, what happens onto that Sanhok, because again, it's the third Sanhok of the entire Super Weekend, the last one, the first and last of the day, the last one of this one. And after that, we'll be moving on to the last Erangel as well, as we know how important that one's going to be for all these players. Again, there might just be a few teams, Necro, that might not come back in the next Super Weekend, because obviously, again, the other teams will come back to fight. They'll be understanding the difference of the league play days' pressure and the Super Weekend's pressure as well. So all these teams would want to just, you know, maximize their boundaries of the points that they're setting. And Stalwart, I don't know, obviously it's a very bold thing to say, but if they don't play it in their senses, they might lose the first spot.
They might, yeah, you're not wrong. I mean,
It's
Stalwart,
close.
yeah, the way they're playing so far, it's like, it really makes me feel like they're not really showing their A game, you know? It's like more kind of like they know
They showed their A game the first day.
The first day, yeah. They showed their A game the first day. It's like, all right, we already did everything we could on the first day. We don't really need any more points, neither more any chicken dinners. We have got the first place, and we're just going to try to keep that first place in our hands. As long as we have the first place, we don't care. Now, it seems like we also have the game lined up, and we're straight up going to go inside that as we take a look at the player camps. They're ready here, and I'm pretty sure I would have to say bye-bye to Ocean as well if I'm not wrong. You here? Or you got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, still here. All right. Oh, he's going to be leaving me soon, though.
No,
So,
I
yeah,
am
bye-bye.
leaving soon.
All right, bye-bye, Ocean.
I'm always here.
Okay, that's weird. But yeah, moving on. Ocean's going to be taking a leave here, and Johnny's going to be joining us in a while as we take a look at the player camps. Every single player, you guys can see, players are getting hydrated. They're getting ready up for this Sanhok game, because we know a smaller map means the pace is going to be amped up. You better brace yourselves. Keep those things in your favor, and also because this game is going to be a high-octane game, so you guys better buckle up. because this one has to be one of the best games out there. As you guys take a look at the plain flat path here, it's going to be starting all the way from Kao, ending towards Tambang. An interesting one for sure, because this one has started all the way up north left. That means teams that do want to go down, for example, Camp Charlie, Docks, Kampong, they're going to be screwed up big time. But again, we know Sanhok is a smaller map, so teams, even if they do want to go from one end to the other, there's going to be no problem. But it seems like we have Johnny joining us. What's going on, Johnny? Johnny is my beloved girlfriend. How you doing?
How is Johnny your girlfriend? Just tell me the answer to that. That's my question right now. How can you say Johnny is your girlfriend?
Why are you here, man?
What, are you jealous now?
Wait, I thought Johnny was here. All right, well, guys, April Fool's over, okay? Why are you guys pulling off pranks on me like that? All right, we have vibes right here. So as I said, it's playing flat path screwed over a lot of teams, but this time, the PUBG gods, they're going to be really brutal over here with the zone, as well as the zone's going to be shifting down south. That means teams that were up north, they will have to find moves down, because the plain flat path as well wasn't really supporting the southern positions. Seal right here, as you guys can see, try to take a couple of shots in the front. No connections found. Demo here as well. He's going to get those guns back up in his hands. He has the Vector around to play with. So far, Seal, something they don't really need to worry about. They're going to be chilling for a long time here. And now, finally, we have Johnny with us. Ocean's gone, thank God.
Yeah, what's up, Necro? How are you doing, buddy? I heard you were talking a lot behind my back.
That's not smack. I called you my beloved girlfriend.
And I have arrived. Indeed, my friend. I won't be your girlfriend, but I can be a friend. You need one?
Sure, man. I guess call me maybe.
I mean,
But
yeah. All of us, like, I think it sort of becomes a part of being a gamer, I guess, having a troubled love life. But, yeah, can't really do anything about it. We just like to play
man.
quite a lot, I guess.
We've got each other's back, man. We've got each other's back. We're going to stand strong till the end. The friends.
Yeah.
But yeah, as moving forward, we have Venom Esports on the screen.
Unless
And
we
Venom
lose games
Esports.
together. In that case, I think you and I need to have a conversation.
I'm not interested in losing games. Okay, I'm good.
Me neither, buddy.
Listen, it's like I would do anything you want. I would die for you, my brother. But I would not lose games for you. I would not lose games for you, bro. That's
I mean,
that's
fair enough. That's fair enough. I guess
games are important. Okay, my rank's important more than anyone in this world.
Yeah, and also, I mean, at this point, the way these players are competing, I think similar words have been shared between them as well, because every single game is worth $1,000, so quite a lot of money on the line. And 1952, I would love to see them replicate what they did on Miramar a little bit earlier. Although, I mean, it is still a very difficult uphill battle for them. So far in the early stages of Sanhok, I think it's going to be quite interesting to see how the teams are going to compete, because, I mean, this is, by the way, my first Sanhok in the that I'm casting in the PMPL spring 2022. So, yay! But, yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun to watch. I always love the sort of end-game aggression that's there on this map.
I love this map in general. It's like, I feel like on this map, the pace is amped up by quite a lot, because we already did see a couple of fights going off. And no casualties just yet, though. All the teams doing great so far for themselves. They have got their designated drop spots. And I don't know if you noticed something, but the plain flat path went all the way up north, and then the circle shifted down south. So it's like the PUBG gods just being really brutal and rude on these teams, you know?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But talking about other things, I think it's going to be quite interesting to see what the game plan is going to be like for a lot of these teams, specifically the teams that have been struggling a little bit here and there, ElementriX being one of them. They have control of Ruins for now, which in the circle is an isolated spot, but they will face a little bit of a threat from the lads from Deadeyes Guys once they start crossing over to the Ruins Island or to the big chunk of the main island where the Paradise Resort and the boot camp is. Although I think towards the center is where we will see most of the action, as we have already moved, in fact, towards the location of Venom Esports. So to their north is 1952 and Savage Esports closing in. Towards their south is Seal Esports. So Venom Esports, they are surrounded from two different different directions. Their east and the west flanks are still open, though, for them to move out of this cluster. And if they don't and they get charged upon, this is basically a sandwich finish for Phantom Esports. They need to be extremely careful with how they are thinking of approaching the game. But hey, there's the first airdrop quite close to boot camp, so the lads from Stalwart Esports are going to be happy about this one. The MG3 arrives with the extended quick draw mag for the assault rifles and the level 3 armor and the helmet. No backpack.
But it's still an upgrade, right?
Yeah.
So overall, the teams are going to get upgrades for themselves. That's all they need. Also, the MG3 to play off of with. So, especially if a man like Action's going to be playing with the MG3, I feel like there's already going to be a huge threat in the lobby for them to try and neutralize. Something that's going to be really tough to take care of. And I honestly feel like Ocean and I had this conversation where Stalwart Esports, yeah, even if they're on the top, they'll need to wake up now because Seal, they're so close. Seal, even a couple of points, they can topple Stalwart Esports over. Stalwart Esports, they need a solid game.
Well, yeah, as you said, I mean, they do need the solid performance to solidify themselves quite nicely on the first position once again. And I think just the fact that Seal Esports have gotten so close to them, I think is going to be enough to push them a little bit further in terms of the aggression as we see them moving towards the lads of Raw, who have taken control of Painan and are, well, for now at least, seem to be in a much more comfortable position. But we have seen Stalwart Esports on Sanhok. Early bootcamp loot, go to the mountains just northeast of the Painan city, hold, wait for the team in Painan to exit, finish them off. That's the progression that usually goes within the first 10 to 12 minutes for the team. And since Painan is, well, in a very comfortable position inside the circle right now, Stalwart Esports, they have a lot of breathing room available. So I want to see, will they aggressively, proactively push forward for the fight, or will they just stay back and stick to their standard game plan, that is just wait for Raw Esports to take an exit and then take a fight against them. But so far we do have 90° on our screens from the team 1952, keeping an eye on the lads from JyanMaara, and I think Snipe YT might be spotted out soon. Will he go for the shots? It looks like he's thinking about it with the M4 and the scope just set perfectly. I think he just notices like Gunner is there right behind him and decides against engaging in the fight. It would have been very lethal had he started shooting a little bit earlier, but I think it's still going to be a backfire, this spread out approach, this fanned out approach from 1952.
Spread out approach indeed, and JyanMaara has no clue. 1952 are being the overwatchers in this situation. They have all the info to play with, Johnny, and they're just waiting for the right moment to strike. That one little glimmer, it's going to be enough for 1952 to open the fray up. But are they really going to strike, though? That's what I want to know. Do they want to go for an early engagement? Because, again, this is their choice. And Savage Esports makes a lot of sense, too, why they're so unsettled so far, because there's a player knocked out in the front, and they want to get the rest back up on the fallen man, as Wexy's going to find the first split. So Savage Esports, unfortunately, they're going to take the first casualty of the game.
Yeah. I mean, quite unfortunate for them, but I think Phantom Esports, this was desperately needed from their side. Maybe the second one is going to happen as well, as Eisenberg takes a massive hit, but still survives, not getting knocked out. And Vexy is going to be quite upset about that. That was quite a nice spray on Eisenberg. But over on the other side, we do see ElementriX in a world of trouble, as DRS do in fact spot them out and have gone for an engagement right there, finding a knock and a finish, in fact. And an extra elimination point for the lads of DRS. Skylightz Gaming is going to be in trouble as well. AJ, the one getting knocked and finished. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sanhok, where, I mean, there is no retaliation and no resistance. If someone gets knocked, instant finishes are handed. There's no breathing room available. If you make a mistake, you're going to pay for it then and there.
Indeed, you'll have to pay for it. I mean, it's like at this point, right, in the pro lobbies, even if there's like a little mistake being made, you will have to pay the price for that. It's like the room for error is 0. And the enemies, they're always just waiting for that room for error being made from the other team to try and open the fray up or try and capitalize. 1952 so far, I like how proactive they're being here. They're getting that control. They're trying to get as much as compound control as they can. And so far, it seems like over here near Quarry, they're untouched.
Well, let's see. As you mentioned, the position of Query, and along with that, the lads from Phantom Esports. I think they do look quite strong, just holding on to that compound. They've managed to chase Savage Esports away as well, but there's another team closing in from the rear, so they're going to have to be careful. And look at where IHC is, again, resorting to playing for the placement points in the early game stages. I will never get used to seeing these lads play so slow, but it is working out quite nicely for them, so what do I have to complain about? Absolutely nothing. I'd see on the third with 153 points for them in terms of the overall rankings. Still on the Camp Alpha Island, looking to cross towards boot camp, but I think just the threat of knowing that that is where Stalwart Esports like to start the game off of is keeping them on their toes while they cross the river, the ravine right there. But on the other side, though, Stalwart Esports, in fact, we noticed on the radar that they had, in fact, found an opening against Raw. There was a man who was knocked out, but I believe the revive has been initiated and is successful, in fact, because we do see all 4 players of Raw quite healthy and, in fact, still surviving. Action looking to push forward with the M4. And, well, goes for the spray inside the smoke. It's Cry who finds the opening as Assault has been taken down.
Assault taken down, and right there's Mama God as well, quite close. The rest 2 players are all the way in the back, so for them, it's going to be really tough for them to try and provide that cover fire. Mama God also taking a couple of shots. It seems like now they're also getting third party by some other team, and it's going to be TDK, if I'm not wrong, or no, Stalwart Esports. Now they're taking a couple of shots, and this time it's going to be Venom Legends as well. Somewhere down the line, there's so many fights happening. The kill feed is just lightening up now. ElementriX right on the outskirts as well. Stalwart Esports realizing there's a lot of threat lingering on their head, and around them, there's a couple of teams also watching them. This is these are like one of the cons of having a high ground to play with. If you're going to be having the high ground, you might just be catching a lot of eyes on yourself, and you might want to play things a little bit safe. You might as well have a lot of smoke grenades to try and back yourself up. But now Skylightz Gaming, they found the opening on the players of Venom Legends. And of course, the capitalization is there as well. Mafia Ninja, unfortunately, they don't really have the manpower to play with, so they're not going to book it straight up.
Well, yeah. And I think they will definitely, as you said, they will have to be quite patient about this and be extremely careful as well. But let's see. I mean, Skylightz Gaming still quite... It looks like they're quite keen on this fight, but Venom Legends, as they decide to back off T2K, they have shown up from the flank and with Steel Shot down, Venom Legends down to the 3 players. It looks like they might just get sandwiched from not just 2 directions. There's a third team who's looking to get involved. I did see 1952 in the distance as well. Will they make their way towards these noises? Siogi's going to take a massive hit. The Dink is going to be there, barely surviving on 1 HP. There's just a pixel. And, well, Air with just 1 bullet connecting will make sure that Siog is going to be down on his knees. Venom Legends, they have found an opening. It's a complete 3v3 between them and Train to Kill. But will they be able to secure the extra point? That is the question right now. From this distance, I don't think so. They will have to push forward. They will have to give up their cover if they want to make sure this fight comes their way, the points come their way.
Oh, man. Venom Legends, they're just tapping away. They just want to find that confirmation. But Suyok so far, he's just like the lone wolf right there, battling for his life. And now we do see Jane, somewhere down the line, closing the distance for Suyok. He's also going to be successfully able to get the rest up. But still, so many bullets being just put right there, right next to the players of TDK. There's going to be so much pressure on these players for sure. He will need to try and patch himself back up, but the next circle moves in on the left side, kind of being brutal towards the players of 1952 and Skylightz Gaming. There were quite a lot of teams on the right side, and now they will need to try and make a rotation, and Johnny V, no. Hell's about to break loose.
Yeah. I mean, all hell is about to break loose because this shift of the circle towards the west, this changes everything. Earlier on, the teams were trying to contest for the center, but now the game plan is about to change. Well, the 4th airdrop brings with it the AUG, the 8x scope, and this time the complete level 3 kit. That's the armor, the helmet, and the backpack being present. And there's 2 of them right next to each other. So whichever team shows up over here will definitely have quite a big advantage towards the end game fights if they actually somehow manage to make it. But ElementriX, they do find an opening. Vibes Joker is going to be taken out, and well, Rio is going to be blown to bits and pieces as well. So 2 players from the side of Vibes, They are about to get finished, and ElementriX, all of a sudden, they have priority in this team fight.
Exactly. Free upgrades on the table for the teams as well. Which are those care packages? ElementriX still, they know Vibes is right behind that little tree. They just want to get the confirmation. But still, something's holding them back. ElementriX having one of the worst days in the... okay. ElementriX just having one of the worst days in their life. And yeah, did I just see a flying Weagle? That just kind of caught me off guard.
Oh, man. Let's see. Skylightz Gaming, Nima, he has been taken out, so that means Mafia Ninja is the last player surviving, trying to jump and punch his way up the hill, but we won't be able to accomplish much as Train to Kill do find an easy target to shoot at, and in fact an easy point for them to secure. And it is going to be an intense match from here on out for the lads of Skylightz Gaming. And I mean, yeah, Venom Legends in the crosshairs of Stalwart Esports.
Oh,
Wait, what is this? Demo, where did he show up from? Right in the face of Malik, and I think Malik is just asking the same question. Trying to run away, cooking up his nade. If he can take out Demo with this throwable, I think he's going to be pretty lucky about that. But on the other side, Skylightz Esports do in fact lose out on Leo though, and Demo, he's going to be forced to heal up. As now, all of a sudden, instead of a 1v1, he is stuck in a 1v2.
indeed, stuck in a 1v2. Demo now will need to try and make his way out of this spot. But again, trying to re-navigating this spot, it's going to be really tough because he's just stuck between two players. And it's not just two players, it's the two players of Vibes. One of the teams that's been doing phenomenal so far in the overall rankings, but they're also catching bullets from the back. It's going to be DRS, inflicting a lot of hurt on the players of Vibes. And we do see slowly and steadily the players of Seal as well. They're able to get themselves back up, and now they're also going to provide some cover fire to Demo. Demo has no clue that there was a player knocked out from the side of Vibes. If he had, I'm pretty sure he would have made the push happen, but now it's Savage Esports just spoiling their game and also getting the confirmation onto Demo. In Cuss as well, somewhere down line in the kill feed is going to start to show himself up. Vibes, again, Jiggle falls down. What's going on with Vibes? They're just catching so many bullets from these teams.
Well, Vibes stuck in an unfortunate position right now. They are just surrounded from every single direction, and Skylightz Esports, they are desperate to take control of those compounds, because if they don't, then in the next shift, they won't even be there. They're just going to be picked apart. And the circle, I just absolutely love the circle going anywhere and everywhere right now. The previous shift was towards the complete eastern edge of the circle before it, and now the shift is towards quite close to the southern edge of the circle. So quite an interesting set of zones that we are seeing in front of us right now, and this definitely causes a lot of chaos, especially for the lads of IHC, Venom Legends, 7C, 1952 and JyanMaara, the teams that are stuck outside the zone right now. Utility exchange between 1952 and Snipe YT from JyanMaara, as he's trying to see if he can keep the lads from 1952 pinned down in that ditch, in that small little dip in the land area, and well, finally starts to fall back, repositions behind the rock. Will have priority in the fight, but 90-degree repeats the position, finds a knock, will get traded out, but now the fight has begun. Snipe YT pushing forward, C-Wine is going to be shut down. No Fear jumps with No Fear, finishes all the players from 1952, and JyanMaara go on to win, well, the first team fight of this game and give us the first team wipe of this game as well. 1952 outside in the lobby now, waiting for the last game to begin, I guess.
Yep, sent back to the lobby, sent back to the home, something they like to be at. Okay, that's kind of toxic. But yeah, Eisenberg. Eisenberg's going to be seasoning some bullets on the players in the front. No connections found just yet, though. It's DRS right there. Delta, we do see him taking a couple shots on the players of Deadeyes Guys. I'd see they're closing their distance on the players of Raw. Openings found now. Raw, they're going to start to sweat bullets. Cooney, though, he has no other option. His hands are quite busy. He has the nade open in his hands, and Icy's going to capitalize straight up on top of it. I'd see the aggression at its finest, and this is what we like to see. This is what IHC's accustomed to. But a nade from Alex is going to put the final nail in the coffin, and Raw, bye-bye.
Well, Raw, they have been forced to take an exit from this match as well. Quite an unfortunate start for them, but let's see. IHC, it looks like they're just getting started now. Venom Legends, they have been spotted out on the scooter as well, trying to run away. It's very quick, but in fact, quick enough to get them behind cover, but they might have dodged the lads from IHC, but Stalwart Esports is a whole different deal to deal with, and they do find the opening on the two lads from Venom Legends. Will they be able to finish them off? That is the question, as Ale, I think, will try to keep his team's hope and dreams alive. ElementriX coming in with the third party, Stalwart Esports. We do see their name constantly on the kill feed, and it looks like they're picking too many fights at the same time. Train to Kill taking an exit from this game. We're down to the 13 team, 36 players surviving, ladies and gentlemen. And it looks like JyanMaara or Phantom Esports might be next, as Susan is taking damage from the blue zone. And Phantom Esports, all they have to do is make sure he doesn't push forward inside the circle.
They will definitely need to try and make sure of that fact, but then the play zone as well is just getting these players down quite low. 7C seems like they were the first team to fall prey to the play zone, something that is going to be an unfortunate circumstance for them. Venom Esports right here, they're trying to hold JyanMaara off at bay, but are they going to be able to do so successfully? That's what I want to know. Seal charging on forward. Oleg's going to find the retaliation fire, but again, the manpower, if you talk about it, it's a 1-on-2 situation, and Seal somewhere down line. Of course, they have a huge advantage. Now they also will need to try and get the fallen man back up. Baron is trying to crawl towards the safety. Seal, they still realize there's quite a lot of harmful, toxic players around him, so it's a toxic environment for sure to play around with. JyanMaara, they're out in the blue. They don't really have a lot of first aids to play off of with this, so they cannot really buy a lot of time in the wall of death. As Seal Wally is just going to rain down shots on the players in the front. It's going to be Savage Esports.
Well, let's see now. Seal Esports, they have their eyes set on the target in front of them. 7C Esports being shown the exit from this game are going to be quite upset. IHC, look at the push coming in from Godless, just trying to use the terrain as cover so he can avoid the lads of Stalwart Esports. And it is going to be quite important to do that as well. Stalwart Esports not looking too hot, as Action is going to be the last player surviving. Focuses on the lads in front of him and does in fact force Godless into a very unfortunate position. IHC being eliminated as well from this game, I believe, in a few shots moment. DRS, they are somehow surviving this chaos. Rules not too good with the HP though, just on 50% barely. Eisenberg is there from Savage, and he can in fact turn the tables on the players of DRS. Rules will have to be careful because Seal Esports from the distance will have a clear line of fire to take him down, and it's going to be quite an easy finish for them as well. And as he sees Eisenberg switches the weapon, goes for the spray, the hip fire not too accurate, and Eisenberg with the punish, but almost gets taken out, drops down in the right nick of time, survives for a few extra seconds, only to be picked off from the other side of the river.
Exactly, from the opposite side of the river. It's going to be DRS again trying to fight back. And it's ElementriX now taking a lot of shots. DRS, they have no other way out of the situation, as it's going to be, if I'm not wrong, there's one of the players from DRS hiding right behind the pillar underneath the bridge, and his position is still uncompromised, so at least that's great news so far. So DRS can try and buy a lot of time to play with. Seal, though, they have no other option. They will need to try and move out, and this is where Yida Uta will find himself in a huge advantage. Leo from the side of Seal is going to be the final man surviving, barely though, because that compound has already been ruled out the play zone, so he'll need to try and close in inside the zone. He'll need to find a nice footing for himself to play with. Leo, he will need to try and take care of the player in the front, and if he does not get the nail in the coffin, if he does not nail this knockout right here, that's it. That's going to be it. He's not going to be able to get the reset through. Liquid spots the player outside the play zone, and he's barely going to make it into Stalwart Esports. How are they alive?
Well, Stalwart Esports, they are still surviving one way or the other. It's just Action who is present for the team right now. It's just between these individuals. DRS with just Delta remaining. IHC, IC is the man surviving. Stalwart Esports are out of this. Seal Esports are being represented by Leo, and it's Phantom Esports. Out of all of the teams, it is Phantom Esports who end up with a man advantage in this game. What a chaotic match on Sanhok. The two lads from Venom Esports, they are split apart. Delta, he's trying to crawl behind the rock, using it to cover up his front so that no one from the high ground is able to see him. But what about the flanks? Does Delta know that there are other players quite close to him? In fact, Leo will have a line of fire available, but Leo is too focused on going for a heal battle. The final first aid will be used, and as that happens, I mean, Leo, he knows the fate that awaits him. He's about to be picked off, but steps out in the open. Will he give away his point? And the answer is yes. It's Seago out. Seal Esports are shown the exit. Venom Esports, a phenomenal finish. A 1v2 for Delta. Will he be able to clutch it out? Tosses a nade in the right direction. Sees the opposition. Has a UMP. Goes for the spray. Finds the first knock. Will he be able to go for the second?
Delta
And
wins.
well, takes
Delta
a little
wins.
bit of damage. Yeta knows where he is. Has the rock for cover. Both
Delta
the
gonna
players
win this.
prepared for the action, and he burns alive. The Molotov on point. Yeta taking a lot of damage from the fire, from the flames, and it's down to a 1v1. Has healed up to around 75% HP, but Delta repositions behind the tree. In this 1v1, the UMP is all these lads will be looking to use. And well, the damage advantage for Delta goes around the rock, baits his opponent to the other side, pushing forward, no time to heal, goes for a few more shots, more damage is down. Yeta is barely surviving, Delta needs to refocus. Yeta behind him, but Delta, a 1v2 clutch, and DRS finally get themselves an important chicken dinner. What a match, 25 points secured.
I called it. Delta's gonna win this, and that's what exactly happens. As soon as he finds the opening, it's just clear. Delta is already gonna get the blood boiling, and he knows somewhere down line, he knows this is his game, and that's what exactly happens. He tried his best, and he came out on top. Venom Esports, on the other hand, oh, they screwed up big time. I feel like they should have played together right there, especially realizing there's only 3 players up. They should have tried and played together. But that's not what they do. They still keep the separation going. And that's what cost them that game. And somehow DRS are able to win that, and they come out on top. What a phenomenal performance.
I mean, props to Delta for being able to clutch that out, but I completely agree with what you said, Necro, as well, that just the fact that the lads from Phantoms were split apart, I think in those final few moments resulted in them losing players left, right, and center. I mean, it wasn't really looking too good for them. And had they stuck together, things would have been different. You would have had man advantage, easy trades for the team. I mean, if you just relay the information correctly to your teammates, all right, this is where I'm getting shot at, just ping it, and your teammates will automatically just start shooting over there, trying to trade you out, even if you are taken out. And I think that is what Venom Esports could have done. But still, this was quite a decent game for them. Let's not finish. They had a lot of elimination points. They finished second, so not too shabby. But we will see what the overall rankings look like after this match, ladies and gentlemen. But after this very short break.
It's a bang, you know my name. I'll be your
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to PMPL South Asia 2022. And this is going to be your host, Necro. John alongside with me is Johnny. Now, listen, I needed to mention that host right there because this time I'm the one who's opening the show, Johnny. It's been a long time. It's probably the first time, just like how you cast the Sanhok game. This is the first time I'm opening it. So I'm kind of happy to be here, though. Now, pretty much that previous clutch from the side of DRS, that's going to be bolstering their position, not just a position, that's also going to be putting their confidence up on the Cloud9. What are your thoughts about that?
I mean, for sure. I mean, DRS, they're going to be, as you said, I mean, it's going to give them a boost of confidence and also the momentum. I mean, because DRS, they were struggling at the start of this Super Weekend. Today, also, we saw them take very, very bad fights in the earlier game. So this time, I think the final clutch from Delta was quite important to sort of lift up the morale for the team. And from here around, if they can secure a top 4 finish in the last game for the day, I think DRS, they would have done enough for their first Super Weekend. Although, even though I know DRS is a pretty big name in Nepal, and we expect to see them within the top 3 or the top 5 at their worst, we want to see them in the top 5. But this time, the start was a little bit slow, and I think still the recovery process is there for the team. So the climb is going to be slow, but it's going to be steady. That's what I feel for the team now.
I mean, hopefully it is steady, though. I mean, again, so far we haven't really seen any signs of steadiness from them. Just because they won the previous game, it can also be a little fluke, right? Let's be honest. Because so far in the entire competition, the consistency wasn't really seen from the side of DRS.
Yeah,
and now so they win the previous game.
You don't call plays like that a fluke.
Okay, maybe, look, now, Johnny, this is where I'm really going to make a statement. Now, players are here. Teams are here to prove something. They're at such a high level of competition because they have the fragging powers. And I feel like at this point, every single player who's playing in this competition has to be equally skilled. Or maybe there can be a couple of more players who can topple the other players over experience. But now, this is what I'm saying, right? I feel like when it comes to the mechanical skills, it has to be there on the point. Maybe a couple of players can have a little bit of edge. But again, most of the times where these players and where these teams struggle is the team synergy and it's the team communication. And that's why usually these players are held back. Now, you said DRS is a huge name. It was a huge name because this organization was represented by 4 different people. But now it's a complete new lineup representing the banner of DRS. Makes a lot of sense too, right? Why there's been so much struggle.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the lineup that represents DRS right now is the same lineup that won the previous PMPL. So, yeah, that's the story right there. I mean, if all of you remember, I mean, there used to be a new team in season 4 called Visits with Vibes. Yeah, came and conquered the PMPL, and then I think the switch happened where the DRS players switched over to Skylightz Gaming. DRS, they picked up the Wizards with Vibes team that I believe were looking for an organization as well. But still, that all those things aside, the business aspect of the game aside, DRS right now I think do have the potential. In fact, the problem with DRS, what I feel like, is the fact, as you mentioned, the synergy during those team fights is missing. But along with that, the rotation pathways that they stick to don't really do anything for them. In fact, their timings are also very often result in them again and again colliding with a multitude of different teams on almost every single map. On Erangel in particular, which is going to be the next game, their rotation timings collide with Stalwart Esports. And unless the circle is towards the south, that collision will result in DRS sort of having a panic moment here and there in the game. But looking at the match summary, look at what Delta is just top everywhere, apart from the highest assists, of course.
He's also in the longest distance elimination. He's also in the highest damage, highest limbs as well. And then Action just kind of steals the spotlight from him with the highest assists. Be like, all right, dude, you know what? I need a little bit for myself as well. There has to be at least one Mongolian player stealing that spotlight from the Nepal region, you know? And that's what Action is doing. It's kind of like his job at this point. But Delta, this is quite impressive. I feel like this is something that is really rare to see, right? A player being equally balanced in the entire match summary, and that's quite impressive. But I'm pretty sure overall Action as well, Stalwart Esports, having quite a rough rotation for themselves because the circle took quite a lot of curveball shifts.
Yeah. I mean, the shifts in the circles were very interesting and intense, and that is why we saw from the third to the fourth zone where the teams weren't really even worried about collisions mid-rotation because they knew it was going to happen. They knew their rotation wasn't going to be easy. They were prepared for those fights. They were prepared to lose players. And that is why I think we saw during the mid-game stages a lot of teams playing with a fanned-out approach. But looking at the match rankings, DRS do walk away with 25 points from this game, so quite a nice recovery towards the end of the day. Phantom Esports getting those 22 points. Could have done a lot more towards the end. I think the chicken dinner would have made them happy because they would have gotten the $1,000, which have gone into the pockets of the lads from DRS, by the way, now. And then we see the three Mongolian Titans still sticking together on the third, fourth, at the fifth position. Stalwart Esports, Seal Esports, and then there's IHC on the sixth.
IHC, of course, is doing pretty okay as well. I would say the consistency factor has been there for them since a long time. And now if you take a look at Vibes as well, is one of those teams, Vibes is one of those teams that haven't really gotten a single chicken dinner in the week one Super Weekend so far, and they're still so consistent, and they are on the top of the charts. Now, that's quite impressive in itself, but again, I feel like money is a factor that it comes under a huge consideration, and Vibes, you really need to get that money. I mean, hey, look, it's free money, right? You guys are already doing great. Maybe just try and aim for those chicken dinners, and I'm pretty sure you guys will be there on point. I'm pretty sure we should also have the zone analysis lined up soon, so we're going to be able to get an in-depth view of how Stalwart Esports screwed up, because somewhere down the line, I remember in the next zone, in the ladder of the zone, in the second zone, if I'm not wrong, Stalwart Esports were right in the smack center of the zone too. Yeah, let's just take a look at the zone analysis and let's find out how things went against Stalwart Esports. And as you can see, right, Stalwart Esports, they were right there. And then this hard shift happens, and this is where Stalwart Esports were on the high ground, and they needed to move down from the high ground to the lower ground. And Vino, usually when you want to make that happen, you're pretty much going to be exposed the whole time.
I mean, and that's what happened to Stalwart Esports as well. That is why we saw Action being the solo survivor from the team after that entire Phantom Esports, Stalwart, IHC, JyanMaara fiasco ended. And Action, I think, even got very lucky in the sense that as he was approaching one edge, no matter which team was in front of him, they would just instantly get wiped out. So it was like a divine intervention. God himself was clearing the path, making a route for Action to survive a little bit extra inside of the match, and it was needed. Otherwise, Stalwart Esports, we wouldn't have seen them even in the top 4 at the end of the match ranking. So it was quite an interesting position. Plus, I think Phantom Esports took advantage of the fact that 2 of the most aggressive teams in the lobby had them surrounded, because then Phantom Esports, they just pulled back. They were like, all right, you guys fight, you guys move ahead, you lose players, you take their players out, and whoever's left, we'll just pick them up.
A lot of they do who. All right, let's take a look at the Oppo moments, and let's find out how the previous game really did look out. Let's take a look at the highlights. All right, I'm pretty sure there has been quite a lot of highlight moments. So yeah, as you can see, it's a Phantom Esports right here. This is how things really kicked off in the previous game. Savage Esports left in such an uncomfortable spot. Sanchir tried his best to fall back, but then again, it was next to impossible. And Skylightz Gaming, they just got dismantled because of some rookie mistakes. The way they were so oblivious about the fact that there might just be a team in the front. The Skylightz Gaming, it seems like they did not care.
Yeah, I agree with that to a certain extent. I think they just took the early game position in this match a little too lightly. They got a little too overconfident and felt like, all right, we are going to be completely isolated, which wasn't the case, I think. And Venom Legends, I think, in the early game stages, they were having a pretty fun time, but weren't really able to handle the pressure as we transitioned towards the mid-game to the late game. And then there was a lot of chaos. I mean, from the 17-18 minute marker to all the way to the very end of this match, constant team fights were happening, individuals getting picked apart. Look at that, Alex was shooting somewhere else, did not even realize there was a man on the low slope towards his right, gets picked off for free.
Oh, man. And then you have Phantom Esports as well right here. Seal, they just get dismantled because, again, so many teams, as I said, they got screwed over by the play zone. And this is one of the most brutal truths of Sanhok, right? And I've been mentioning this over and over again since past couple of years. Sanhok is a zone-favored map. If the zone's going to be favoring you, you're going to find yourself in huge luck. Now, this is why Heal Strat and Sanhok, they're so useful, but so far in the SA region, I haven't really seen a lot of teams going for that.
Well, I mean, teams, they might not have gone for a few key plays, but there's still the last Erangel of the day. Let's see what is going to happen in that match. In the damage histogram, though, I think this was a pretty standard Sanhok. Apart from the zone shifts, of course, because, I mean, whenever we talk about this particular map, you always talk about the fact that you can't really avoid those fights, and that is what happened. Teams were dishing out the damage, but the problem with Sanhok also becomes, because of how small the maps is, the fact that if you get a knock, you need to go for the finish instantly. Otherwise, there is a very high probability of you missing out on your elimination points, as we do see for the teams that were eliminated quite early on in the game. Venom Legends, Vibes dishing out 513 damage, but not able to secure a single elimination point from this match. And now, finally, we have the overall rankings in front of us. So a wonderful game for Phantom Esports, brings them into the top 5, in fact, right on the 5th position. And DRS, look at them within the top 10 finally. As I said, the climb is slow and steady. I mean, it's slow, but it needs to be steady. And if DRS just keep on being consistent, if they have a decent run tomorrow, I think they can definitely try and find their way into the top 5.
I mean, again, look, this is the final day of the week 1 of Super Weekend, right? And we still have one more game to go, so DRS can try and keep the consistency factor going. They can try and keep the momentum rolling in their court. But as you can see, the latter half of the board in front of you guys is Train to Kill have found themselves in the 11th spot. Then you have Savage Esports on 12th. Still, these teams, they're not really doing so great. JyanMaara, after that chicken dinner, it seems like now they have been cooled down. And this is the problem with JyanMaara, right? They're just really hot and cold. Sometimes you're going to find themselves in those hot moments. And now JyanMaara has been cooled down. But again, they'll need to start heating themselves up. If they don't, the chances of them even making week 2 Super Weekend 2 is quite tough.
I think JyanMaara have already woken up, though, because, I mean, remember how we started the day, right? I did not even think they were going to be sticking around to the rest of the competition, but now climbing up in a single day from the 16th, first clearing up the deficit, and now making it all the way to the 14th position. I think the process of JyanMaara just reviving themselves has begun, and you got to stop making those weird faces, man.
I don't think so. It has begun, though.
That's your perspective. I mean, I always like to think about the positive rather than the negative. So I would like to hope that JyanMaara will, in fact, have a decent day today and end at least the first week on a high note. I mean, it would be nice to see, because JyanMaara have a pretty big legacy behind them. And when teams like that, that have been a major reason of the entire PUBG Mobile scene in Nepal, sort of booming up from the start, they've been there. You see them struggle. It's heartbreaking. So, I mean, definitely a pop-off every now and then. It's going to be appreciated. But I think, again, the team needs to deliver. I know the lads that they have, the lineup that they have is an experienced set of players. So, was just hoping for them to step up. They have started to do that. Now we can see them compete where they usually do. That is towards the middle of the table. Right now is where they are. And it is going to be an interesting climb. But if someone goes up, that means someone falls down. And this time, that is ElementriX on the 16th position, which is not, I think, that anyone expected.
And ElementriX, as well as one of the players, or one of the set of players that is quite experienced. I feel like at this point they have to be the most experienced in that experienced player in that region. And now it seems like, let's take a look at the player camps and let's see if they're ready for the games or not. As you can see, the players are also getting hydrated up. So this is like a friendly reminder for you guys as well. Make sure to grab that water, make sure to grab that coffee, hydrate yourself, brace yourself, fasten your seatbelts, because the next game, the final game of Super Weekend 1 is about to start.
Well, the final battle for the first week, at least, as the first Super Weekend, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the last game to be played, and it is going to be quite interesting to see what the results are going to look like. Because now, I think as far as the top of the leaderboard is considered, there are clear differences between the teams. But for the teams that are just playing for the survival at this point, I think things are looking more and more intense with every single match. And this time, the trajectory of the plane leaning heavily towards the south, starting from the west of the Gutka farms, going all the way towards well, the small little river not river, the water body separating Milta and Nova Repnoi, Milta Power and Nova Repnoi. So teams that do like to land towards the northern parts of the map, specifically, I think Deadeyes Guys going towards Rozhok might be in a little bit of a pickle, because they will be landing just north of Pachinki, and then from there deciding to move on out. I mean, can in fact be in an early game collision, so they will have to be careful. Although we know the happiest team in the lobby right now, it is Stalwart Esports, because Nova Repnoi is their home, and it seems like the route of the plane does favor them quite a lot. Hopefully
Yeah,
the circle does too.
maybe a potential military circle right here, Johnny.
Yeah.
And that would be an interesting way to pretty much, end things off the Super Weekend Week 1. And let's find out how things are going to be looking like. Let's find out which circle is it going to be, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure the mystery is going to be unfolding anytime soon now. As Stalwart Esports, of course, they're going to be moving on forward. And yeah, it is a southern zone, but it's not the military circle that we wanted to see. It's pretty much going to be a little bit tilted up north. So nothing really, I would say, something that is going to get me amped up. But hey, I'm pretty sure the action's going to be pretty cool soon.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you said, action is going to be there. And this is kind of a similar circle that we saw on the first Erangel, the first and the second Erangel of this Super Weekend matches. So kind of a hybrid circle with a huge chunk of the military island in it. But we know this is definitely going to take a shift towards the main island in the end, even maybe towards the shoreline of the main island. I would love to see the shifts happen towards the bridge area, because that is going to make a lot of interesting, fights between ElementriX, Esports, Stalwart Esports might head in that direction as well, leading to more intensity in the final few moments of the game. But the match has just started, so there is still a lot of breathing room available for the teams, all but a few, because Raw Esports have decided that, well, hey, we're going to go to Georgopol now, and IHC towards the Georgopol city, I think aren't going to be quite too keen on them being there. So IHC's intention, we have seen them trying to avoid those early game fights, or rather, well, playing for the placement points in the early game stages. Would like to see if they will just retaliate with just blind aggression towards Raw, or will they just back off from Hospital and try and find a safe haven somewhere else on the map.
Try and find a safe haven. I don't think so. That's even possible on the game of PUBG.
Yeah,
that's not. There's no such place called as heaven. It's like hell all over the place. So, yeah, we're just waiting for the hell to break loose, because of course we're at the starting phase of the game, which is pretty much the podcast hours, and then later on we're going to be moving on forward. This is where the actual casting will be started. Talking about the podcast hour, though, Johnny, how have been you doing today?
I've been doing pretty good. I mean, I missed out on food yesterday during the matches. Today, I made sure I ate before I showed up for the broadcast. So, yeah, kind of pumped with the energy of food.
I mean,
and
yeah,
I guess I wanted to see a lot more action, but I mean, since the games aren't being played at very high stakes, so this time I think the teams are different. What is this? What am I seeing?
What's going on?
Hello?
This happened in the last game too. ElementriX in 1952. They're right next to each other. In last game, 1952 was the team that came out on top in this engagement right here. This is going to be an interesting one. Liquid is not even moving an inch. She's not even moving a muscle, hoping that 1952, they don't get their sight lines on Liquid anymore. But he's just prone right here. Yeah, Liquid's not going to shoot anytime soon. He's never going to shoot unless if his teammates aren't going to try and close in. Before now, ElementriX, they will need to make sure they're taking things as slow as possible. But I do see ElementriX, they're quite split out from each other. And it's going to be really tough for them to try and provide the cover fire. Liquid finally shows himself. And he's going to get back to the compound. I think so, 1952. They still have no clue of where Liquid is. So they're probably going to start booking it now as they realize they're just wasting a lot of early phase time. And now entry. Oh. It was just some random shots. But yeah, getting back to the conversation that we were having about food, right?
Yep.
Dude, come on. You don't even eat a lot. Like, you can be full in like 1 grain of rice.
That's way too much, man. I think more than 1 grain of rice. I think 3 or 4 at least. I can at least do 4.
Okay.
On a good day, 5 as well. Yeah, but
What do you think
Let's-
about me?
I don't know. I think your roommates are missing for a while now.
My roommate? Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. All right, bud. All right, buddy. Okay, buddy.
Oh man.
I mean, if the viewers in the chat got it, they would understand. But I'm pretty sure that's something that's quite tough to understand for a couple of people. So they're not going to get it, and we're going to keep that privacy. We're not going to break it down because I don't want to roast myself on the grill. But yeah, 1952, quite close
Yeah.
to the player of ElementriX.
Yeah, you would
right here.
straight up go to roasting on a grill, right?
I feel like this would not be a commentating, or this would not be a
You
casting, it would
started
more
this,
kind of
Necro.
be like a roasting series, you know, where
I did
me and
not
Johnny
want
rip
this.
each other apart while these
All right.
players are fighting in game.
So let's just put some liquid on top of the roasting, I guess, so we can just turn the grill off, I guess, because liquid is still there. I mean, he's just sitting in a room trying to protect himself. And my question is, do 1952 know that he's there? Did they see him, or did they hear some footsteps of him moving around inside that house? And they're just constantly checking. Oh, all right, they don't know this, because otherwise
Okay,
Entry would
now-
have never charged forward like this. This is going to be absolutely brutal. He steps in front of him, and there's the 3-point. ElementriX getting the first blood, ladies
Surprise.
and gentlemen. A massive, massive outplay, I'm going to call this one. But Liquid, can you survive? Takes a massive ding. There's one man behind him as well. There's the trade.
What? Liquid, why did you move out of the house in the first place? Just
he
stay
could have stayed
there. Yeah, just stay there. You have no other threat. Like, you literally just hear one person approaching you. So you know that other people are not really close to you. Maybe you should have like tried to play around the houses and stuff like that. But yeah, he moved out in the open in way much more uncomfortable spot and tried to play behind a tree, which is way worse cover than what he had initially. But Stalwart Esports in front of us. So yeah, Johnny, another question, right?
Yep.
What's wrong with your hair?
What do you mean what's wrong with my hair? My hair is perfect, man.
Oh, my bad.
It is absolutely perfect.
I don't know why. Your beard's looking extra, like, you know, it's shiny today. I like it.
Yeah, I don't know why, but it's been like that for a few days, and I don't want to touch it because I don't want to ruin anything.
Do you like apply shampoo on it?
Sometimes.
No, makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Why it's so shiny. Yeah. Maybe apply like a little bit of oil too before you get on the
On the desk.
cast. Yeah, on the desk and show yourself. Like that would make it even more shinier. You know.
I mean, see, at a certain point you have to stop, because if it gets too shiny, then it's going to reflect all the light. And there are so many studio lights right here. I mean, we wouldn't want to blind our audience, right? The light's going to reflect in the camera.
Oh,
no one's gonna
I
be
have a
able to
better
see
option.
anything. Yeah.
I have a better option. Maybe apply some shoe polish.
Yeah, I think that has to be some sort of a life hack of like just getting a little bit extra volume in your beard or something. But yeah, it's gonna be extremely weird.
Yeah.
Where do you come up with these ideas, though?
I don't know, man. My brain's just like that. All right. I'm weird.
Just like, yeah, I think you need to start a podcast, Necro Outside the Box or something. With just
No,
like
it's more kind of
all-
like necro in a nutshell or something like that. I don't know.
Maybe.
It should be called something like that, but yeah. Yeah, you have Deadeyes Guys over here. Quite close to the players are raw. And look at Chara, he's so oblivious of the fact that the players are raw. They're just prone right in front of him. It's going to be a free knock for Rig without any trouble. Is he going to be able to follow it through, though? That's what I want to know, because Deadeyes Guys, they're still pretty unknown because there are a lot of snakes in the grass, and now Rig's finally going to expose as he needs to provide a lot of cover for his teammates, and he's going to keep on charging forward. That's a nice trade, though, from the side of Turulov. But again, talk about the man advantage. That's what the enemy team has right now. Raw, they're looking really good. Assault shouldn't really have that big of a deal to try and get the rest back up on Rig.
Well, this is going to be quite an interesting situation for Raw. Deadeyes Guys, they do have a reset. The revive has been initiated and completed as well. And while Raw, they go for a revive on their own, lads, it might just be a little too late, as nades are going to be lobbed in their direction as well. True Love, you see him lining it up, goes for the toss and does in fact find Cooney right there. So the advantage again going in the favor of Deadeyes Guys. Now I believe there's just one last man standing. All right, there's two of them in assault. Oh man, that was a nasty, nasty dink. But he's still
No,
on
he
his
doesn't
feet.
connect
Mama
it.
God has been taken down. Assault is very low. Rig is down to around 75% HP. Deadeyes Guys just dominating this team fight.
Oh, they indeed are dominating these team fights for sure. But Raw, look at them. Now they're also getting shot at from the back. It's Venom Esports, who are going to inflict a lot of pain on the players of Raw. Something or another factor to try and worry about. He's also getting shot at from the right side. Oh, Raw, what just happened? The tables have been flipped now. The fight was looking in their court just because now they're getting third-partied from the back by Venom Esports. Things have changed. The entire course of the game has changed as well. Now Venom Esports, they're exposed. They're out in the open. And they're also taking a decent amount of shots onto themselves. So Mad Maxes went down. It's not going to be tough for them to get the rest back up on the fallen man. Deadeyes Guys, they're really being proactive in this spot.
Well, let's see. I mean, Deadeyes Guys, they're doing everything that they can to make sure that this last game, they are able to secure those extra points that they need. And look at 90 Degree laying down on this rooftop, just sunbathing out in the open. And JyanMaara, well, they are here for the houses, in fact, not for the rooftop. So they're not going to notice him for a while, at least until they come across this yellow vehicle right next to the house and then realize, oh, someone might be here just hiding out in the open. And the other lads from the side of 1952, though, they have to be extremely careful. The more they move around, the more possibility of them getting spotted out by the lads of JyanMaara. And JyanMaara just picking off a few extra points for free. Especially 90 Degree is the man who needs to be extremely careful since he is further a little bit away from his teammates.
And look at 1952.
Oh, that's a nice shift.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, imagine if the shift's going to be on the end zones, right?
Oh,
like
yeah.
right on the edges of the water and the high ground. That's going to be an interesting end. As you can see, Deadeyes Guys as well. One of the players has been knocked out. Now it's going to be quite tough for the final man up to try and get the rest back up on both the players on the board. As Venom Esports, they're going to charge on in, and that's what you can see on the map. As you can see, it's going to be one of the players. It's going to be Slipknot actually, who's going to be really proactive and aggressive. Who's straight up going to send it right next to him. And look at 90 Degree, entire squad of JyanMaara right next to him. Evil Eyes Wells in the front. JyanMaara. They have a little spidey sense. They have their little spidey senses tingling. There might just be someone in the front, but they don't exactly know their positions. Oh, now that's what you call a crispy one.
Oh, wow! I think that would have just like made you toss your phone away and just find something new to do. I guess that was just a brutal, nasty shot right there. And I think True Love, he's just gonna bleed out in the. This was a beautiful moment, so kudos to the observer for showing this to us, plus the shot previously. And as you noticed, like 3 different vehicles all just going away from the team, from the players that was knocked out in the open. Phantoms Mad Max is here to pick Vexy up, I believe, as they're going to go try and push forward to the lads of Deadeyes Guys. Vibes on the other side. Joker finds an important cover for his team right on the edge of the circle, which I think will definitely be a wonderful position for them if they manage to hold this against the lads of IHC, who looks like are headed in the same direction.
3 players up for Vibes. Don't know how the game plan is going to be looking like for them so far. They still need a chicken dinner. They still need an opening for themselves in that chicken dinner factor. As you do see, ElementriX kind of going down against the players in the front. And it's going to be Seal who are able to dismantle them single-handedly. Orange as well is going to follow it up. Yozu is going to get confirmed. Orange is still being ticked off as it's all down to Incuss, the final man alive. He's trying his best to fight back. But again, the team in the front, Seal, they're just not letting them have even a second of off time. They're just going to keep on pressuring. They're going to keep on amping up the aggression against him. And the ElementriX, talk about the mental performance in this one. It has completely broken down. And oh, he could have just found the ran over. But he exactly knows now where Incuss is, and maybe he's going to try and go for it again.
Well, let's see if the second opportunity is going to be handed out to him. Wally is driving around, trying to ram on the tree, but Badrev is going to fall down to a nade from IC. And, well, 7C Esports in a little bit of a pickle. Memo and Precious are all that remain for the team as they try to back off. Badrev's point is going to be secured by IHC, and, well, the players will look forward to meaning the lads of 7C Esports inside the zone now, since they know their numbers have dwindled down to just the final 2 players. And look at this, Incus. If he can't do it with a weapon, he's going to do it with a frag grenade, and finally takes down Wally from the side of Seal Esports. An important opening, but precious, and oh no! Instant knock. The finish goes to JyanMaara though.
They were forced to stop out in the open, and this should be a clean buy for Deadeyes Guys, and that's what exactly happened. 7C getting eliminated on 15th spot. The check is not that safe, Deadeyes Guys. Maybe you should try and rethink your situation here, or your decision in general, as they're taking a lot of damage from all across the board, and it's going to be JyanMaara who's going to find the opening against Deadeyes Guys. The player still knocked out. No fear as well. It's going to be another casualty on the side of JyanMaara. Something to take under consideration, that JyanMaara will need to try and get the fallen man back up. Enough amount of time to buy, but what's going on here? Venom Esports, Slipknot's position unknown, and Seal, they're right in front of him. This should be an easy frag, but oh, he misses quite a lot of shots, but he's able to readjust. He finds Demo. The other player's taken down quite low as well. Leo is catching a lot of bullets, and what just happens? Slipknot somehow is able to slip a lot of eyes, and now he's making the team like Seal Esports slip by from this game. But again, is that going to be enough? Are Seal going to get the grip back up in this fight? That's what I want to find out. But oh, a complete different third party. Skylightz Gaming saving the day for Seal.
Well, let's see. Seal Esports, they have been given a second life, but will they capitalize on the opportunity? Skylightz Gaming are going to be here, and they also reposition. Baron has been spotted out, but the smoke is going to protect him for a few more seconds. And now, I think Skylightz Gaming, they do realize what they have stepped in the middle of, completely sandwiched from both the directions. On the other side, the IC taking a massive hit. Alex want to get quite close to his teammate to assist him, but decides to back off, realizing it's not a good spot for IC, and in fact, IC falls back as well. IHC reassessing which edge they want to target. Godless taking a hit as he looks towards the lads from JyanMaara and trade to kill. And Sunday, she's stuck behind this rock, has the US to use as cover as well, but IHC, they're heading towards him. Will he be able to survive? Will the cover fire from the rest of the lads from Train to Kill be enough to keep the key team in contention till the end of the game?
IHC having this risk to play with. IHC still knocked out in the front. And Rafa is trying to get the confirmations through. It shouldn't really be that big of a deal. He's able to find the connections through the smokes as well. And he should be able to follow it up with a couple of more. Had the crosses trained, and the crosses were right on the mark as well. But Rafa, he's trying to rethink this through. Something which is a wiser decision, but he should, I feel like, keep on raining down those bullets. Maybe bullets is a factor that he needs to try and worry about. TDK in the front, a little too right to react. And Rafa, he should be a little bit more proactive and a little bit more quick to react in that factor. As Sandesh is barely going to slip out of harm's way. His HP bar is not even visible. That's how low he is. Rafa catching a bullet from the back, and oh, so many rookie mistakes. And he whiffed a lot of shots as well. Rafa, one of the most awkward ways to go down.
Well, that was definitely awkward, but look at this. Stalwart Esports stop. He's trying to push forward through the Molotov. Does in fact connect the nade right there. DRS. They are, well, going to be guessing as to how to recover from that fight. Stalwart Esports did lose out on 2 of their players as well, who were knocked out. But look at this, what a surprise. Vibes Joker handing IHC the early exit from the game. But can Vibes push forward? They are doing a phenomenal job in this match as well, having lost only 1 of their players, still being able to secure those extra elimination points. Train to Kill on the other side. Just the final player left, Seog. He's trying to drive towards his teammates to help them back on their feet, but it's not going to be an easy task. And look at where Stalwart Esports are fighting. This is so close. One misstep and you're going to fall down, get knocked out. DRS, they're going to get free picks.
Oh my god, Killer YT from the back is able to sneak a kill. Or at least he's able to get a knock through. That's a big knock as well. Killer YT is stuck at this point. If he's going to be able to trek his way through, that's going to be impressive. Nate flopped in from his side. He's trying to find a safe way up. He's trying to find a safe ride up. But Stalwart Esports is just trying to deny it over and over again. A nice fight from Pika with that nade right there. Killer YT is going to go down. Delta as well from the back. The go call's being made. Delta realizes now it's going to be a waste of time. They're trying to get this fight through. So maybe you would just try and reposition and try and play for a little bit more better amount of placement points. Venom Legends, Raffat again has went down. Raffat, for some reason, this man keeps on going down. Raffat, you need to get your stuff together.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you said, he needs, definitely does need to get his stuff together and be on point when he returns. But for now, Venom Legends, I think the rest of the lads, they are going to try and pick up the slack that's been left behind by Raffat while he waits for a resurrection, a revive to come towards him. JyanMaara, although they have stopped applying pressure on this team, and well, to be fair, they don't really have the numbers to push any further in this team fight, so they will have to resort to just staying back and waiting to see what Venom Legends will do. Delta from DRS, the Clutchmeister from the previous map is again in a similar clutch situation and does in fact secure the finish, the elimination for Pika, although Scry does fall down to the lads of Venom Legends. And I think one comeback after the other, Venom Legends, they're looking very strong in this map right now. Hopefully they are able to close this out.
How is Delta still alive? That's what I want to know. Because Savage over here right in the back, 1952, realized there's a lot of players, or at least a lot of threat lingering in the back. It's going to be Hustler from Savage. They want to get rid of this man so they can try and focus in the future or in the front. 1952, you clearly do see the paranoia setting in his wall. The wall of death now, the play zone is going to be dealing a lot of damage, so it's going to be hard for Hustler to try and tank it any longer. He should go down to the play zone soon, and that's what's going to be happening. It's the circle takes a hard shift, though. Look at Seal Wally, all by himself, right in the smack center of the next zone as well. He's found himself a little bow to play with.
Well, let's see. C1, this is going to be quite tricky for him. Hustler right in front inside of the blue. We'll look to see if he can create some sort of cover, but I think he's just going to fall down. And there it is. Savage Esports are going to be eliminated from this game, down to 7 teams, 16 players still surviving. Utility exchange between the lads from Venom Legends and JyanMaara. It looks like Gunner's position is about to be compromised as the nade from Raffat just connects, and JyanMaara, they're down to the last surviving player, Sudan, trying to see if he can make something happen. It's a 1v4 that he has to survive in order to secure extra points for his team, but I don't think that's going to happen. Venom Legends just absolutely dominating in this fight. That was a perfect nade, and whoa, I spoke too soon as Raffat again gets knocked out.
Yeah,
there's a Molotov being tossed by Susan, and now he waits to see the players charging towards him. Has a UMP, which can actually give him an upper edge on in close quarters combat, but he has to be quick about this. 28 bullets in the mag right now, and he gets surrounded from the flank. Stepping out in the open was a bad decision in this point.
Yeah, I don't know how he gets knocked out first all the time from these out of Venom Legends. But yeah, Seal also taking an exit. They're going to follow it up on 6th place. Vibes, Skylightz Gaming is right next to him, but the problem is Skylightz Gaming, they're getting shot at from somewhere else. 1952, right on the top. They have a nice Overwatch angle on the players of Skylightz Gaming. Mafia Ninja was taken down solo. Now he's going to try and bandage himself back up. Vibes here, trying to take things really slow. And as soon as the next circle shift's going to come through, I'm pretty sure the hell's going to start to break loose. This circle's already out in the open. There's not a lot of cover to play with. The only cover you can play around with are those trees. And as soon as the circle, if it takes shift a little bit on the northern side, there's going to be no cover to play with. Maybe a temporary cover made with those vehicles. But 1952, finally, they get a clear line of sight on the players of Skylightz Gaming. Nemo taken down now. And this team right here, they're being a menace for Skylightz Gaming.
Well, let's see. Skylightz Gaming, this is going to be a testament for them if they can secure one way or the other top 2 finish right now. They do have a very nice slow, but every single one of the players in front of them has laid down to the ground, thrown down, just like the snakes that everyone fears in the world of PUBG Mobile. And a wonderful grenade from Joker does find the opening. Skylightz Gaming, I think, might be headed towards an early exit in this match as well. Galson steps out, goes for the spray, but Evil Eye Prone's right in the nick of time. And even though he was able to survive the initial engagement against Galson, he falls down just a few seconds later. And now finally in the top 3, ladies and gentlemen, not a single Mongolian team to be seen. It is between Venom Legends, Vibes, and 1952, with Venom Legends being the team with the man advantage. 3 players still standing strong. Vibes, they will have to go for a revive, but I don't think there is an opportunity for that since Joker is in the back lines, completely isolated, and 1952 C1 is going to be the last player for their team as well.
Venom Legends, they've been waiting for this moment for such a long time. Having a lot of players up as well. Pretty much 3 players up for them. Rafa's been taken down a while ago. Wipes, though, Joker only is going to be the man left alive. He's trying to go for the reset. Is he going to be able to do so? That's what I want to know. And he should be able to do so. Yup, he does. Sticks the res. And Venom Legends, somewhere down line, they have little line of sights. They have a little glimmer of what exactly is happening in the front. C-Vine's going to be here prone. The next circle is going to take a huge curveball shift on the players of Venom Legends. And I said this, if it does go up north, there's going to be no cover to play with. Maybe a temporary cover of vehicles to try and play around with. Wipes, they move out a bit. They take a lot of shots. And now they're also getting shot at by Venom Legends right there. Rage is going to find the opening. Wipes again, they go down. Joker will need to get the reset back up.
Well, let's see. I mean, it is going to be between these two teams. Steel Shot trying to go for a spray on Joker, and well, Wives, they have been eliminated. Just the final lad to deal with now for Venom Legends, and well, they do that quite nicely as well. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, Venom Legends have arrived, and in the final game of the first Super Weekend, managed to secure an important chicken dinner. $1,000 go towards them, and also they are now part of the top 8. They are on 7th position.
Exactly. Oh man, they boosted themselves up so high. They catapult themselves on the overall ranking so high up. Hashtag 7th position to end the Super Weekend run. I would say that's not a bad place to go out from, right? Pretty much a consistent performance is what it shows. And I would say 7th to 9th position is not a bad note to end on in the first week, because you still have 2 more weeks in the front to try and capitalize and move on in a little bit more up if you guys want that money for yourself. Winner chicken dinner, of course. Venom Legends proven on all the grounds, proven pretty phenomenal. But now I want to see the overall rankings, and I want to see if Stalwart Esports' position on the top hashtag 1 has been taken away or not.
Oh man, that's going to be quite intense to see. I mean, there was a little bit of a difference between, just a slight little bit of a difference between them and Stalwart Esports, but I mean, once we have the match rankings in front of us, I think that should be able to help us predict what the situation is going to be like in the overall leaderboard. But we will have to wait for that. We will have to wait before we have a look at the overall leaderboard, the match rankings, because there's a lot of things that we need to look at, starting off with the MVP of the game. And I think it has to be one of the lads from the side of Venom Legends. And again, talking about Venom Legends, I mean, quite an important win for them, because they were not really having a fun time in the start of the week. The very first day, they came in the first few set of matches not really going their way, and I think we just saw them struggle quite a lot. But then the recovery was slow and steady, and now finally in the top 8. But again, as we said, a lot of stuff will be there, but in a short while after the short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. How you guys are doing? I hope you guys are doing absolutely fine. It's going to be me, Necro. John alongside with me is, I don't know who it is. But yeah, it's going to be PMPL South Asia 2022. I'm just kidding. It's my best friend. It's my best friend. Someone who is really close to my heart. And someone who is the most wholesome human being out in the world. who's kind of skinny too. I don't know how he's still alive, but yeah. Moving on in.
I just survive on, well,
PUBG Mobile.
air, I guess. Yeah, and PUBG Mobile. I think that's what
Exactly.
that's what motivates me, makes me get out of bed in the morning.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the MVP and let's find out who is going to be the man of the hour, who's going to be the showman right there. Because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of players in contention, especially after that final game, right? Venom Legends as well. They were doing so great for themselves. Then you also had a couple of more players in the front. And yes, I was actually about to say it has to be Delta from the side of DRS because he single-handedly was able to do so good, right? He was making sure Stalwart Esports were being held off at bay. At the same time, he was fighting against 1952 as well. Delta was firing on all cylinders.
Yeah. I mean, and it's just 2 back-to-back MVPs for Delta today. Quite an impressive run, quite an impressive performance throughout the day, I guess, from this particular individual. As we do have a look at the stats, so no assists, but the 5 eliminations with 756 damage dished out and managed to get those 6 knocks. I think it was an impressive run. Did in fact secure a few extra points for his team towards the end as well when he tried to survive as the solo individual, but did not really work out for him. But as we move forward to the list of the top players, we see the lads from Venom Legends. Ale is going to be there with 4 eliminations, Steel Shot with 2, and Raffat, even though he was getting knocked out again and again and again and again, I think Raffat did in fact do quite a decent job at the end of the day, securing 3 eliminations with 514 damage.
Exactly. And then you also have Ryu as well from the side of Vibes, as you said, with 4 limb points and 465 damage numbers. I feel like Vibes, it's like they don't really get the chicken dinners, but they're always there in the elimination points and also a couple of more placement points. And it has been since the start. I think so. It was today only that I saw Vibes for the first time get eliminated on 16th spot, and I was so surprised. I was like, I've never seen this happen in my whole career. But yeah, Vibes, they got eliminated on 16th place today, so that's something to note down on. Venom Legends and 1952 stats comparison in front of you guys. As you can see, Venom Legends, they are miles ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the competition towards the end, I think it wasn't even there. 1952 was just they were just barely present towards the end of the match. And I think Venom Legends is the fact that they started off early, getting those eliminations as well. They were feeling quite in the zone, feeling quite comfortable, and well, just the blood was pumping, the heart was racing. They did in fact go for a lot of fights towards the very end. So the damage numbers in the favor of Venom Legends. The damage received number, you never really want to be on the bigger side. So 1952 in fact taking the win over there, which I mean, if you even want to call it a win. Eliminations towards Venom Legends, they got more knocks. Average survival time, of course, since they won the game, Venom Legends are going to be the one ruling that position as well. But moving forward to the match summary now. So quite an interesting split between the 2 star players from the 2 different teams. DRS represented by Delta, and Steel Shot is going to be there from the side of Venom Legends.
Interesting one for sure, right? Because I mean, Venom Legends, I feel like at this point the kill numbers are equally distributed amongst the squad, because we saw a lot of damage was being put on by all the players from that side. And Delta again in the match summary showing himself up 3 times in a Steel Shot, stealing a bit more limelight this time. But Delta, man, this man has to be the man of the day. I mean, he's trying his best to carry DRS on his back, and so far DRS, they're on the steps of success.
Well, yeah, as you said, they are on the steps of success, but they still need to climb. They still need to push themselves even further to try and see if they can, in fact, well, live up to the same legacy that has been left behind. But again, this time, 27 points for Venom Legends. 1952 walking away with 20. Vibes are going to be there with 17, and Stalwart Esports. Right, so Stalwart is still going to be first. There's no change between the first and second.
Stalwart, okay, so as you said, Stalwart has to be first. There aren't really going to be any changes because they got the 5 total points for themselves. So yeah, they're barely able to topple it over. It's interesting too, right? I mean, there has to be like only like 3 or 4 points difference. Maybe 4 points a bit too much. Maybe like 2 or 3 points difference. There's no way there's a lot of difference left between these 2 teams, because Seal, they have 7, Stalwart Esports, they have 5. I want to see the overall rankings. I mean, it's just really tough for me to like, you know, I'm a kind of person, I don't really like suspense. I just want everything revealed to me. I don't like mysteries. I don't like secrets. I want everything in front of my eyes.
Me neither, buddy. I mean, unless, I mean, we are looking from an outside perspective. I don't like receiving surprises, but I would love to watch someone else receive it, and I think that is quite exciting and entertaining to watch. Just the reactions. Oh my God, what just
That's
happened?
quite a wholesome statement, Johnny. This is
Yeah.
why I call you a wholesome man.
I mean, I just try to be, man. But I think there's just one more wholesome thing that we need to look at. But wholesome if you are a part of the top 5, and quite scary if you are anywhere outside the top 8. And by that, I mean the overall rankings. But before that, I think the next thing that is going to be in front of us is going to be the zone analysis.
Oh, let's take a look at the zone analysis and talk about wholesome. I feel like I'm pretty wholesome too, you know.
Yeah, you are.
In a physical way. I mean, like wholesome, but
You're fine. You're fine, Necro. You're a good guy.
oh,
You're a good person.
Okay, good person. All right.
See, now
let's take a
Necro is
look
the one surprised because he did not expect a compliment.
I mean, you're a wholesome man, so I expect a compliment all the time from you. But yeah, let's take a look at this zone analysis, and let's get our heads back in the game as we have this zone right here. Now, we were talking about 1952, how they had entire thing rolling for them, how they had the momentum as well rolling for them. But then later on, that compound got heavily controlled or heavily contested by a lot of teams.
Yeah.
JyanMaara was one of those that were actually aiming for that one. But then later on, you see that split coming in, right? And I've been saying this over and over again since the start of the day. I'm not really a fan of splits in late game zones, and that's why you see one of the players that was split out, he got taken out, he got gotten rid of.
Yeah, and I think it was quite an unfortunate moment right there. But again, I think today also, not just today, but this entire time, the meta has sort of shifted with the way the teams have been playing with their positioning. Because now, I mean, earlier on in positions like this, when you know you have an open circle, not really giving priority to anyone else inside of the match, you would see teams going for those split fanned out approaches, and that helped them out, because if one individual got picked off, the other ones would just go into hiding and just play for survival. But now, since everyone does not like mutually, I think that it has been agreed that, all right, guys, we're not going to take fights forcefully, we're not going to force any sort of aggression. I think that sort of results in those individuals getting knocked out, trying to go for revives, trying to get closer to their teammates, or their teammates trying to approach, thinking, oh yeah, we can go for a revive, and them just getting baited themselves.
Yeah, let's check out these Oppo F21 Pro moments, and let's find out how things really went down in the previous one, because we did see some scroll cracking shots with the bolt action as well. This is how things really got kicked off, as Liquid was able to find a frag against 1952. And then a little rookie mistake from his side, moved out in the open, which I personally feel like he should have held that crown he had inside the house. That could have been way much more better way to try and counter these entire squad of 1952. Roswell here, it seems like they had the ball in their court, but then later on it just got dropped as soon as they got third party from the back by Venom Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very unpleasant surprise for them, but I think Venom Esports also have looked, how do I put this? I mean, they've been improving day by day, but I don't really see them putting up the same performance that they put up on day one. I mean, it was quite an impressive run from Phantom Esports, but I think there's a lot more that the team can deliver, and that is what I want from them. I know that this is not their best. This is not them at their best. This team is a team that is, I mean, so there used to be a previous lineup called X Brothers, and that has been now switched up to Phantom. So the players do in fact have a lot of experience. They have a lot of firepower. It's just that I think they are also taking their sweet time, just getting used to the feel of what the rest of the teams are up to. And towards this point, I think at this point already, Venom Legends had the most dominating position inside of the match. It was just the fact as to when they decided to end the game, they could have ended it. So towards the end, I think they were just waiting for Vibes to take an exit. As soon as that was done, they just got up from their covers and just like went YOLO, securing that final elimination point.
Talk about securing that final elimination points. Venom Legends going pretty huge in that previous game with 12 elimination points for themselves and 36 damage dealt. Then you have other teams right underneath them. For example, 1952, who were in the second spot with 8 elimination points and 920 damage dealt. And then you have Vibes right as well, right there in that sweet spot in third place. As you see, 7 elimination points and 1261 damage dealt. I mean, this game has to be a game where a lot of teams have crossed that 1,000 damage barrier.
Well, let's see. I mean, a lot of the teams, I mean, it was quite an interesting situation because as you did mention, I mean, a lot of teams crossing the 1,000 barrier. I think it was due to the fact that the circle was out in the open from the early stage of the game, and the teams even realized this. So a lot of the teams were already, I think,
Finally.
post 10-minute marker were contesting the south positions of Pochinki, and because of that, a lot of fights in the open happened. And well, as you said, finally, we have the overall rankings, and yeah, a 3-point deficit. I think Stalwart Esports are going to go back, and they're going to be very angry that, like, yeah, we could have secured those 3 points and been on the first at the end of the first week.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Stalwart Esports, I'm smashing my head against the wall, and I'm like, come on, man, 3 points only? Like, are you kidding me? But look at the top 3, though. It's dominated by Mongolian teams, and this has something to prove in itself. This region, over the years, over the time, has improved and developed so much that it's insane. And I'm pretty sure there's quite a lot much more underdog teams, right, that are still yet to show themselves. So I am really looking forward to explore this region in general, but then you have Vibes as well right underneath them with 0 chicken dinners. And this is something that I've been pointing out since I started casting the final day, is that Vibes with 0 chicken dinners, they're still on top 4, and that's quite impressive. Savage as well, Summer downline today, they decided to show themselves up, but they got shut down right after that. So it's kind of like the hot and cold moments for teams in the latter half of the board.
But hey, look who is back in the action and a part of, well, the top 12 now. 1952 jumping up 3 positions. They were struggling so much. I mean, them and JyanMaara were left so far behind from the rest of the competition that at a certain point, I thought they wouldn't even be able to climb up to the 14th position, but they have proven me wrong, and they have done so in style as well. So kudos to 1952 for that impressive jump. But ElementriX and JyanMaara, I think tomorrow, not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, once they come back with the league play days, I think they're going to be required to qualify for the second Super Weekend consistently. Otherwise, it is going to be a troublesome situation if the remainder of the 4 teams show up and just topple them over.
I mean, definitely it's going to be interesting scenarios. As you can see, action right here as well from Stalwart Esports, but of course the elimination leaders. I mean, this man has to be there on the top without a doubt. Action and Top, this duo always has to be the elimination leaders over here. Well, Action with 46 eliminations, then you have Demo as well with 39, and this is the latter half of the elimination board, which is going to start off with Turulov and end on Seal Baron. Seal, overall squad, I would say the kill points are equally distributed, and this in itself shows that this squad is well tuned.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Stalwart Esports, they are in their best form right now, and I think the more they get used to the other teams, the better they're going to look inside the match. But IHC, I think, is going to be the team that's going to give them the most trouble, along with Stalwart Esports, of course. Looking at the elimination leaders right now, from the 6th to the 10th, I think the difference not really being there between the lads in terms of the number of eliminations that they have. It's just the survival times and the damage numbers separating these individuals. But again, it has been a very, very exciting first week. And even though we expected the teams from Nepal to put up a much more tougher fight, it has just been Vibes Esports from the region who have kept the teams from Mongolia in check, but still, even they weren't able to be consistent enough to be a part of the top 3 for the whole week. Now, they are stuck on the 4th. There's a little bit of a difference between them and the 3rd position, but again, the top 3, it is just 3 Mongolian titans there.
I mean, again, Skylightz Gaming, again, was one of those teams that I had my eyes on. But even now, they're on the struggling phase. And that's what makes me question about this region in general. Like, what's going on with the research, right? Like, is the research lacking? Are you guys not really able to practice that well with each other? Before now, let's take a look at the day summary and let's find out how the day really looked like. Of course, Savage kicked things off with a nice chicken dinner on Erangel, but not really as nice as expected because they didn't really have a lot of points. I think so 19 points accumulated with the chicken dinner. I would say that's not that great, but still, hey, at least they had the momentum rolling after that. But then later on, as I said, hot and cold on the latter half of the board.
I mean, and as he was talking about the struggles that the teams from Nepal are facing, I mean, I don't think it's just lack of research, but I feel like it's them being a little too predictable. Vibes is the team that is like playing out of their minds right now and are doing a phenomenal job, because it's quite difficult to read their plays. But the other team, Skylightz Gaming, they're just sticking to the same sort of setups in the late game stages. Even the drop locations might have changed. The way they approach the mid game stages, it still remains the same. While on the other side, Stalwart Esports, well, dominating day 1, IHC dominating day 2, and Seal Esports dominating day 3. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just the Mongolian Titans everywhere on the leaderboard, on the super weekends, and they're just doing a phenomenal job. And again, being unpredictable at that too, because I mean, if in season 4 you had come up to me and said that, yeah, Johnny, the next season IHC is not really going to be being as aggressive as they are right now. They're just going to back off from any early fight that we see. I would have called you a madman. I was like, what are you thinking? What are you saying? That is never going to happen. This is not the team's play style. But still, IHC, they're doing a phenomenal job. You can't really think when you see them in the game and you spot them out, you try and engage them. You won't feel like it's the same team and the same set of players that you're fighting. So I think they are doing an incredible job. Stalwart Esports, I think, again, Stalwart Esports are just being themselves and being doing what they are the best as, that is shooting people in the heads and just collecting those points. Seal Esports, although, are a very, very fresh change of pace, because the last time they were here, we saw them struggle quite a lot. But this time, it's completely different. This time, they're prepared.
And this is what I talked about with you yesterday, right? I said the Mongolians, they're just having their turns, right? On the day 1 of Super Weekend, it was Stalwart Esports dominating. On day 2, it was what do you say? IHC. And now on day 3, it was Seal. It's like they're having their turns on the days, right? They're giving their own personal space to them, but it seems like that's going to be it from our side for the Super Weekend Week 1. It's time for us to conclude the final day of Super Weekend Week 1. Johnny, any final words from your side?
I mean, I just want to see what's going to happen in the next week, because this week was just a little too much.
Exactly. This week indeed was a little too much, but now it's time for us to conclude the show. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and that's going to be it from Johnny. It's time for us to sign out.